You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello and welcome to Force 13 Live. We are currently tracking Hurricane Ian, and the reason with that slight delay there in my speech is because I just noticed that it still says Tropical Storm on that bottom bar, and that obviously isn't the correct terminology. It is definitely 100% a hurricane and is a Category 1 with winds of 85 miles per hour and a pressure estimate of 976 millibars from the National Hurricane Center at their last update. The next update, of course, will be coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be here all evening long tracking this storm as it possibly embarks on a second rapid intensification phase, which it looks like it may have begun. It leveled off for a little bit whilst it had an eyewall replacement cycle, and now you can clearly see that it's growing in size and getting rather bolstered in strength as well, with those cloud tops really blowing up. Well then, you can see all of the information on the left hand side going by, and we have irregular updates over there on Typhoon Noru as well in the Western Pacific. The South China Sea is an impressive typhoon that's rebounding back and a big threat to Vietnam. We'll have one eye on that, but our main eye is on Ian, and we'll be taking you through the next 8 hours of coverage, mainly discussing that. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio once again, and as always it's a pleasure to be here to talk about this information. Obviously not a pleasure that the situation is what it is, with hurricane warnings in effect for western Cuba and hurricane watches now in effect for part of Florida, including the Tampa Bay area. There's also storm surge watches in effect for those areas too, and tropical storm warnings now for parts for the Keys and some other areas which we'll go into in a moment. So when we were watching it on last night's stream, we were looking at how impressive it was getting very quickly with those recon passes. They didn't declare it a hurricane in the end, but it did earlier today, and now we are at Category 1. Some might say it's not strengthened as much as they would have thought so far, but there is still lots of time for this storm to rapidly intensify, and the National Hurricane Center is still forecasting a Category 4 peak when it enters the Gulf of Mexico. I'm joined by a few of our core members right now. We have Christian, Patrick and Chris on board, and they're joining us from various locations, but we are doing a little bit of a different format during this event, and probably moving forward as well. We're sort of hosting a stage on our Discord server tonight, so people in our massive community can actually call in and ask some of their questions on the air like they normally would in the chat section, but they can actually speak to us. So I think that's a nice touch, and hopefully a very useful thing that we'll be enabling tonight. Let's first talk to Christian, and why don't you tell us what you think of this storm and its progress recently?
Well, as you mentioned in last night's stream, they didn't quite declare it a hurricane, which they have done now. And I was present in that last stream as well, so we were quite surprised when they didn't declare it a hurricane. But obviously now they have done, and once again, this is headed for Cuba, and then after that, it's headed for Florida. And I believe someone mentioned in this stage earlier that the Tampa has I believe, ordered mandatory evacuation for zones, I believe, A
And B.
and B as well, yeah. So, once again, this is a rapidly developing situation. Those of you who have not started preparing should have started preparing now, because you don't want to leave it to the last minute.
Let's just quickly look at the National Hurricane Center cone and go through the current warnings. And you can see there they expect major hurricane status just as it leaves the coast of Cuba. So a reminder of these warnings: a hurricane warning for the Cuban provinces of Isla de Juventud, Pinar del Rio and Artemisa, a tropical storm warning for Gran Cayman, the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mayabec and Matanzas, the lower Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge westward to Key West and Dry Tortugas. A storm surge watch for the Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward to Key West, Dry Tortugas, Florida Bay, Anclote River southward to the Card Sound Bridge and Tampa Bay. Hurricane watch for Englewood to the Anclote River, including Tampa Bay, and a tropical storm watch for Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, Englewood southward to Flamingo, Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge to the Channel 5 Bridge, and Lake Okeechobee. And you can see all of those warnings depicted on the map. Patrick, you're also with us this evening. What do you reckon of the storm's structure at this time? And we're hearing about eyewall replacements. What's gone on in the last few hours?
Alrighty, so monitoring latest satellite imagery, I have noticed a definite eyewall replacement cycle has gone underway and could be still underway. I don't know if it's finished with it or not, but I've been noticing that the northern and western eye walls have been opening up constantly throughout the day, but it does appear that all the eye wall is beginning to fully close, which would indicate obviously rapid intensification is going to begin. Also, I have been seeing noticeable buildups of vortical hot towers are circulating around the the LLC, which would also indicate signs of strengthening. Conditions are primed for rapid intensification, and honestly, by the next advisory, by 5 p.m., this thing is going to blow up. Thoughts on the what else about the structure? Yeah, just it did undergo an eyewall replacement cycle, or maybe an eye replacement cycle (ERC) earlier today. However, it looks like it has finished that, and the storm looks very impressive overall. And the storm is a dangerous threat for portions of Cuba and the Florida Peninsula, especially Tampa Bay, as it is forecasted to undergo a stall once it reaches up there, and the situation is not looking high for those regions.
This storm is currently still visible on the Cayman Islands radar. I'm not sure if you're able to see that, Patrick, but showing off its structure once again. Looks like it's got great banding.
I could take a look at that.
Whilst you have a look at that, let's also talk to Chris, one of our other main arrivals here in our studio right now, joining us from New Jersey. And you are rather more on the side of the emergency preparedness, and you've got some, I imagine you'll have some tips for us during this stream.
Indeed. Hi, everybody. I am Chris. I am one of the newest additions to the Force 13 team. I come from a family of first responders, and I'm just kind of involved as the kind of like if just emergency preparedness. As my colleagues have said before, there are mandatory evacuations. I went through this before we started. If you are in a zone that is under a mandatory evacuation, please heed it, because there have been times where hurricanes have hit and nobody's listened, and there's been a lot of people hurt in hurricanes before. So when that's put out, heed it. It's to save you guys, and it's to prevent loss of life.
All right then, we've got loads. Oh, you just heard a little ding there. That means that the bottom bar is now fixed and it says hurricane like it should. So Hurricane Ian, 85 miles per hour and a pressure estimate of 976 millibars. Let's see if we can talk to our first person waiting in the chat. We've got a sort of a phone-in format this evening. Let's see who this is. I think you have a Chinese or Japanese name. Why don't you tell us what your thoughts are and comments or questions?
Yeah, I got a question about, I'm in Volusia County right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're looking at tropical storm force winds, and I've seen models saying that it's coming here. Or like a model, whatever. So what should I be watching out for?
Now, Volusia County is isn't it on the eastern coast?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember exactly where along the coast that is.
It's going to be just south of Jacksonville and just north of Port Canaveral, Nathan.
Oh, is it up there?
Yeah, it is south of Jacksonville.
All right. Yes, I see it now. Yeah. So main threats for that area is possibly the probability of heavy rainfall that might occur in that area, especially inland, and all the lakes in that region too. We're very concerned about what exactly might happen when the storm moves over land, and we still don't really fully know the track forecast. And if it does slow down or stall over any area, GFS model right now is putting out estimates of maybe in excess of 40 inches of rain for any unlucky areas that get underneath the potential stalling for the storm. So
I want to note about the threat of tornadoes. Given the
Mhm.
fact that we're going to be having front to right or right front, or actually no, front right quadrant moving out of rain bands, which usually you look for when you have tropical tornadoes. I would definitely say that Volusia County and up there, Daytona and Jacksonville could see a couple tornadoes as the outer rain bands move north. Although it's going to be about 150 miles to the west, the outer rain bands are still going to affect those regions and could drop a couple of tornadoes down there. So yeah, tornadoes and heavy rain are going to be, as well as strong winds, are going to be your primary threats.
yeah, as for the winds, still can't rule out hurricane force winds at that location, but it would look like it's going to be a little further west, and you probably won't get hurricane force winds. Anything else you wanted to say?
Thank you for letting me ask a question, though.
No problem. That's the first person to have joined us on tonight's phone-in format here on Force 13 Live. And if anyone has any other comments and questions in our Discord server, I'm sure we'll hear from them shortly. There's also plenty of questions that we've got to keep on top of on our chat section on YouTube. Joshua says, how badly could Miami be affected? It doesn't look to me as though it's going to get anything too nasty.
Maybe tornadoes.
Tornadoes. And your signal was pretty poor there as well. And Walked Jungle says, will Orlando see hurricane conditions? That is possible, but I'd still be more concerned for potentially very high rainfall amounts.
The front right
Patrick?
quadrant of the storm. Maybe Orlando isn't a tropical storm watch at this moment.
Your signal was completely broken for a minute though. Let's see if we can talk to Chris, another Chris, who I've pressed the invite button for. That button didn't press initially. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm just so excited right now. I always wanted to talk to you.
Ah, yes. Well, we are here and you are live on the air. Do you have any questions for us?
I have a question. Your satellite by Typhoon Nor, is that, like, what website is that?
The website we use for that in the left-hand panel is Real Earth, particularly at the moment for that.
Oh, I have that, but I wanted to know how to overlay the satellite imagery with the visible.
Oh, there's a few little settings you can tweak with on there, and you'll be able to just explore the website properly, and you can have a look and overlay a few things at a time, and one will come on top of the other. But we also use some views from RAM, as we quite often use as well, which looks at has some great links for the Himawari 8 satellite. Unfortunately, in the last few days, though, it hasn't been working very well. So we're hoping it comes back properly soon. Let's talk to Marble now. Just waiting for them. Yep. Oh, I think they went away again. What happens here is that we press a button and they have to press a button and they're magically on the air. Hello, Marble?
Alright, hi. I just wanted to ask a question about the whole rainfall potential, because it looks like it's all towards the east of the center of the storm. What's up with that?
Well, with the storm expected to potentially stall off the coast of the western part of Florida, it's looking pretty insane with those rainfall totals that have been generated particularly by the GFS model, but ridiculous amounts, but certainly possible amounts. If the storm was to stall near the coast there, and God forbid it moves inland a little bit, then you could be looking in excess of 40 inches. In fact, the GFS already is currently calling for around 30 inches around the western Tampa Bay. Sorry, I didn't hear the end of your question properly. Did that answer it properly?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, anything else?
I was wondering about, what are possible hurricane conditions for St. Petersburg, Florida?
So that is a location that is particularly at risk right now. If we look back at the National Hurricane Center's cone, well within the cone there, near the center of it, as a matter of fact, hurricane watch in effect. They're expecting it to still be a Category 3 on Wednesday evening, when it must only be about 100 miles away. And then by Thursday morning it weakens a little bit, but I would expect at the moment that you should probably be preparing for Category 2 conditions at least in St. Petersburg, not to mention the storm surge.
Thank you. That's all I had to ask.
Thank you very much, and we'll have several other comments coming through shortly. Looking back at the satellite imagery of Ian right now in real time, this imagery is updating all the time, so you'll get to see what happens on this visible imagery. The sun will set soon. Well, it's still got a couple of hours or more yet before that happens, although the satellite imagery gets a little bit less nice looking as time goes on. But signs of possibly consolidating even further. Patrick, what do you think?
The consolidation of the structure, most likely what's going down right now is that there's a bunch of vertical hot towers, or VHTs, circulating around the LLC. What's that going to entail is that it's going to keep on building up convection around its center, circulated around the actual core of the storm, and then intensify gradually, given the fact that there is currently no dry air entrainment at this time.
Well, we weren't expecting it though, were we?
It did have a little bit of dry air intrusion a couple hours ago. However, the eye is starting to definitely close off considerably, so all that dry air intrusions will be basically gone. So this thing will basically have prime conditions to rapidly intensify, and it is improving every single frame. Basically,
Yep.
it's like.
Just before we go any further, is there any recon news? Are they in and around the storm right now?
I currently do not have access to information on recon. I can look on it on my phone since I'm on my phone right now. So give me a few minutes and I'll be able to provide you recon data.
All right, we'll wait with bated breath on that one. Let's talk to Bread if we can. Interesting name. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
So are we expecting like a worst case scenario for Ian here?
I would say that it's not exactly worst case, because it's had plenty of time to intensify rapidly up until this point, and it could have been a whole lot stronger by now. Not to say it's still not a bad scenario though, because we are looking at potential for over 10 feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay, and that's becoming more and more likely as time goes on.
So yeah, like the Florida Keys, we're getting like Florida Keys could get a pretty high amount of storm surge. Like for the southwestern portion of Florida, it's gonna be pretty high storm surge as expected.
Yep, high storm surges all along there. Let me just check what it was for the Florida Keys in terms of storm surges. They're expecting from Anclote River to middle of Longboat Key, including Tampa Bay, 5 to 10 feet. And just going to the Florida Keys, 2 to 4 feet still. So not so much, but still could be noticeable.
The flash flooding is also kind of worrying because it also includes Orlando.
Absolutely, it's something that I've been looking at quite a bit, and definitely some raised eyebrows when we look at the rainfall potential, and possibly higher than what is being forecasted. I mean, it's only saying at the moment because all the rain's staying offshore just as it makes landfall on the forecast, but it only takes a little bit to move it inland. But as it is right now, we're expecting generally around 7 inches across the board around central Florida and the Orlando area.
There's like a small portion of Florida just northwest of Tampa Bay where the National Hurricane Center is expecting more than like 10 inches of rain.
Even more. Latest GFS model had a small area around Clearwater and that kind of area, the bit that juts out the most, maybe up to 30 inches.
As a matter of fact, there's like a portion of 20 plus inches of rain just west of Tampa Bay.
Yeah. A massive swathe, mostly out at sea, but some of it possibly affecting land. Thank you very much for joining us, Brad. We got to move on. Let's talk to...
Nathan, quick update on the recon data. The aircraft recon is currently in the southern core of the storm. Recon has indicated 55 knot wind readings in the northeastern quadrant of the outer rain bands. Updates to follow on any findings from the center.
All right, let's talk to Obliterate.
Hello, Nathan.
Another interesting name. Welcome aboard. You're on the air.
All right, so I was just taking a look at the Tropical Tidbits page, and so what I've been seeing is that, you know, I've been looking at the GFS ensembles, the latest one from 12Z. I see it from September 26th, and I've been looking at them, and I've been seeing that there's still a lot of uncertainty. I see there's one of these tracks that are going into Mississippi. So do you think those people over there should be worrying about the storm, or do you think it's just Florida that should be worrying about the storm right now?
And this is the problem right now. There is still a huge amount of uncertainty when you look back at the National Hurricane Center cone. And this cone, let's not forget, the center of the storm could pass anywhere within that. And it only shows the 66% of consensus, basically. So we got to consider that 33% of scenarios are still outside of that cone. And lo and behold, you see the western end of the cone there over Panama City, and further off towards the west, there's still that small chance. It's really, really uncertain. What do you think?
Well, I just think that's pretty concerning for people that I know have family in Mississippi as well. I know my mom's from there. A lot of her family's from there. So I'm just trying to assure them that they might possibly be able to watch this storm as well, but I'm not sure. I've been checking a lot of the updates from TWC and a lot of other sources, and they've mostly been saying, you know, Florida Panhandle, Tampa Bay, and I had another question.
Yeah.
So I've been hearing there's two possible scenarios for this. I've been hearing that one of the scenarios is that the storm will continue north and will increase in size, but the winds will decrease, and it'll make landfall somewhere in the Florida Panhandle. And the other scenario I've heard is that it will most likely maintain Category 4 intensity and track more eastward. I heard recently that the European model is tracking it more eastward. So what is your opinions on that?
Haven't been able to look at that model yet. Let me just see if I can quickly grab it, see what you're talking about. But you basically called it there when you said those two possible scenarios. The further south that it makes landfall on the coast of Florida is pretty much, you know, it's going to be a stronger landfall. Just checking that Euro run. It still keeps the strongest winds offshore, just like the GFS does for a time, and then it eventually moves northwards, paralleling the coast. But in both model scenarios, there's a little bit of stalling right next to Tampa Bay, and it just holds its position for a little bit, and then continues to ride up the coast. If that was to come to fruition, destructive winds would stay offshore, but there'd still be tropical storm force winds and your big storm surge. But
Yeah,
it
the
would
storage would
move-
still be very good.
Yep. But it would then move northwards, and you're looking at landfall somewhere near Cedar Key. As a weaker storm, thanks to that wind shear, which will eventually really knock the stuffing out of it. And actually, just briefly,
The wind field would expand though.
it would, but not as well because it's weakening. But interesting, on the ECMWF, in the
Yeah.
late part of the model run, it actually takes the remnants of this storm over Georgia and even into northern Alabama, northwestward curving. That's fascinating.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what I've just
That is
witnessed
fascinating.
Here, so that's the ECMWF model. If I was just to look back at the
Jeez, wow.
latest GFS as well, GFS is closer to the coast. I mean, it pretty much makes landfall as a... How strong is that? Is that a landfall? Yeah, that looks like a landfall on the near St. Petersburg. Probably around a category, high-end category 2, and then it moves due north from there. So, and actually, just looking at this again, GFS is also calling for the storm to move northwest when it enters Georgia later on. So that's another little, extra bit to the run there. Anything else you wanted to pick up on?
Well, I just also wanted to let you know that what I've been seeing from, I don't know if this is a reliable source, but I've seen this from Cyclonic WX. I've seen that NOAA A3 for recon for Ian is scheduled to depart in about 38 minutes.
All right. Where from, do you know?
So, you said what?
Do you know where from?
I do not know that, but I do know it's going to be there in about half an hour.
Yep, so we'll get plenty more recon in there as well. Thank you for joining us, Obliterate. Let's see where we're at right now. This is a wide shot of the storm that we've been looking at for a little while here on the infrared. And we had one or two comments in text as well, of course. Nadami Racing, thank you for your support right now. Sends us a message, will Ian be retired and will it hit as a Category 3? We can't be drawn to comment on questions like whether it will be retired because, you know, it's counterproductive at this moment in time to suggest that this storm might get retired or whether it won't. Usually storms get retired when they cause a huge amount of damage and destruction. Mitch Mann says, when is the eye going to form? I know you don't know the exact time, but just your thoughts, and also could Ian impact Boston in the long term? Well, two things to clarify there. One, there is already an eye. It's just not that visible on satellite imagery, and it's had one or two transformations already. As for Boston in the long term, maybe as a remnant frontal system, which would deliver moderate amounts of rain, possibly. Let's see if we can speak to Oscar. Hello?
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What's your...
So, wanted to say, a lot of people are kind of talking about whether it's going to rapidly intensify, whether it's going to get to Category 5 status.
Oh, man.
I just wanted to say that even if it doesn't get to that status, even if it peaks out as like a mid-end Category 3, first of all, that's still a major hurricane, which could be entirely devastating for the areas that it hits. But as well, the NHC have noted that as it weakens, it could expand in size and wind radius, which will cause even more storm surge and even more areas to be affected. So,
absolutely, it would still cause a big impact. And you look at the size of it right now, you can see bands of it reaching through central Florida already. It is turning out to be a fairly large hurricane when you look at it, and it is more loaded on the northeastern side than it is on the southwest. It's been like that the whole time.
yeah, it's gonna be a pretty devastating situation for anywhere that it hits, really, from Cuba all the way up the West Florida coast, all the way up into the Panhandle. So, to anyone who is in these areas, I'd really get a wriggle on trying to get your preparations completed, because this is going to be a bad one, basically.
All right, thank you, Oscar, for joining. And we also have one of our other well-established members, David. Welcome aboard. You've been watching this storm along with us, and we've been covering storms like these for years. How does this strike you right now as we look at it on the satellite imagery?
Good to be here, and it's good to be part of the stage. It's looking very impressive, as my position really hasn't changed. Preparations are now clearly in motion. I've been monitoring a live webcam from the Florida 1 of 20 that have become available to Force 13 under licensing from EarthCam. And one business in the Florida region is now involved with his staff nailing up the walls. But Nathan, I have some live vision that I'd like to bring to the viewers. I have the complete footage of the International Space Station flying over.
What can you
and
show us
they
that?
actually, that is something that, as this is the first public
Yeah, the
stage,
problem is when we do this kind of stuff to say, we'll be able. We'll tell you what. Maybe we can arrange a slot where we can show that on the stream, maybe at the start of the next hour.
Okay, the International Space Station flew right over. It's a bullseye, and they actually had the camera rotating, and it's about 8 minutes.
Wow, that's a long video.
Yeah, or let's say 5 minutes, but it's looking good.
I imagine. I'm sure you'll be able to upload it to the channel, and we'd be able to show it there on private video or whatever.
Yes,
whatever you like, just upload it somewhere, and we'll be able to take a look.
All right, I just wanted to pop in and let everybody know that we have video footage, and I'll now leave this stage, and I'm going to work on a video update on Ian. So,
all right, thank you for your time once again, David, and we'll talk to you later.
Nathan, if I can point out three observations that I've been noticing about Ian.
All right.
It's real quick. One is that latest 18Z GFS ensembles are trending now more eastwards.
Oh boy.
Indicating that a Tampa stall or landfall is the most likely solution. Also, I was also in another weather server, and I saw that they posted a screenshot of GFS indicating over 50 inches max rainfall. And thirdly, what was I going to say for the third one? Latest rapid intensification chances are up to about a 45% chance of a 50-knot RI within 2 days, which is considerably high.
When you think of it right now, it's about 75 knots. That brings it to mid-range category 4. 45% chance. Let's see if we can talk to Camden right now. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I was just wondering, what do you think the effects for Northeast Florida could be?
Yeah, once again, a broad area that could get very widespread rainfall amounts in excess of 8 inches, depending on the exact track of the storm. You said northeast, right?
Yes, sir.
So, at a worst case, if it moves right over Florida, it could still be delivering hurricane force conditions. I don't think that will happen. but I guess we can't be too cautious. But rainfall, I think, is going to be your main threat. There's not going to be much in the way of storm surge along the northeastern coast. So I would say rainfall, which could lead to flash flooding. Do you reckon? I've heard in parts of what the National Hurricane Center have said that some of these areas are very saturated and, you know, could do without a lot more rain. Is your area like that?
Yeah, we have a lot of areas where there's just standing water because there's been so much rain.
Oh my goodness. So this really isn't going to help that situation. I would expect at least 8 inches of rain, pretty much as a general rule, all the way up to the border, if I'm being honest. So quite high amounts. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us. And people who are in our Discord server have the opportunity to join us on our live stream in this phone-in format that we're doing for the first time today. Hopefully it's working out okay and is useful to all involved. We're also taking comments on our stream as well. We're all about interaction here. Evelyn Rose Blue says radar composite shows a tightening core, I believe. That wouldn't surprise me. Joey says, if these models continue going more and more eastern, where do you think this hurricane could make a landfall? Well, much more east than it would be straight into Tampa, I'm afraid. But let's, at this point, take a look at what the GFS was showing at the last update. This is the 12Z model run, and it initializes the storm. Looks a real mess on that initialization, but there we go. Oh, there it is. Initialize it at 80 miles per hour. Oh no, 85. More than that, 87 miles per hour. So that's an interesting initialization there. And then from that, it starts strengthening a little bit more. GFS doesn't expect that much strengthening before landfall. Gets to around 93 miles per hour, according to that. So it may beat that. And then further strengthening into the Gulf of Mexico. And look at that strengthening there. Quite a lot. And its strongest point, probably around here. High-end Category 3, possibly Category 4. And then it swings much closer to the Tampa Bay area. Let's zoom right in on these areas and see which locations might get those hurricane force winds. So, well, that didn't work very well, did it? All those yellow areas that you'll see in a minute, hopefully, is where you'll get hurricane force winds according to GFS model, and for some reason it's broken for some of those frames. But you can see how close it gets to the coastline there. This is on late night on Wednesday. So this is around 11 p.m. Wednesday, and it continues to go northerly, actually making a landfall there in St. Petersburg after a long wait. And that landfall time appears to be at about, let's see, around 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. on Thursday. When you consider where it was at Wednesday night, it barely moves in that time between Wednesday night and Thursday, but it does weaken. But still, massive amounts of storm surge when we get the storm rolling in. The waves and the storm surge will be driven in with those winds that are all moving up this way, and will be driving in extremely high, substantial storm surges, which is probably, to be honest, if this happens, well over 10 feet in the Tampa Bay area. And then after that, it continues and weakens to a tropical storm, actually, according to GFS. But still quite a large wind field. You can notice there some of the greens even on the east coast over Cape Canaveral and north towards Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, and continuing inland, moving north, and then moving northwest through Georgia at the end of that loop. So that's what the GFS thinks might happen according to its latest model run. Let's just quickly check the expected precipitation. This I'm about to show you is the 7-day precipitation, and look at the rain amounts off the charts in some places. And you can see this area in particular, Tampa Bay. The center of Tampa there, if this forecast comes to fruition, 5 inches. St. Petersburg, 8 inches. Depends on the neighborhood even, where exactly what rainfall you might get if this comes to fruition. And you see along the coast some really high values, 20 something, 25, 26, and in this area 31, and over there 36. And if you look right in there, 52 inches off the coast there, not too far away from land, very high amounts. Further north to Bayonet Point, around 24 inches. And let's just have a little look further north, all along this coastal area. Look at those rain amounts, 26, 27, 28, up to Cedar Key, around 18 inches, Otter Creek 16, and some of the larger areas like Gainesville 6 inches, Ocala 9 inches, Orlando 5, Port Charlotte down there 5 or 6, Sarasota around 5, Cape Coral 5 inches as well. Crazy rain amounts if that GFS forecast comes true, and that is pretty much owing to a stalling motion as it moves along the west coast. I'm going to check some mesoscale models in a little while and see if any of them look interesting, and we'll come back to the models.
There is also, I want to point out, a day 2 and day 3 moderate risk of excessive rainfall across portions of southern Florida, as well as basically any area that's going to get high storm surge. And it would not be surprising, given latest model guidance, if I see a high risk issued for excessive rainfall anywhere really within the next day or two. The conditions are there for it. The hazards are there for it.
So one of the questions that I have for this, I know that some of the eastern coast of Florida is going to get like rain and wind. What, like the Palm Beach area, like West Palm Beach down near there, what type of storm force winds are they expecting? Like what range?
Let me see, where are we again? So that's over there on the eastern coast, yeah?
Yeah, West Palm Beach, that area.
Yes, so yeah, the possibility for tropical storm force winds, I wouldn't be that sure that they'll actually get tropical storm force winds yet. It's really going to be a close one as to how far north that storm goes, but I would still say that for all of those areas that aren't getting tropical storm force winds, West Palm Beach southward probably, it's going to be rainfall the primary threat.
Alrighty.
Steve V sends us a message, and thank you for your support, by the way. We certainly appreciate it here, working very hard to deliver you the latest news. Will there be enough push to cause storm surge on the north end of Lake Okeechobee? Also, how tall might the wave height be on the lake? Interesting question. That's something I don't really know much about, actually, regarding Lake Okeechobee. I'm sure there will be some kind of a push. Considering that it won't be that close to the storm, however, I would imagine that it wouldn't be too crazy. I guess what I could tell you, without knowing much about how the dynamics work in the lake, would be that it won't be as bad as it would have been during Irma. That's all I can really tell you about that. So let's see what else we have here. James Gentry as well, thank you for your support. Let's not forget the big tornado risk with the right side bands skirting the panhandle a long time before it makes its turn. And indeed, the eastern side, those bands that are currently moving through Cuba now, possibly the area that you would see the most tornadic activity. Certainly lots of thunderstorm signatures at that location right now. Loads more comments coming in. It'll be impossible to get through all of them, but keep trying. Looking at future track and intensity forecasts, could Ian be a borderline category 3 or 4 on landfall and providing a 10-foot surge in Tampa Bay? It could at worst case scenario, but if it stalls a little bit before it does that, then it will weaken substantially and maybe a category 1 or 2 landfall, but it will still have that massive storm surge. Will it upwell in the Gulf? Part of that could be upwelling when it starts to weaken, but it's mainly going to be wind shear. And at what time do you think Ian will make landfall in Cuba? Looking back at the NHC forecast, it looks like that's going to happen during the early hours of Tuesday morning. All right, loads of people want to speak from all corners. I'll try and prioritize a little bit. Let's see if we can speak to Zach, who I believe is in Tampa. So tell us what's on your mind.
I'm not in the mandatory zone. I'm like more inland when it comes to this thing. The last time Tampa Bay has been directly hit by a major hurricane is 1921.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been 101 years since we've been hit, and this is about to be my 6th hurricane that hit me. Because I've gone through 3 of them in 2004, and I've also gone through Irma, and I also went through Eta in 2020. So I'm pretty used to these. It's really cloudy out right now. Wednesday is when it's supposed to arrive in the area as a category 3 or 4 at least, where it's going to be
I'd say
really,
that's the worst case. If
really
it
bad.
hits you at that strength, that's the worst case scenario. Fingers
Worst
crossed.
case scenario, a direct hit. Because
Mhm.
there was a simulation. What if a category 5 hits the entire area? The entire area is destroyed.
Yeah, I mean that's granted for anywhere that would get hit by a category 5. Yeah. This won't be the one though. But surge
Yeah,
damage.
this won't
Surge
be.
damage could still be catastrophic.
Yeah, because Tampa Bay is one of the largest bays in the world. It is massive. Because I've been around the Tampa Bay area a lot when heading to downtown. Downtown is going to get the worst of it. Where I'm at, it's going to be like category 1, maybe 2 force winds.
Let's show you the model runs again here briefly. As you can see, the storm moving through Cuba, powering up to category 3 or 4 strength, and then into the Tampa Bay area, and eventually making landfall after stalling for a really long time. Massive rainfall amounts really could be very dangerous. I assume, Zach, that you're making preparations for the storm?
Yes, I have been.
Anything else you would like to tell us?
Not really, other than I'm used to these coming at me.
All right. Well, I hope you fare well through the storm. Still a few days until it arrives, but thank you for getting in touch, Zach. Let's see if we can speak to Damien at this point. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're a little quiet.
Yeah, sorry, bad headset.
Go ahead.
I like to note right now for evacuation zones, currently, as far as I'm aware for Tampa Bay, only Hillsborough and Pinellas have active evacuation orders. Mainly being Zone A, which is up to 11 feet in both Hillsborough and Pinellas. So places like St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Tampa, Gibsonton, Apollo Beach, and Ruskin. Tonight, if you are in ground that is only up to 11 feet above water, you need to evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow morning,
I was about to say that.
Tomorrow morning, Pinellas is going up to a Zone B and C evacuation, which is up to 20 feet above sea level. Starting at, I believe, 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which is pretty notable.
If you're under 10 feet above sea level on the western coast near Tampa Bay, then evacuate, I would say.
Yeah, that's what the current evacuation zone, that's Zone A. They're under mandatory. But tomorrow morning, Pinellas County, which is the St. Petersburg and Clearwater, that's up to 20 feet above seawater, is under mandatory tomorrow. And I would like to note, even if you're not near the coast, if you are in low-lying areas, especially up north into Pasco County, Newport Richey, Port Richey, Seven Springs, Trinity, and Tarpon Springs, low-lying areas will be prone to flash flooding. I would note personal experience. I used to live in that area. Debbie, 2012, 3-4 feet of water in certain areas. Even if you are not near the coast, you need to be up above into high-lying areas. This, I mean, especially when you show the total land water up that area. That
Damien.
20 feet. Go ahead.
I kind of wanted to add on. Guys, like, hurricanes are nothing to mess with, as we all know. If your area is under a mandatory evacuation, follow it. Because you don't want to get stuck out there and you don't know when someone's coming to get you from where you're at.
Definitely.
Like, these evacuation orders are put into place for a reason. We need to make sure people are following them.
Definitely, I can tell you that from personal experience. You are in an area where you get flooded, or you get inundated with water, you aren't getting help for a few days, at least. It's not fun. And I would like to say, she wasn't. Sorry, I'm a bit.
That's all right.
Feel caught up right now.
But those are very valid points, Damien. We'll have to move on. You can call back at any time, of course. Let's see if we can speak to Luna. Hello?
Hello, hopefully you can hear me properly.
Yep, we have you loud and clear.
Alright, that's good. I've noticed that GFS has it stalling off the coast of Tampa for at least 18 to 24 hours.
Yep.
Is it possible for it to stall longer than 24 hours? Maybe 36 or 48?
Dread to think. I don't really know, quite honest. Let's actually see if we can look at some ensembles, and maybe we might be able to spot one or two that has the storm stalling for that long. I mean, if we hope that we don't see that, because that would give us a little bit of hope that actually won't. There's a 0 chance of it happening. But when we look here, let me just take a swing over to this screen, and everyone will know what this is. You can see the GEFS model, and still the amount of uncertainty there is about that whole thing. Look at that massive orange blob of ensemble members that are moving all over the place, and how do you manage to get a clearly defined track out of that? People will absolutely bash the National Hurricane Center if it follows one of those western trails and moves towards the, say, the Panama City area, which is still on the edge of the National Hurricane Center cone. But it's a really difficult job when you've got all of these ensembles going all over the place, and other models along with that. You know, the very uncertain forecast, even beyond, I mean, just straight from its Cuba landfall. We'll be watching every frame of this storm after it makes landfall in Cuba, because when it goes beyond there, you know, we'll be able to get a clearer picture, and every minute will count when it comes to telling everyone what the latest is and adequate warnings.
Yeah.
But from what I can see there, Luna, I'm not seeing any ensembles that have an extended stall, so it's a really tough one. Hopefully it won't. I doubt it will for more than 24 hours.
Alright.
But yeah, it's just one of the most difficult predictions I've seen for something like, I mean, probably more difficult than Dorian to predict, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
When you think about that one. But there you go. What can you do? Anything else you'd like to bring up?
Pardon?
Was there
Say
anything
something.
else you wanted to talk about?
Oh no, that's the only question I had.
All right, thank you very much, Luna. And let's see if we can get through one or two more viewers' questions here. Adikan Skywalker, welcome aboard.
Hello. So just I wanted to throw out a few things, especially with rainfall. You know, I'm actually gonna post something in the call chat real quick.
Oh,
This
okay,
is
sure.
this is the rainfall totals for Tampa. It's close to 8.5 inches. So rainfall is already a huge threat. But what I wanted to point out is the fact that it's stalling. There's actually I'm gonna post another thing. There's a cold front that's coming through, and I think that's what's gonna stall the storm, and that's not very good. So
Possibly. I mean,
that's a big thing that people need to look out for, you know, because if the stalls over Tampa, that's good for a majority of Florida, but not Tampa.
Guys,
Definitely.
kind of adding on to what Skywalker is saying, with those rainfall totals, and Damien also brought this up, with hurricanes, the weather, as Nathan can probably agree with me, is very unpredictable with these. As they get stronger, as the rainfall totals rise, you get a lot more water in a very small area very quickly. That's how all these towns become submerged. It's kind of a lot of stuff of like follow what your local ordinance are for storms like this. If you're in an area and you're not in an evacuation zone, just be prepared to evacuate, because you never know when you might be under one. And I keep bringing this up because this is a very big thing. If you are in a mandatory evacuation, please follow it. Like, I know I keep bringing that up, but with storms like this, it needs to be brought up a lot, because people don't follow it.
Especially if you're in a mobile home, any kind of mobile vehicle, anything above 60 miles an hour can blow
exactly.
like things like an RV down.
And there's been times where people have tried to drive in hurricanes. Please don't do that, because you put yourself at risk, and God forbid you get into an accident and first responders have to come out and save you, you also put them at risk. So if you're in the path of a hurricane, please don't drive. It's a lot of keeping yourself safe and keeping the first responders who are on emergency standby safe.
Thank you, Adikan. And we are about to go to a short break here, as we do at the end of every hour, to gather our thoughts, and then we will come back with the latest updates on Hurricane Ian. The National Hurricane Center will put out their full update next in an hour's time, at which point they will update the forecast cone for the storm, and that will be an interesting one once again, and we'll see what they think for the storm's intensity. Clearly it doesn't look like it's strengthening that much right now, but perhaps embarking on a new rapid intensification phase, some people have been suggesting. We're in a phone-in format today, so if you're on our Discord server, you can join in the conversation. You might have a little bit of waiting your turn before we get through, because it's very popular right now, but we take your comments and questions in the chat as well as on the air. Well, in the meantime, we'll have a short break here. We'll be back with the very latest on Ian after this. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Four o'clock on the US East Coast, and we are currently tracking Hurricane Ian, which currently has 85 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 976 millibars. We hear that Recon will be in the storm a lot more, coming up to the next National Hurricane Center update, a big one, coming up at the end of this hour at 5 p.m. When that happens, they'll have an update on the cone, the track forecast, and the storm's intensity, of course. So it's going to be a big update to see whether the cone shifts any further east, and what more impacts we could see to the Tampa Bay area, which is precariously on the edge of some extremely high rain rates and winds when we look at the GFS model and the European model as well. So it's going to be a very close one for the whole Tampa area, and a very difficult one to forecast as well, I'm afraid, and that doesn't make anyone's life easier. So we'll be watching that very closely over the course of the next few days, and it could take days for us to figure out exactly what will happen to this storm. Slight bit of good news is that it hasn't possibly intensified as much as some might have thought it would have done by this point. We were expecting, a few people were suggesting that maybe it would be a Category 3 maybe even by this point, or at least a Category 2. At the moment it is still a Category 1. It is intensifying though, and we are still on for a potential Category 4 peak when it enters the Gulf of Mexico. In the studio once again, my name is Nathan Foy, and we've got a slightly different format to usual this evening, and we're running for a very long time tonight. We're expecting to run for an 8-hour stream here, but we're also doing a bit of a phone-in format on our Discord server, where lots of people are queuing up to have their say on the latest on this storm. Comments and questions welcome, and also in text. We've got plenty of people chatting in there as well. We'll try and get as much interaction going as possible, because that's what's important in situations like these. Yes, we have fair amounts of information to dispense ourselves, but we also want to hear from you, what you're doing to prepare for the storm, your observations of your own on this storm, because this is a collaborative effort as we look towards the track of Ian, and there's so many things to cover, we often forget about certain amounts of things. Anyway, let's go to our designated recon expert for tonight. That's Tim. Tim, you told me off the air that there's 2 planes entering the storm.
Yes, Nathan. Per the NHC's flight plan for today, we have NOAA 3 that is taking off from Florida, and AF 301 that is just now taking off. Both planes will be en route to Ian. I'm anticipating NOAA 3 will get there first, and AF 301 will be in there shortly afterwards.
And that will all be within the next hour?
Could be within the next hour and a half. I think NOAA 3 will get there before the 5 o'clock advisory. AF 301, they're flying out of Biloxi, so we'll be running into the same boat as we did last night.
All right. Super says, what happens next after Ian goes through Georgia? Well, we're seeing on the GFS and the ECMWF now that the storm curves northwestwards, which is fascinating to see. So maybe no East Coast threat when this storm has been and gone. I wonder what you think about that, Tim.
Or threats after Georgia?
Just that the on the point that the models have shifted towards northwestward movement when it moves through Georgia.
That would actually be very interesting. I know the model guidance a couple days ago had it favoring more of a north-northeastward path, taking it through the Carolinas. A more northwestward path would probably take it up through central Tennessee and Kentucky, bringing more flooding threats to that area versus more of a Carolina impact.
Yeah, but European model takes it into Georgia and then into northern Alabama, which I find really fascinating.
Yeah, that is a definite far cry from what the Euro had last night. That one was definitely more hinting at a North Georgia, Western South Carolina, Western North Carolina impact after the 5-day cone. But that northwest trend would bring it, as you said, into northern Alabama, central Tennessee, maybe even up toward northwestern Kentucky before a front could pick it up and then bring it towards the northeast.
Like we had in the last hour, we're also joined by Christian, Patrick, and Chris in New Jersey. We're also joined by Dimitri. You're joining us from Long Island, New York. And what would you like to say about the storm right now?
Hello, and hello everyone. I have a couple of questions here. I've obviously been noticing that I've been noticing the uncertainty, and I have a question regarding that. I'm trying to post something into the call chat here regarding from a USA Today article there, but I'm just going to give you the general gist of it. One part of that article mentions that out of 160 hurricanes, not including tropical storms, only 17 of those storms made landfall north of the Florida Keys. So is that part of the reason why there's so much uncertainty? Because it's just simply not all data?
As in, it's a storm track that is quite rare. Is that the question?
I'm not sure how the models would fine tune themselves, for lack of a better term.
It's not really that. No. It's a real big question about the strength of this trough. That's going to decide whether the storm is going to try and peel back northwestwards a little bit, or whether it's going to get sucked northwards, and the speed and timing of that is a massive question, particularly for interests in the Tampa Bay area, because that's the crossroads point. That's the area at the moment that models are suggesting it's going to have the weakest steering and possible stalling.
Right, and it's a two-part question I have here now.
Sure.
When will, in general, emergency shelters be open?
Chris, do you have an answer to that one?
I really I don't, because my friends down in Florida really haven't reached out to me. Usually what'll happen with hurricanes of this force and this magnitude is once a state of emergency is declared, they will try to get emergency shelters open as quickly as they can.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, so they're probably open by now. If not, then you're looking at a few days. It really depends on how quickly their teams can get put into place and their ICS can activate.
And what is an ICS?
So an ICS is an incident command system. So that's pretty much, it coordinates the response efforts and emergency response efforts. So for Sandy, our New Jersey's ICS system was activated to coordinate the state of emergency along with emergency response. So it's ultimately up to Florida's ICS and how they run things, and it's whenever they decide, hey, this is when we're getting the shelters open. It's a list of priorities. It's not just, okay, there's a hurricane coming, let's open shelters. They have stuff that they need to prioritize. over. And yes, I know emergency shelters are a big priority, but it's also getting everybody prepared first is the bigger priority in that.
Okay, that makes sense here. And so, and this is a weird question, but keep with me here for a moment here. I'm noticing something regarding Tropicana Field. Now, the Rays, they're not playing for the next, like, say, week or something like that. Is it a possibility that, say, Tropicana Field with, like, the capacity of, like, 30, 40,000 potentially could open up as a hurricane shelter, an emergency shelter?
There is a good possibility with that. It's ultimately, that's one of the things that they look for, is somewhere where they can have a bunch of people be in one place for a prolonged period of time. So stadiums, places like that, they would designate those as emergency shelters. So yes, that is something that they may do. Like I said, I haven't heard from any of my friends yet who are first responders down there about what their plans are. But I would go based off of, yes, that's the possibility they may use the stadium as an emergency shelter for this.
All right, let's see if we can talk to Mr. Ace. You're on the air.
Hello. I have questions regarding Belgrade, Florida, and Pahokee near Lake Okeechobee.
Where exactly, sorry?
In Florida, near
Belgrade.
Lake Okeechobee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so tropical storm watch for Lake Okeechobee right now, so definitely the chance of tropical storm force winds, probably near 50% actually for that area. And I would expect quite a bit of rainfall as well. I wasn't looking down that area last time I was looking at the models, but it must be somewhere around the 8-inch mark, or maybe a little less. I wonder if you know anything about the Lake Okeechobee question that we had in the last hour, about whether they, like for instance during Irma, if you were there, did it cause a
I was in
surge?
Irma. Yeah.
Did it cause surges?
Actually, my cousins live there. That's what I'm asking, cause
Okay.
in Hurricane Irma, they had to come to my house in Palm Beach.
Right, I see. Yeah, so again, I still don't know the answers to how bad surge would be in Lake Okeechobee, but if it was whatever it was in Irma, it shouldn't be as bad as that.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We also have, I think, James Goof. Interesting name. Hello?
Yo, hello.
Hi.
I have a question about something going on with the Great Lakes. Well, there's a tropical storm forming over them. I don't even know right now because there's a strong water spit risk, but I know that's not very important. I just want to know if it's actually subtropical or is this a regular low?
I haven't heard about this, so
You can like flip up maybe like, a satellite imagery. It's like looks kind of tropical to me.
I'm going to investigate. And the first thing I'll be looking at is phase diagrams, and it is close, but it's still too shallow anyways, but it is almost, I think it is slightly warm core. So
subtropical?
It's not, but it's close. Let me just see if I can find imagery here.
Because it reminds me of Hurricane Huron.
Yeah, and that's the only comparison
That
you can
was
really make.
weird. I wasn't alive then, but that was weird.
I wonder if it's visible from this shot. No, nowhere near. I'm going to try and find a shot where it's visible.
I saw it on Windy.
Well, I just can't get it on the screen, but I'll take a look personally and see if I can see it. Yes, so I can see the system. Just watching for an animation. That is fascinating, but it doesn't...
Because I'm in the Toronto area and it's like very windy and like there's like wind warnings and stuff now.
Yeah. It doesn't quite match. It's not far off, but that is not a subtropical
It's just
cyclone.
on the line of being a tropical cyclone.
Subtropical, it would be.
Subtropical, yeah, my bad. Like if if it starts getting convection in the center, it could start. But
And it has got a little, but I think it's just too shallow at the moment.
yeah,
And it won't get
also,
any better
I have
than
one
that.
more question
Yeah.
about the current hurricane, Ian. When it weakens, when it starts stalling, is it going to be like a Harvey situation where it's just going to continue to dump rain over Orlando and other cities, or you know?
Well, we sure hope not, but honestly, that kind of situation can't be ruled out for Tampa up to Orlando.
The best case scenario, it gets like its center gets destroyed when it goes over Cuba, and the shearing starts really early. And
Well, we wish. It just doesn't look
yeah.
likely that that would happen at all, I'm afraid.
Let's just hope that happens, but always prepare for the worst, you know?
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you.
No problem at all. Let's see if we can speak to Simcani right now.
Hey, Foy.
Yep.
So I've received some info about like hurricane preparedness in these shelters. I am loading my computer up, and then I will relay that information as I get it.
All right, thank you for that. Let's talk to Simcani. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, mainly this thing's structure, in all honesty, because, well, on True Color, the overall structure of the storm,
Yep.
thing in the CDO, honestly reminds me a bit of more of an intense hurricane, but without that eye, it kind of tones it down, way down.
I perhaps
The
might be able to
structure of
see
this-
what you mean, yeah.
Structure of this thing is actually very impressive.
It is.
I also have to mention that sheer size of this thing. I think it takes up like half the Gulf of Mexico, if it was there.
Oh, if it was there, yeah, probably. It is large. Just go
means
back to
that
that
this-
wide shot.
Which means that if it was impacting larger, more populated landmass, such as, I don't know, Louisiana or Florida right now, the storm surge that this thing would be causing would be immense.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much say that it is going to cause a really big storm surge, even if it's only a Category 1 at landfall.
Yeah.
Anything else just now?
I think a direct landfall on Tampa, of course it would cause a lot of damage, but if it made landfall just north of Tampa, damage may or may not be greater because of the storm surge that's getting pushed in.
I definitely think it would be worse up there, yeah, if it was a little bit to the north. Storm surge will be in excess of 10 feet, and if it was a direct landfall, I don't know. If it's really strong at peak, then you could even double that possibly.
Yeah, but if it's weaker, it might actually tone it down. It depends
Not
on the
much.
overall. I'd say it depends on the overall intensity of the storm, whether it be Category 1, Category 3, higher or lower. You know.
All right. Yep, fair comment. Thank you for getting in touch. And let's see if we can also speak to Blaze Weather. Hello?
Hey,
Hi. What would you like to
I
say?
have a question. What model do you use to check out the wind shear? Because you know how there's going to be wind shear in Florida.
There's a few options for that. You can take a look at, well, let's see. For the immediate wind shear tendencies, you can look at some of the products from Sims, I think it is, or at least SSEC. And of course, you've got the RAM multi-model diagnostics, which is actually something I want to show in a minute, that shows the wind shear parameter as well as several other ones. So that's on RAM.
Yeah. Thanks. There's gonna be a lot of wind shear in portions of Florida. That's why this thing is gonna really die off once it makes landfall.
Yeah, that will happen at a fairly speedy rate. Thank you, Blaze, there for that comment. Hopefully it will start long before landfall. I think that's what we're starting to expect, but still it would have a serious problem with, the coast of Florida would still have a serious problem with this storm. Let me try and bring that up. I had it on one of my tabs, and I think I can bring it up again. This here is the RAM multi-model diagnostic comparison is what they call it. And this is the latest that they've got on Ian. Just shrink that down a little bit. You'll be able to see more of it. And
Okay.
just a moment. And you can see that the forecasts there, HWRF and the HMON both going for a Category 4. But look at the wind shear there. This is really curious, actually. This model consensus suggests that wind shear will start rising steeply beginning in about 12 hours. That's quite crazy. And if wind shear rises really quickly, then hopefully we can see a capping off to the intensity of the storm. What do we think? I mean, I'm being a bit hopeful there, but...
Well, some of that wind shear, Nathan, could be in part to the trough that we're anticipating to dig further into the central part of the U.S. and help pull Ian further north. That same trough by itself can generate that kind of wind shear and potentially weaken Ian a considerable amount while at the same time tugging it further north on its track.
And look at those models as well. HWRF still well to the west, calling for a landfall near Panama City. And then you've got the HMON, which is just going straight through the middle of Florida and onto the East Coast. Yeah?
Okay, so I currently have the shelter info here. These are... I'm going through and I'm waiting for the website to update. While we are waiting, I'm going to go over the ready for how to deal with a hurricane, for like preparing for a hurricane. Okay, so if you have, what you need to do is if you have anybody in your family who has disabilities, you guys just, it's ultimately make a plan. Make a plan on where you're going to go. It's know your risk, make an emergency plan, know your evacuation zone, recognize the warning and alerts. Please follow those. Those will, like, save you. It's... Okay, so you need to identify those with disabilities. We'll come back to that. Make sure you have all your important documents are up to date. Put them somewhere where they will be safe from the elements. Strengthen your home. Get tech ready. And if you decide to stay, help your neighbors and gather supplies. Those are the biggest things that you can do during a hurricane to get through it. Currently, there are shelters opened in Florida. I am still waiting for that information. As we go, if I get that info, I will make sure to share that. But that's kind of what I wanted to go over right now is just hurricane preparedness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to piggyback off of what he is referring to, ideally, when you're dealing with a hurricane situation like we are with Ian, obviously you want all your documents up to date, either in a waterproof container or with a lot of them being digital. Be sure you have those bookmarks so you can have those on hand for insurance claim purposes. For pets, make sure you have the same amount of food for pets as you would for yourself. Ideally, you want at least 2 weeks of food, give or take 1 gallon per person per day. That also includes for your pets. Make sure you have your medications all filled as much as you need to get through this, because obviously, no matter where this is going to go, this is going to knock out power, infrastructure. So the logistics of getting supplies once Ian goes through is going to be very difficult. I can vouch for that on that firsthand. When Matthew went through back in 2016, we had to travel anywhere of 30 to 40 miles to the nearest town just to be able to find not only a town that had power, but ample supplies to get through. So I know a lot of Floridians right now are hitting their local markets, getting water, getting supplies. Make sure you have enough to cover yourself, but still leaving a little bit there for your neighbor. You never know, that little bit you leave them might be the difference between them getting through or not making it. This is a very trying time. Just be sure to look out for each other.
Also carry lots of cash if you, well, just cash in general. Because, like, ATMs might not be working, and banks obviously could be closed and stuff. Banks and credit unions could be closed, and, like, here, it's kind of important to carry cash. Because your debit card, your credit card ain't gonna work at times.
Yeah, that's all part of the infrastructure. Obviously, infrastructure is going to be heavily hampered. Electric could go out. Roads could be washed out, covered with trees, debris. Make sure you know the lay of the land as well as you can. Make sure you know your alternate routes. That way you don't get stuck anywhere. With the rain and the storm surge, flash flooding is definitely possible. We could see some water rescues out of this, so definitely be careful no matter where you're at along the path of this storm.
Hello, Cool Creeper Ryan, you're on the air.
Alright, Foley, you said that the wind shear is gonna like increase steeply. Could that cause a chance of tornadoes in Florida?
Ooh, that is an interesting question. I would imagine that it would. I mean, we heard earlier that it is a storm in its northeastern bands particularly, quite conducive to potential tornadic activity. I would imagine that every chance is there for it. You tend to see tornadoes on the outer bands rather than in the inner core, always really in the outer bands. And the main one that I would be eyeing right now is the one that's currently reaching the coast of Cuba, particularly along that eastern end.
Yeah, right now, Nathan, Storm Prediction Center has already hoisted a slight risk for Southeast Florida ahead of Ian. 2% risk from Orlando all the way down the east coast of Florida. 5% risk from Tampa all the way down to the Florida Keys. The interesting caveat is going to be once Ian is inland, that's where the biggest tornado threat could really start ramping up, combining with all the other atmospheric dynamics, the wind shear, the moisture content. We saw this with Ida a couple years ago, where the damage for tornadoes was well away from where it made landfall down in New Orleans. It was up through the Northeast. So definitely a tornado threat is always on the cards, whether it's at landfall or further down the line.
Someone in the comments just mentioned the radar and how it looks to be tightening up quickly, or something to that effect. It's looking interesting, but I'm not seeing any meaningful change in its radar presentation.
So, Pinellas County mandates evacuations are beginning Monday evening. That was just posted in the YouTube chat. Just for anybody in that area, just be aware of that.
Alright. And Patrick, you've got some information, if you can relay it yourself, or do you need us to do that? Oh, okay. He's got some troubles right now. Apparently he says that rapid intensification is about to begin, eyes completely closed, and over maximum oceanic heat content. Christian?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's what he says is happening, intense rapid is about to begin, then obviously this is far out from Cuba.
It's getting quite close to Cuba at this point. Must only be about 8 to 12 hours.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
in terms of where it's currently at, Nathan, yeah, this is over the richest area of ocean heat content. I know we were looking at those maps last night on air, and those waters, the 26-degree isotherm, really deep in this part of the Western Caribbean. Some of that going down 100 to 150 meters in some places. So right now, Ian has everything it needs to tap into those warm waters and really start ramping up.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nathan.
I was just going to get some questions from chat. Tyler says, is there any chance it hits Dry Tortuga still and shift east? What will the impacts be in the Upper Keys? Upper Keys, probably tropical storm force winds. It could still make landfall further east, yes. So certainly could still see a Florida Keys landfall. Can't be ruled out. What else do we have here? Radar. I think we had that one actually about the radar. Could Ian possibly keep its major hurricane status as it stalls over Florida? Unlikely, I would say. If it stalls before Florida, definitely not. Is there any chance... Oh, we had that one already, pardon me. Ian is getting more organised by the day, and great coverage, says Tropical Storm Alton Ebron, definitely. Will Noru rapidly intensify again? It actually might be right now. It's looking quite impressive. Do we know the water temps in its current location versus where it's headed? Water temperatures are never going to be an issue for this storm. They're probably over 30 degrees right now and will remain at or around 30 degrees all the way up until a potential landfall in the Tampa Bay area. Further north, it's still around 29 to 30 degrees as well, all the way up to the Bend area.
If I may, real quick,
Yeah,
Nathan.
of course.
If anybody's in Cuba and you haven't evacuated, do it now before this hurricane hits. And if you can't, go secure your place that you are at as much as you can. Because when this storm hits you, it's going to hit you hard and it's going to drop a lot of rain. So if you're in any area on Cuba or any area on the Florida East Coast and you haven't prepared, do it now. Because you don't want to get caught in this storm and preparing. Like, this storm is not something to play with.
Fascinating satellite imagery right now. Very tight circulation evident. Let's see if we can talk to John right now. Hello?
Hello there. So first of all, I just want to say that this system is definitely impressive, but it's also going to be a bad situation for those involved in Florida and most of the western tip of Cuba. We can see on satellite appearance of this hurricane is really impressive, and obviously this thing is already in the high ocean heat content, which is really bad because now that the system, as its eyewall closes off, we're gonna see rapid intensification. So that's actually gonna be bad news. We can see this definitely becoming a major hurricane for hitting Cuba. So the people over there in Cuba need to take this storm very serious. Need to evacuate. You need to get out of there as serious as possible. We have hours left before this thing hits.
You think it will be a
Alright.
major hurricane landfall?
Pretty much it could, actually. It could. It has time still.
Yeah.
Pretty much it could. Yeah.
All right. Can't be ruled out. Absolutely. Thank you for your input, John. And you can also join the conversation in the chat comments or on the air through our Discord channel. We're doing a kind of phone-in this evening. It's not a new invention, but it's new to Force 13, so we're sort of trialing that out this evening, and I think it's working well so far. Tim, any news?
There
on...
was a...
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
So there was a question asked in chat. Michael Toro asked, once Ian makes landfall in Florida, will Miami get hit badly or no?
Miami is currently displayed at about a 32% chance of tropical storm force winds. So I would say not particularly, and you can see it down your bottom of the screen now. Expected rain forecast of 3 inches. storm surge would be minimal to none. So Miami shouldn't be too heavily impacted by this unless we have an unexpected eastward turn. But that far south, I don't think we will. Tim, I was just going to ask if there was any news on Recon or anything else that you'd like to bring up.
Right now, we still have both of our low-level recons still en route. We do have NOAA 9 in there right now doing upper-level recon. They're at about 40,000 feet. So they are surveying the outer edges of Hurricane Ian, trying to get a little bit of an idea of the atmospheric dynamics and steering currents. And that will probably be used to help formulate the cone for the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center.
And what do you think we might see on this new cone?
I am honestly not sure. NOAA 9, obviously that information will get fed into them here shortly.
I don't think anyone can be sure what's going to happen to this cone next. It's still, when you look at that 5-day point, Tim, and the size of the cone at 5 days, it's huge. You don't usually see that on NHC cones these days.
Actually, day 5, they and I actually did a research paper on this earlier this year regarding margin of error from RSMCs. And at day 5, the National Hurricane Center allows a margin of error of roughly 200 miles off their center point. So where that day 5 point there in center Georgia, they usually allow about 100 miles either way on it.
Yeah, so that's what they usually do. That's in normal circumstances. But right now, I can tell you that either way, they're probably giving that, just a rough estimate, just over 200 miles. So it's more than double the normal size that they would do for a 5-day cone point.
And a lot of that could be due to the model spread that you were showing earlier. Obviously,
it's awful.
The models are all over the place, and that's why these cones are very low confidence once you get into day 4 and day 5, and why there is so much margin of error is once you get past day 4, day 5, the unpredictability of where these storms can go really goes up.
Tim, I'm not even sure what's going to happen straight after Cuba. That's when the ensembles really start deviating. Every frame that we watch on satellite imagery when it exits Cuba is going to be imperative to finding out where it's headed.
And I would say a couple of those factors are going to be, and I know one of our other call-ins mentioned that system up by Canada that is attached to a frontal boundary that is supposed to be part of that trough that we're anticipating to dig in further south and to pull on Ian. That whole forecast track could really shift if model guidance and atmospheric conditions indicate that this front doesn't pull on it as much, or it could pull it further east, as we've been talking the last couple of days, if that front actually is able to grab a hold of it and really pull on it. If it doesn't pull on, if it doesn't touch it at all, you could see a little bit of westward turn with it, and it also comes down to how strong Ian gets. I know some of our cyclone analysis team and some of our other studio contributors were hinting that if Ian is a little bit weaker, it might go further east. If it's a little bit stronger, it might go further west. So there are so many variables that go into putting an NHC forecast cone together, but that is why they have the degrees, they have the knowledge, they are the expert.
Let's get some more questions. Meteo first says, if you're in Tampa, would it be a reasonable decision to evacuate south to Miami instead of going north?
That it ultimately depends. It's a thing of watching the path of where the storm goes. If you decide that you do that, that's on you. But I would ultimately watch and see where the storm goes. If this storm stays its current track, then absolutely. But if this storm turns more and it hits Miami and you evacuate, you're just going to have to evacuate again.
The concern with Miami is logistically, I-95 is its biggest corridor. It runs right down through the center of Florida. I would probably, if possible, avoid major highways if you can. If you're in the Tampa area, I would probably say you can go to Miami, but don't expect to be able to get there very quickly. I-95 will probably be a logjam of traffic that's trying to get out of that area.
Well, moving east is better than the best thing you can probably do, really, from Tampa's perspective. When you look towards the east coast of Florida, you're looking at much less rain rates. You're looking at less strong winds. You know, if you evacuate to a sturdy structure, you should be fine if you're in Miami all the way up to West Palm Beach, if you ask me. Because they're not in the cone. They're quite far outside of the cone. They're not under a tropical storm watch where Lake Okeechobee is. So at worst, you'll probably get tropical storm force winds. But I would have a plan B. I guess that's the best thing to say, probably. That could be your plan A, and plan B could be to go somewhere further north and wait another 24 hours maybe, and then make the decision on whether to evacuate or not, if you're in Tampa, that is.
Yeah, if I'm in Tampa, Nathan, probably, yeah, Miami would be plan A. Plan B probably would be getting up to Interstate 10 and probably carrying that over to maybe Tallahassee, Pensacola, maybe over towards Mobile. That would probably be the best option if you had to implement a plan B.
Quite a long way to go.
It's better than being in the line of fire, especially if this makes more of a westward jog.
Does anyone like to comment about satellite presentation right now and what you're seeing on there? Because from what I'm seeing here is a little bit of waning going on right now, but I reckon there'll be a big blow up of convection sometime soon. In the meantime, let's see if we can get some more questions from viewers. What is it looking like for inland Tampa? I'm not sure how far inland you'd be talking about, since Tampa is near the coast, but rainfall is going to be your big concern if you're not being affected by storm surge. If you're anywhere in the Tampa region, if your property is below 10 feet above sea level, then evacuate right now is what I would say. Because I think no matter what, storm surge is going to get you at 10 feet.
Yeah, kind of, and reinforcing what Nathan's saying. If your area is under that and you haven't made plans to where you're going to go, I would very much make them as soon as possible and then go. Because you don't want to be caught in the path of this with your pants down. Because trust me, it's not fun. Yeah.
Here's another look at this satellite imagery, and perhaps a little bit of convection starting to blow up around the edges of the storm once again. I'm still not fully convinced that we're going to be seeing the start of rapid intensification at this time, but a few people suggesting it from what they're seeing on radar. So far it's been a fairly gradual step up since it became a hurricane. Still at 85 miles per hour, and certainly at this point it could have been much stronger. Still lots of opportunity yet for it to strengthen further and very rapidly, as we heard before, it's now over the the most prime area possible for oceanic heat content. But from what I saw in those models, I mean, I don't want to bring up potentially false hope, but I was quite surprised to see that wind shear is expected from the models to be on the rise starting within 12 hours, when earlier we thought it would only happen after it reached or passed the coast of Cuba. So That's been scaled back, and could that mean that the storm will strengthen less? In theory, it usually does, but we don't have this. This doesn't play out in theory, does it? So it's still a wait and see. It does look very impressive in terms of its structure and its banding, but still lacking convection a little bit just now as it's waned off a little bit, and still no clear eye on the satellite imagery, although I can guarantee you it is there on radar. We've seen it. Some people suppose that if they can't see an eye on satellite imagery, it's not there, but it is. It's underneath those cloud tops, and we will eventually see it. Just not fully sure when yet.
I have an update on the shelter status. So my friend reached out to me. There has been no updates on the website, and from what I've been being told, they're probably not going to have the website updated until Florida gets hit with Ian, unless they update it early. That's what I'm being told. And I'm looking at the shelter status on floridadisaster.org. It's currently saying there's no open shelters anywhere on the map, so they're probably waiting to see what this storm does.
This sounds confusing. Tim, any insight?
Let me do some research, see if I can find out if there are any shelters open. I know we've had some questions asking about schools and some public buildings. I do know that some of the Tampa area and Metro have closed schools ahead of Ian. Public buildings, that might be down to a local government in terms of whether or not they're going to close off services. But I'll see if I can find more information on the shelters.
Also, one or two questions that were popping up about Typhoon Noru. There it is right now on latest satellite imagery, and you can see a huge mass of bands on the western side. I'm afraid to say there it's going to be an enormous rainfall event for Vietnam. There's some areas there that could get in excess of 15 inches of rain. Locally they use millimeters, I think, in that area, so that is approximately nearly 400 millimeters and possibly more in some areas along the coast of Vietnam over a wide area. And that storm at the moment is intensifying again, at least a Category 2 right now, and perhaps grounds for a further upgrade fairly soon. It's just a quick update on Noru. It left the Philippines yesterday. The day before, it peaked as a Category 5 out of virtually nothing, and we were very worried that Ian might do the same, but so far, Ian has kept itself fairly quiet and certainly hasn't committed to that kind of strengthening. Noru managed to do it from 75 miles per hour to Category 5 in about 12 hours. It was extraordinary. Imagine if Ian did that, that would be incomprehensible.
Yeah. Was Noru's peak 170?
Yeah, 175 miles per hour, that peak.
Wow.
Wasn't there a single
75? Sorry.
You first.
I was going to say from 75 to 175 is...
It is impressive.
All right, Nathan, we do actually have a news story. This is courtesy of the Tampa Bay Times, and I'm actually looking over this article. The Pinellas County School District has closed 3 of its campuses early Monday to prepare them for residents with special needs. Hillsborough County District has called off all classes Monday, with 49 of its schools called into action. More shelters are expected to be open as Hurricane Ian nears and local governments issue their emergency orders. Officials have cautioned anyone coming to the shelter to not expect a quote-unquote hotel experience. It's basically going to be a floor and a roof. The shelters not provide lodging, with people often cramming into gymnasium cafeterias with others who they don't know. Area is going to be very limited. Ideal supplies, if you're going to go into a shelter, per this article, a one-person air mattress, books, activities fan, earplugs, covering for your eyes for sleeping, other hygiene comfort items, and medications. They do note that they will not be filled to full capacity, obviously, due to COVID a couple years ago. COVID-19 protocols are still in place for some of these shelters. And there are 12 pet-friendly shelters in Hillsborough County. So I will leave a link to this in our YouTube chat and on our Discord here if anybody wants to read this article and get any information from it.
Looks like what we might be starting to see on the satellite imagery is convective blow-ups starting to occur on opposite sides of an eye. And I think this could be a rather larger eye than we might be expecting here if what I'm looking at is correct. What I'm thinking is, as we look at this imagery, there's this area, you obviously saw that area down here that blows up just towards the end. There it goes. And you've got the other area that's blowing up along here a little bit and along there, which suggests to me that maybe an eye might come out that's something like that size, a little bit smaller than that. I'm not sure, but certainly a significantly sized eye was apparent on radar, and I guess we'll have to see. But certainly we might see a large eye start to appear fairly soon on satellite imagery.
Yeah.
The more I see that, the more it looks like that might happen.
Yeah, we're being told in the chat that apparently there's an eye starting to bust through the center.
Well, I
Apparently.
think we might be talking about the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean that's just what I've been told to relay. So hopefully it is the same thing.
And another view there, the water vapor view. Maybe. It's difficult to tell. We're waiting for the National Hurricane Center's update, which is due any time, and we'll have a big information dump when that comes out, because they'll have all kinds of news about the storm's latest intensity, its forecast, and its actual movement. And all of that is going to be critical as to how we advise people on the ground ahead of this storm looking forward. Will they still have that stall feature still in there on that day 2 to 3 cone? Will it still be so close to the Tampa Bay area? I think the answer to that will probably still be yes, but I doubt confidence will have improved very much. I think it will still be another enormous cone. I guess the main thing we want to see from the National Hurricane Center is what their intensity forecast is. Their last one was for a 140 mile per hour peak, and would welcome any drop from that if that happens, but I'm not sure it will, so we'll wait to see what the official word is, hopefully in just a few short minutes. The update should come out at any time, actually. Let's see if we had any more comments just then. Do we think that Ian is stronger than 85 miles per hour? So I guess I'll ask you, team, whether any of you think that, or maybe to, well, what would you put the storm at if you were doing the update right now?
Oh dear. I mean, we are expecting to. Are we seeing the NHC update
Anytime.
anytime soon now? I mean, personally, myself, I wouldn't probably do anything. I'd probably keep it as is. But obviously, they still think it. If they think it's, I mean, I'm being told that someone wants to put it at 90 knots.
Whoa.
Which I think that's a bit bullish. I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, I could see 85, the maintaining 85, however, due to its structure and the blowups on the cloud tops around the eye, I can see a fair argument for 90, but that would probably be the highest I would go with it, would be 90.
I mean, I'd stick
The
around probably
update
around
is
80,
out,
85.
and they have gone with 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 972 millibars at their latest update. A hurricane warning has been issued for the Dry Tortugas. A storm surge warning has been issued for Anclote River southward to Flamingo, including Tampa Bay. A storm surge
That's-
watch has been issued for Altamaha Sound to the Flagler-Volusia County line, including the St. Johns River. A storm surge watch has been issued for the Osceola River to the Anclote River. The tropical storm watch has been upgraded to a tropical storm warning from Englewood southward to Flamingo. A hurricane watch has been issued from Bonita Beach to Englewood. The hurricane watch from Englewood to the Anclote River, including Tampa Bay, has been upgraded to a hurricane warning. A hurricane watch has been issued from the Anclote River to the Suwannee River. So if you just caught that there, Tampa under a hurricane warning now. A tropical storm watch has been issued from the Suwannee River to Indian Pass and from Jupiter Inlet to Altamaha Sound. The tropical
So
storm
that's-
warning for Grand Cayman and the tropical storm watch for Little Cayman and Cayman Brac have been discontinued. 100 miles per hour, expecting a peak of 140 miles per hour still.
Well, that's
Okay,
category
so-
2 now.
Yeah, let's. Can I just put down the summary of watches and warnings at the moment?
Sure.
I think that was just covered, but yeah.
Those were the changes.
And forgive me, what's 100 mile an hour in knots?
That
85
is
knots.
yeah,
85,
knots.
okay.
So NAC is calling this a category 2 now.
Yes, they are.
Yep, category 2.
Okay, summary of watches and warnings effect are as follows. A hurricane warning is in effect for the Cuban provinces of Isla de Juventud, Pinar del Rio, and Artemisa, Englewood and Cote River, including Tampa Bay, and Dry Tortugas. A storm surge warning is in effect for Enclote River, southward to Flamingo, and Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Maebeque, and Matanzas. The lower Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge westward to Key West, Flamingo to Englewood. A storm surge watch is in effect for Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward to Key West, the Dry Tortugas, Florida Bay, the Osceola River to Enclote River, the Altamaha Sound to Flagler-Volusia County line, and the St. Johns River. A hurricane watch is in effect for north of the Enclote River to Suwannee River and Bonita Beach to Englewood. And a tropical storm watch is in effect for Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge to the Channel 5 Bridge, Lake Okeechobee, north of the Suwannee River to Indian Pass, and Jupiter Inlet to Altamaha Sound. That's a mouthful.
It certainly is. So a category 2 now out of Hurricane Ian. It'll take me a while to update that bottom bar with all of the new information that came out, but I'll get on it soon. This is Force 13 Live. We'll have more on this storm and more reaction from the team after this short break. Don't go away. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. If you've just joined us, Hurricane Ian is now a Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale, according to the latest NHC advisory, which updated just a few moments ago. We're just in the middle of updating our bottom bar, so it will update soon to show you the latest information. A flurry of new watches and warnings are in effect, including storm surge warnings and hurricane warnings for the Tampa Bay area and other areas nearby. Lots of changes to go through at this moment in time, and the latest view of this storm on satellite looks like the eye might be almost ready to pop out, with a few convective tops blowing up. 100-mile-per-hour winds sustained with higher gusts, and an estimated central pressure according to the latest NHC update of 972 millibars. There will be recon on the way to the storm, or there is already, and they'll be doing more observations inside the storm shortly, and we'll have plenty more to show you on our stream in the course of the next hour. My name is Nathan Foy, here in the studio once again, and we're joined by quite a few of our team at this moment in time. And tonight we are doing a different kind of format to what we usually do on our live streams. We've got a sort of a phone-in format set up here so that people can join the studio by... I pressed the wrong button there, can join the chat in the studio and speak to us live on the air, as well as our comments feature on YouTube. We'll try and get as many of those as we can. But let's first talk to Chris. Your take on the latest information. I think you had some other things to talk to us about as well.
So my latest take on this is I'm not shocked. I'm a little bit shocked, but I'm not really shocked about the rapid intensification of the storm. We are getting into the peak of hurricane season, so it's not surprising that we're starting to see a lot of storms pop up. It's the thing that kind of shocked me is how quickly they went out and they put it out as a Category 2. I was expecting it to remain as low as a Cat 1 for a little bit longer, but I guess Ian made the decision that it was going to intensify to a Category 2. One of the emergency preparedness things that I do want to go over with everybody is after this storm is over, after everything is said and done, when you return home, there's going to be a checklist that you have to follow. You want to pay attention to your local officials for information and instructions. Be careful when you're cleaning up. Make sure you're wearing the proper clothing, proper face covering, masks if you're cleaning up stuff with mold on it. Work with someone else. Do not touch anything electric if you are wet or you are standing in water. Do not wade in the flood water, because this can contain dangerous pathogens that can cause illness. Try not to use your phone a lot. Save phone calls for emergencies, because if you call anybody, you're taking up a line that could be used for a real emergency. Document. One of the biggest things you want to do is you want to document property damage. You want to take pictures. You want to reach out to your insurance company and be like, what can we do property damage wise? I know Tim brought up about having everything up to date with your insurance company and everything. this is the reason that you want to do that, because you want to make sure with everything, if you have everything updated, it won't be an issue of trying to repair stuff in the future for having insurance. But that's pretty much all I wanted to bring up. I will pass it back to you, Nathan, for any other updates that you would like to give out, or if anybody else would like to take the floor, you may.
Let's see if we've got the latest National Hurricane Center cone. This is what it was earlier. Let's see if we've got the new cone. Calling for a 140 mile an hour peak, and as you can see, it looks like it's gotten quite a bit worse when we look at this new cone. Piling it almost directly into Tampa there as a major hurricane almost at that latest update. And lots of major hurricane dots coming up, and they now expect a major hurricane landfall category 3 in Cuba.
Nathan, we were scratching our heads on why the NAC went to Category 2. Actually have the discussion up from the 5 o'clock advisory. And it starts out with Ian continues to strengthen over the northwestern Caribbean Sea. The last report from the Air Force Hurricane Hunters around 1630Z found 700 millibar flight level winds up 79 knots. The inner core appears better organized, and the eye wall structure has greatly improved in radar imagery from the Cayman Islands. The 18Z satellite classifications from SAB and TAFB were a consensus T4.5, consistent with 77 knots. But the continued improvement in satellite structure warrants raising the initial intensity to 85 knots for the advisory. Atmospheric and oceanic conditions remain very favorable for additional intensification during the next 24 hours or so, as Ian moves over the very warm waters of the northwestern Caribbean Sea and the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, while the shear remains quite low. The NAC intensity forecast calls for Ian to become a major hurricane before it reaches western Cuba early Tuesday. It is then forecast to reach its peak intensity over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico in 36 hours. After that, southwesterly shear in association with a deep layer trough over the eastern U.S. is forecast to significantly increase over the hurricane on Wednesday and Thursday, which will likely disrupt the vertical structure and import dry air into its circulation. Despite these less favorable conditions, Ian is still forecast to remain at or near major hurricane strength as it passes near the west central coast of Florida on Wednesday and Thursday. The NHC intensity forecast agrees well with the latest IVCN and HCCA aids. Ian has made an expected turn towards the north-northwest, and its initial motion is northwest at 11 knots. The hurricane will move north-northwestward to northward over the next day or so, as it is steered by a mid-level ridge to the east. A turn to the north-northeast with a decrease in force speed is forecast on Wednesday and Thursday as the center of Ian moves near the west coast of Florida. The slower forward motion is likely to prolong the storm surge, wind, and rainfall impacts, especially along the west coast of Florida. The latest track guides has come into better agreement on this scenario, although it is noted that small deviations in the shore parallel track could have large implications on the impacts at particular locations along the west coast of Florida. The NAC track forecast has again been adjusted slightly eastward at the 48 and 72 hour marks, which follows the latest trends in the global model guidance and lies near but just west of the multi-model consensus aids. Based on the latest forecast and timing of expected impacts, hurricane and storm surge warnings have been issued along the west coast of Florida.
This is disturbing.
Very disturbing.
Let's see if we can talk to some of our viewers right now. And joining us is, I think, the first person to speak to us in this stream earlier on with the Chinese name, I think, which I can't read. Hello.
Hello, my username is Japanese.
Japanese.
Yeah, but I see that it has shifted further east and now I am placed under a tropical storm watch. And looking at the latest, not recon, but the satellite imagery of it, I see a bit of northern movement. Could that impact the models at all, or am I just seeing things?
Let's have a look. Just gonna take a look at actually this imagery shows again. I'm not really seeing any northward movement. It looks still more like northwest. Just looking at another view, just looking at radar actually, and radar suggests, I mean, I'm not that impressed with the radar imagery. It hasn't really changed very much on radar, but it is moving northwest and still headed for the western tip of Cuba as far as I can see.
Must have been a jog then.
Maybe. Something along those lines. So you're in a tropical storm watch now, is that right?
That is correct.
So, well, further movements to the east, I mean, that could change that. So I hope things go well for you. We've got a little feedback, so I'll have to let you go. Let's see if we can speak to Peanut right now. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
This storm just really worries me.
Yep, us too.
I believe the last hurricane to strike the state of Florida was Michael all the way back in 2018. If I remember correctly.
Trying to think. Eta came close, of course. But I think you might be right on that.
Yeah, because Sally, I think, was just only a tropical depression, and Eta weakened before it got there.
Just want to relay a message first from S. Tampa. Thank you for your support. As I'm watching, we just got an emergency text on our phones for Tampa last 36 hours and says our city is a dangerous area. And they would be right in that, I'm afraid. Peanut, did you have any questions for us?
Not really. I would also like to say that I went like AFK for literally 1 hour. I come back and it jumps from 85 to 100.
Yep. Big upgrade from the NHC, and as far as I could tell, Tim, it's mainly satellite based.
Combination of satellite based, and I honestly didn't think that they were going to use the 79 knot data point from the last recon that was in there. I am really interested to see what the Air Force and NOAA planes will find once they get in there.
It just makes you wonder, what if they go in there and they're still hovering around 85-mile-an-hour winds? What are they going to say then? No doubt the satellite presentation has improved, though.
Yeah, and the nice part is, Nathan, is both planes will be in there for a considerable amount of time. So all the data that they get on these two flights will very likely get used on their 8 o'clock advisory.
Let's see if we can speak to someone else. I'll prioritize people that we haven't spoken to yet. Let's see if we can get a hold of Jacob, who is in Orlando. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. What's your thoughts?
Well, honestly, looking at the cone, I've been taking a lot of... I've had some anxiety about this storm, but honestly, I think I should be fine now. But honestly, it keeps shifting east. I was hoping it would shift west away from where I am right now in Orlando. So I was hoping I might be able to escape like hurricane force winds that we're probably going to see. But yeah.
I think you still will if that cone is correct. But once again, the center of the storm could still track further east. And that would be a very odd track. But on the eastern edge of that cone, it could still go that way, and that's actually depicted by the HMON model, I think it was. So you could still get the worst conditions from the storm, and it would be probably Category 2 strength if it was to move right over Orlando. Even so, you must be worried about rainfall. It could be over 20 inches, possibly.
Yeah. I mean, I was watching the Weather Channel earlier, and there was showing like 25 inches possible. So what honestly is the risk of flash flooding in this area?
From what I've heard, I imagine the risk is quite high. From what has been said from NHC advisories, I mean, you know better than us, but says that the grounds are saturated, that that you've got a
Yeah,
lot
there's
of
lots of like
rain.
puddles around this area, and I'm also right by like a little canal that is man-made, and the waters sometimes go up onto the sidewalks by it. So, as
So
that is, it could easily go up to my first floor room in this villa
It's-
area or whatever you call it.
it's a major concern, possibly 2 feet of rain.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to watch this one very closely. Big potential for flooding impacts. Was there anything else?
When do you honestly think that I'm gonna get the worst of the storm?
It's a tough one, isn't it? When you look at that forecast, it's still calling for very slow movement near land, but that might not actually happen. The best I could suggest to you is that it would probably begin Wednesday afternoon.
So, if I were to want to stay as safe as possible, given the fact that I'm on the first floor and I could see flooding, would you recommend me not sleeping Thursday or?
That would be a question. I think that would be directed towards me, correct? I am technically like our emergency preparedness person.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
It honestly depends. What I would recommend is getting together with who's ever in your family and
I'm here with my friends.
Okay, so what I would do is I would get together with your friend's family and them and get in contact with your family and make an emergency plan. Because in the event that you do get flooding, you're not going to want to stay. Because if with the weather they're calling for, floodwater will rise quickly, so you do not want to stay. So you want to make an emergency plan between your friend, you, and your family to where you guys are going to go and meet.
Okay. So you would suggest an evacuation?
Yes, I would. With the floodwaters, I would suggest that. Now, you don't have to take my suggestion. That's just a suggestion. But with what I'm hearing from and seeing from the models, it would probably be a wise idea.
Yeah, I can try, but given the fact that all my parents are on vacation up in New York, I'm not sure how possible that really is down here in Orlando. So, I mean, there's a few more floors, so I guess worst case scenario, just go up to like the top floor.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, go up there, try it out, but bring essential things with you and stuff, like things you need to use and stuff. Just don't bring your entire. If you have a gaming setup, don't bring that.
Okay. Thank you.
Jacob, thanks for the call.
I'm noticing something there in that Orlando area. From that last update, the earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm force winds. I'm not the best with Florida geography, but from what I can tell, it's between 8 p.m. on Tuesday and 8 a.m. on Wednesday. So let's maybe call a mid-ground there, maybe 2 a.m. to Tuesday?
Maybe. It's hard to tell. It is. We just got to keep watching it very closely. It will get a little bit clearer. Let's see if we can speak to some other people right now. I'm going to prioritize people who haven't gotten on yet. So let's see if we can speak to Moonchild right now. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. Thank you guys for everything that you do. You're very important to the community for sure.
Oh, thank you. What would you like to say?
So I'm here in South Florida, and if things go, a bit crazy, I'm happy to, show how things are going and whatnot. So just keep that in mind. But it looks as though we're sort of kind of in the clear.
Where exactly?
I'm in Fort Lauderdale area. So weirdly enough, it looks as though the Everglades are kind of shielding us, which I think is interesting.
A little. Certainly with regards to storm surge, yes. It comprises the little part at the bottom of the Florida Peninsula. I would imagine that it certainly won't be an issue. Rainfall amounts may be up to about 4 inches, and maybe the chance of tropical storm force winds, but those whole large areas in the southeast down to Miami and up, I would say probably as far as West Palm Beach, should be okay. Although we can't rule out, obviously we're seeing some bands over you already right now, and
Oh yeah, for sure.
later on maybe some brief tornadic
Tornadoes.
threats.
Yep.
Yeah.
And when it comes to and the person from Orlando, they and everybody that's here needs to understand that we are below ocean level, regardless here in Florida, or at least what do they call that? The
Sea level.
sea levels. Thank you. And so anytime we get any sort of pooling, it becomes a tremendous hazard, even if it's just a little bit. So unless their government like actually has the wherewithal to fix it, like I know where I live, they do, but in Orlando, I don't know if they do.
Me neither. I have no idea, but I'm concerned. It's definitely a concern about the amount of rain that those areas could get. I would say even more concerning for Tampa, which could get maybe 30 inches of rain now. But
For sure. And I have family there.
Yeah, and Orlando at one point was showing 20 inches on the models.
Oh
It
my
really
gosh.
depends on the storm's track. Could be a massive rainfall problem.
And Tampa, that's not even taking into account storm surge either.
Right.
Taking into account
If
rainfall.
I can, real quick. Moon. What
Yes,
I
sir.
would recommend is you said you had family in Tampa.
I do, but they're gonna bug out north.
Yeah, if that's what I was gonna recommend, I was gonna have you like let them know, hey, they're
They already have a
evacuating
plan.
north. Yeah.
Yep,
pretty
they,
much.
they have a place in an area like northwest Florida.
Okay, so they're set. They're fine.
Yep. So anyway, thank you guys for taking at least my comment.
Absolutely, not a problem. We wish you well.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the call. Dragon Lady, thank you very much for your support as well on our stream. We really appreciate all that our supporters do for us here. It helps us keep going as an organization to produce all of this coverage time and time again, year after year. We've been doing storm coverages now to a lesser or greater extent for 10 years now. First starting with small storm updates in 2012 when it was just me. And we grew a team, and from 2015 onwards, a much more well-established schedule of live events and updates, which puts us in the position to do what we can today. Look at that bottom left-hand tile there, and you can see Typhoon Noru, by the way, which is looking very impressive on satellite imagery, really putting out an eye, a fascinating, strong-looking thing there. That's going for Category 4 status, I'm sure of it. We're also joined now by Ethan. It's getting very busy this hour with people wanting to speak with us, but Ethan, one of our regular members, I'm sure you've got a few things to say about Ian right now.
Mainly about Noru. I'd say it is a Cat 4 right now.
A what?
I'm pretty sure that Noru is a Cat 4 right this very minute, actually.
Let's go back to some imagery. There are two situations going on right now, and we can't minimize what's going to go on in Vietnam. Massive amounts of rain headed for that area as this storm intensifies.
Ethan, I can only wait for your fix.
Yeah, I'll probably be doing the 0Z fix, but Noru is incredibly intense. Just looking at RAM imagery, I'll have to pull it up here. Let's see. Yeah, those negative, what is it, negative 80s? I believe that's negative 80s. The yellow ones on RAM imagery, Nathan. Is that negative 80s, I believe?
I believe.
Yellow?
Negative 80s are,
Yeah.
all the yellow ones are completely surrounding the eye right now. So the triple pause is pretty high. But this thing's eye is incredibly tiny. Like, I haven't, like, this eye, I don't know, is it smaller than Hagibus's eye, or is it
Oh, I don't
bigger?
know.
I guess it explains why it intensified so quickly.
Yeah,
among other things.
but this core is extremely strong, still rapidly intensifying probably right now. Not going to undergo an IO poison cycle. Microwave imagery confirms that. So this could be a very catastrophic situation that we're looking for Vietnam. I mean, when we look back at Vietnam's typhoon history, I imagine that they've gotten a few Category 3 landfalls, but Cat 4 plus?
Maybe one. And there's been about 8 Category 3 landfalls over time.
I think like the last Cat 4 landfall was 2006, right?
I can't remember now. I think there's only one. It was a long time ago.
No, that wasn't even. That was a Cat 2 that I'm thinking. Zhangsan was the one that I was thinking about. But yeah, this could absolutely make a powerful landfall in Vietnam. And I mean, as far as South China Sea storms go, has there even been a storm at the Pinhole Eye in the South China Sea before?
I'm sure there has, but that one there you can see right now, very powerful inner core, really going for it. That's Typhoon Noru, but the main focus of tonight is Ian, and we are watching that live as well. Looks like an eye starting to appear. S. Tampa, thank you very much for your support right now, saying public schools are now closed and most businesses have sent all employees home. I would expect that. A hurricane warning now in effect for the Tampa area, with Ian now up to 100 miles per hour if you've just joined us. Let's see if we can speak to Alan. Alan, you're on the air.
All right. A couple things I'd like to talk about is what would be the worst case scenario for Ian? Where could the storm hit if it in a worst case scenario?
Tampa. It really is, isn't it? It's a very vulnerable part of Florida, an area that hasn't experienced a major hurricane landfall probably since the 1921 hurricane.
Yeah, 1921.
So it's
over 100 years.
You know, who knows how much damage could be sustained by a similar event today. Unfortunately, we might be about to find out.
Even the current NHC forecast cone, I would say, is a worst case scenario because you can see that core of the hurricane, the forecast track, is just offshore by a matter of miles. There's actually a little island just northwest of Tarpon Springs that sticks out into the ocean a little bit, and it barely passes off of those islands. So I urge people to not focus on just the track of this and worry about where the impacts will be for your area, because just because that this hurricane is going to remain offshore doesn't mean that impacts aren't going to happen. Significant impacts could still happen, and in fact, matter of fact, at the angle that Ian is going to be approaching Tampa, it's going to be even worse because it's actually going to allow that storm surge to get into the Tampa Bay area a lot more easier, I think.
And funnel through it into it.
Also, just pointing out, the JTWC have just gone with a fix of T6.5, which supports, I believe, 145 miles per hour for Noru.
Goodness.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Okay. Good
Can
to
it-
know.
can it
I'll
not?
wait for the fix. I will await their fix.
I nearly just spewed water all over my monitor when I heard that.
Ethan, what do you think of the satellite imagery right now on Ian? Is the eye coming out, do you think?
It's a bit puzzling. I think that it's still trying to get its core worked out, but once that core gets worked out, which I think will be pretty soon, even a quicker phase of identification is forecast. And personally, it actually would not surprise me to see Ian go a little bit stronger than the current peak of 140 miles per hour, mainly because that I think that once this storm gets north of Cuba, when it is observed, when we typically observe rapid identification in hurricanes that do rapidly intensify like this, the rate of rapid identification tends to increase when that storm gets their eye, and then the eye eventually clears out. The rapid identification increases, and while yes, we are seeing it with Ian, I think that it's going to get faster whenever Ian's eye emerges. Potentially, Cuba might actually help its eye emerge, maybe. I don't know how, but maybe that's something that might happen. But it does have a little. It does have, let's see, around maybe 36 hours over the Gulf of Mexico before conditions start to deteriorate. So maybe it'll take advantage of all of those 36 hours.
Alan, was there anything else?
Yeah. How much rain could the Augusta, Georgia area see?
Could you say that again? Sorry. little fast for me.
How much rain could the Augusta, Georgia area see?
Augusta, Georgia.
That's Augusta's just on the coast, right?
No. No, it's inland.
Inland. Let me have a look at the map. I remember that town. Oh, wow, it's there. Okay. NHC rainfall map. Looks like that they're currently forecasting 2 to 4 inches of rain there. Probably closer to 3. So not
Sounds
that
about
much
right.
rainfall throughout.
Sounds about right.
Oh, Augusta's on the border of South Carolina, essentially.
Yep. Thank you, Alan. Let's see if we can speak to someone else right now. Let's see if we can get a hold of Central NC. You're on the air.
Before Nathan,
Whoa, can you guys hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a moment. Can we? Sorry, Patrick. Go ahead first.
yeah, before sorry to interrupt here, but I am noticing on satellite imagery that there is a bit of a VHT vertical hot tower now forming on the southern side of this core of the circulation. It is blowing up considerably. There also appears to be a little bit of a convection blow up on the western side of the very fringe of the center of the core. So yeah, there again is definitely looking nasty on satellite imagery, and given
Wow.
this, it's poised to continue intensifying. Sorry for interrupting.
Looking more and more impressive. Central NC. Hello there.
Hello there. I have a few questions about Ian. One, I was reading the chat earlier, and is there a possibility that Ian might become a Category 5 in the Gulf of Mexico?
Oh man.
Oh.
That would be horrendous.
Probably very slim.
Very slim.
Not
Okay.
not impossible, but that would be a horrendous circumstance.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's very unlikely.
True. I mean, Noru did do something crazy just a few days ago.
That is true.
Please.
But yeah, it's very, very unlikely.
Nathan, we have an update on recon. NOAA 3 has engaged, and they are now going into Hurricane Ian at this time.
There we have it. Central NC. Was there anything else?
Yes, I also have an uncle who lives in Florida as well. I'm not sure if he's in the cone or not, but, is there a possibility, like, catastrophic storm surge would occur there? Because he lives on the Gulf side of the storm.
Well, probably yes. Where exactly?
I'm not sure, though. I think he lives near, north of Tampa, if I'm correct.
Still a real concern about those areas north of Tampa as well. I would say generally from Cedar Key all the way down to Cape Coral, pretty much. You could get 10 feet of storm surge or more.
Dang.
Yeah,
Wow.
anywhere along there, I think. Thank
I know
you
this sounds.
for calling in. Go ahead.
I know this sounds bad, but Tampa would actually probably do better if the storm made landfall, because half the city would be spared from devastating surge.
Yeah, exactly.
Just an update, guys. There's been more more mandatory evacuations put out, and news outlets are saying that there's mass evacuations going on all coastal cities near Tampa.
Oh Lord.
Inland. So, hey, at least they're doing the evacuations and people are listening. I mean, that's the one good thing.
At least they are, but I hope this doesn't turn out to be like what happened with Rita, where multiple people died during the evacuations.
I
pray to God it does not.
I hope
From
that's
my
not the case.
From my perspective of it, if people move quick enough and they can evacuate quick enough, then it won't. But then you also got to realize there's people who wait
Can't.
until the last minute.
Tampa,
Can't
thanks
wait
for your
till last
support, says, is there anything I can do to help relay information about Tampa in real time? All I can really think of is to join our discussion here on the air. You can get here by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. and calling in on the tropical stage, which is where we're at right now. Let's try and
Yeah.
speak to some new people if we can, unless there's something important, Christian.
I was just gonna. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, before I would like to say that I do not that personally I believe that Noru is stronger than a Category 2 Typhoon.
Probably
Based
by now.
on the based on the
that's
satellite
Noru.
imagery. So
That's
getting to
Noru,
develop a
though.
well-defined eye.
We will wait up. We will wait for the JTWC fix on that front. Anyways, yes, Nathan. Bringing things back over to Ian. I was about to say. Sorry. Yeah, in the
We're losing you.
on this. Hello.
You were cutting in and out.
Am I
but
back?
Try
I was
again.
just gonna say that. In regards to Ian, in the live output in the contributor hub, could you graphics?
Again, you're cutting out. We'll talk in a moment. Let's see if we can hear from Soviet. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I just I didn't really have a question. I just want to say thank you for your coverage. I'm just south of Tampa, so
Mm-hmm. No problem at all. But you could be in for a ride. Definitely.
It's concerning the lack of concern I see in my area. I mean, we're just south of Tampa. I mean, like the water's right there. Like we're right by the Gulf.
Soviet. Have you and any of your neighbors made evacuation plans yet?
We haven't been told to evacuate yet, but I know my grandma lives right on the water on Anna Maria Island.
I would tell if you.
Yeah,
I
she's
would
already.
call
We're
her.
packing her stuff up. She's gone.
Okay. Even though you guys haven't been told to evacuate, I would make plans to prepare in case you guys do get told. Because if you guys are near the water, there's a good chance you may get hit with the storm surge. I would make preparations, even if you don't get told to evacuate, I'd still make preparations to evacuate.
Yeah, I'm waiting
Leave
until the
evacuate.
morning.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. We might know a little bit more in the morning. I would probably say that decisions should definitely be made during the course of tomorrow at the latest.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything
I
else?
just want to say thank you again for the coverage. I mean, you guys were the first one. Like, I saw the NHE cone, and that was the first time I saw the hurricane warning. And then, like 20 minutes later, I got the notification on my phone. So
Well, there we go. And there it is once again on the screen. Thank you, Soviet, there. You can see the red colours there on the National Hurricane Center cone showing where the hurricane warning is right now. I know some of our of people who wanted to speak have been waiting for quite a while who spoke earlier. We're going to try and get through other people as much as possible. Florida, are you there right now? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
This is just Orlando. I'm the contributor hub.
Oh, it's Orlando. You're on another account.
Yes. There was a little technical issue, so I had to find a loophole somehow.
I know, yeah. For some reason, for some, I should make this point clear. Actually, we are aware that for a handful of people who that the link just doesn't work to get into the server, and we no idea why. And for some reason, that's happened to Orlando's main account. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to say you guys are doing a really good job so far. And it's really concerning the rate of organization that we're observing with Ian currently. Cloud tops are firing off on the southern side. That's just going to rotate around to the northern end. And the worst that can happen at this point is Recon goes in there and they find considerably deeper pressure. And that's my main concern right now.
Well, I'm sure we can't be far from finding out what we're up to with that as well. So I'm sure we'll hear from Tim soon with any recon updates. Mr. TBWF Games, thank you for your support this evening. What are your predictions for Newport Richey regarding storm surge and expected evacuations? I remember someone asking about that area, and I can't remember exactly where it is. I think it was it north of Tampa? Yes, it is up there. Yeah. So that area is another one that could be at great risk from a substantial storm surge. As a matter of fact, National Hurricane Center's cone pretty much puts you under the direct landfall, so you could get substantial hurricane force winds, but I'll be much more concerned about the surge, quite honestly, which could be in excess of 10 feet, and extraordinary amounts of rain possible, could be up to or over 30 inches. I think when authorities get a little bit more confident in what's actually going to happen, you're going to see evacuations en masse in that area.
Yeah, I believe there's evacuation orders in Pinellas County for B and C starting tomorrow for mandatory evacuations, as well as up the coast. You can only imagine that's going to happen because it's all low-lying. Unlike Clearwater, where it can pretty much survive and take on a storm surge of even 20 feet head-on, down up north, it's not the same story. That entire coastline is just about on sea level, so keep that in mind. When they tell you to leave, leave.
Eye getting a little bit clearer on satellite imagery. Let's see if we can talk to March Onward. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you loud and clear.
Perfect. First off, I just want to say thank you for keeping us updated here. Appreciate everything that you guys do. At my job, I'm trying to keep everybody updated, and most of the stuff is coming from you guys. So, again, thank you for that.
Great
Did
to
have
hear.
one question. I've been watching the cones as they've been coming through here, and it seems like they're nudging the major hurricane status closer and closer to the coast of Tampa Bay there. Is there a possibility, do you believe, that we could potentially see a Category 3 landfall as to opposed to a Category 1 that they're currently predicting?
I hope not.
It's a big possibility. If that cone shifts any further east, I mean, every eastward shift is bringing those M's closer and closer to the coast. It means that the storm has less of you guys again. I think we might be back on the air right now. I don't know what happened, but these things do tend to happen at the most important moments, where we had some kind of catastrophic glitch or error. I'm still trying to get back with my with the team, because for some reason we're not hearing them properly or at all right now. Can we try again with the team? Hello? Nope, we've not got it right now. Something's happened with my audio settings, and unfortunately I can't hear the team at all, so we're going to have to try and get that fixed. In the meantime, we're still looking at the forecast cone for Hurricane Ian. If you've just joined us, the latest information is that it is now a Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, and is an extremely dangerous storm, and certainly has the potential to strengthen a lot more as it approaches Cuba and then onto the Florida Peninsula. I'm going to try and raise my team up shortly. We had some kind of audio issues. In the meantime, let's try and get some questions from viewers on the chat. With the new cone, do you think Miami can be impacted more with the new info? It's getting only
Earlier.
small amounts, but it's
Yeah,
getting
a lot of
closer
them
and
are taking a
closer.
lot.
And we just heard briefly just then that we had some audio. All right, we've got everyone back up and running again now, so we're able to get everything working. So I don't know what happened, some kind of catastrophic error. But
Is it back up and running, Nathan?
Yep, we're all set here.
Hey, all
At
right.
least it happened now and not during landfall.
Yeah.
Oh, God knows. I don't know what happens with this system sometimes,
So,
but
March,
we're
these
over it. Let's
schools
go.
Schools that
Yes.
closed down, do you think they'll be using them as shelters?
Most likely,
Hey,
yes.
If they're near, most likely not if they're near the coastline, though.
No, this is Central Florida that I just got the announcement for.
Oh, okay, yeah, they'll probably be using those shelters then.
So yeah, we're looking more towards the
I
Orlando area.
just-
We might get the University of Central Florida calling it. It hasn't been called yet. Okay, I'm actually hearing word that UCF did actually call it too. I know during Irma and Matthew, they used their facilities as a shelter. So they could be doing that again. Only time will tell to see if they send that announcement out, though.
Let's see if we can talk to S Tampa right now. I know you were in our chat a lot earlier, and now you've got the floor. Hello.
You're muted, by the way.
They're still muted.
Hey guys, can you
There
hear
we
me?
are. Yep,
Yeah, we
we've
can hear
got
you.
you.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate what you guys are doing. It is a little crazy here in Tampa, as you probably can imagine. Yeah, most of everybody that I know and work with, we were all sent home today. And so there's a lot of preparations. You cannot buy toilet paper, you cannot buy water. All the stores have now like put emergency signs up, basically limiting everything to, I think, 2 water cases per household. So supplies and everything has definitely been really evaporated out of thin air. And they even made a news article today on the news about a 1-hour drive can potentially take 10 hours
Oh my goodness.
to travel up north.
That's crazy.
With disasters like this, where you have to go and get stuff to prepare for, usually some places it's just first come, first serve, because a lot of people like to just buy everything out immediately.
Hmm.
And a lot of
sorry,
times you
yeah.
have to be very lucky.
So, to add on what Tampa was saying about how long the drive is, if that's still in effect when Ian hits and people are still trying to drive, that's going to be a mass casualty event. Because all those people on the road are going to be stuck where they're at in front of almost a Category 4 hurricane when it hits the area of Florida.
Yes, that was the main concern that all the news reporters were saying. While people are trying to evacuate, they can't because of all the traffic. They made a exception to also block the fees for all the tolls. And while I work at a big banking corporation, and in the middle of our workday, all of us were getting random alerts on our cell phones, and random people had to leave the office because their area was in a catastrophic zone. So
Wow.
people were leaving jobs, and I work at a place that has around 10,000 employees, and people were leaving because there was like thousands of texts and Amber Alerts going off. It was actually kind of creepy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I very much hope that when like these people are evacuated by the time Ian hits, because if they're not and they're still stuck there when Ian hits,
They're gonna have to hunker down.
they're either gonna have to hunker down or we're looking at a mass casualty event in Florida.
I do not like hearing those words.
And if I can say one more thing, I don't want to take too much time. I'll stay in the Discord and update as much as I can in real time. So thank you for showing this to me. But the last thing I'll say is the public schools here in Tampa have become shelters. So a lot of them have, so I can confirm that. The ones on the coast, as you guys mentioned, are probably not going to be shelters. But there has been a lot of businesses and there is a lot of public schools that are now transitioning into shelters. And a lot of people are flocking to that as we speak.
Remarkable. You are in Tampa, so, you know, I'm not gonna... I mean, anyone who is in the Tampa area, you know, feel free to call back at regular intervals if you want.
Absolutely. I would love to join back.
All right. Thank you for now. Let's see if we can speak. Okay, go
Here's
ahead.
satellite observation. I am noticing now that that there is a possibility. I'm not saying that this is 100%, but I am seeing an opening to the southeastern quadrant of the eye wall, as well
Yes.
as there are convection bursts up towards the northeast of the LLC. However, there is a very strong blow up on the southern end of the LLC.
Look
But
at
there
this
is a-
close-up imagery, and you can see exactly what's going on. You know, you can
There
see
is an
exactly where
opening.
the eye wall is. No, I'm not sure
There
that
is
is
an
an opening. I think that might be south of the eye.
I don't know if it's an opening to the eye, but to the structure of the storm.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, but that southern eye wall is blowing up like ridiculous.
Let's see if we
So-
can quickly speak to one or two more people before we reach the end of the hour. I know that Johnny Sins, you've been waiting for a little while. The floor's open to you now. Hello? And it's all quiet. We can't hear anything. Nope, we're unable to hear anything from you, I'm afraid. We'll have to,
Hello?
Hello? Oh, that's Chris.
I know, I was saying hello to Johnny to see if he could hear.
Hey, how about now? Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
there we
Yeah,
go.
we can
at
hear you
last.
now.
There we go. We
I
hear
was
ya.
getting worried.
Hey, how's it going, man?
We're great.
Yeah, man, I'm currently driving down, going down I-4, and it's pretty crazy right now, man. It's pouring down. All these cars are acting like jackasses. It's crazy, man. I haven't
That's
even got
not
water.
helpful.
My shutter's up.
Yeah, I can imagine it's probably... I hope people aren't panicking too much, but there's still a fair amount of time, but it is going to get dangerous.
Yeah, man. I just want to say thank you again, and that's all I got, man. It's
Thank
crazy
you.
out there. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you for the call. I know a lot of more people are still waiting right now, but we've got a lot to get through with this storm. I know that Recon are still en route in and around. Tim, a quick update. Are they near?
AF301 is still en route. NOAA 3 has crossed the western tip of Cuba. They should be getting in position to get that vital information for the National Hurricane Center.
And it will be very crucial to see what Recon get in these next updates, considering the appearance of the storm, which has taken a real turn for the better, which encouraged the National Hurricane Center to upgrade this all the way up to 100 miles per hour, Category 2. A sure sign that this storm means business. Hurricane warnings are now in effect for Tampa and the area around that, and storm
Ethan.
surge warnings too, yeah.
We just got updated evacuation orders.
Okay.
Mandatory evacuation orders for Pinellas Zone A, 6 p.m. Monday. Pinellas Zones B and C, 7 a.m. Tuesday. Hillsborough Zone A since 2 p.m. Manatee Zone A, 8 a.m. Tuesday. Voluntary evacuation orders. Manatee Zone B, Hillsborough Zone B, and Sarasota Level A.
I just want to correct. It's Manatee County and Sarasota County.
Thank you.
And that
Thank you,
is
yeah.
Euxinator as well, who we've not heard from yet in Central Florida. We'll have a chat with you properly in a few moments. We're going for a short break now. We'll be back soon, and we'll have a lot more to talk about regarding Ian. We're here for the long haul this evening, live until 11 p.m. That's Eastern Time, so we've got a little way to go yet. We'll be back in a moment. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hurricane Ian is a stronger storm as we look at it at this hour. A Category 2 with winds of 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 972 millibars is what the National Hurricane Center came out with at their advisory 1 hour ago. And it was quite a jump from what they had previously. It was 85 miles per hour that they had last time, and they upped it to 100 miles per hour based off mainly satellite imagery, which is looking pretty decent, and recon are coming in shortly, probably to confirm this trend. Massive changes and escalation in the warnings in the last hour as well, where we have hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings that were extended for the Tampa Bay area particularly, and lots of other warnings dotted around Florida. We'll cover those in a little while. But right now, as we look at this imagery, this storm looks like it means business, and we have a lot to talk about as we go through this stream. We are live here until 11 PM Eastern Time tonight, because we're serious with our coverage today, because this is a serious situation, and for the next few days after that. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. I know a lot of people are itching to talk right now in our chat room, but right now we are also joined by several other people. I'm trying to keep them somewhat subdued for just a moment. We have right now Peanut still with us, Tim, Patrick, Christian, Euxinator, and Orlando. And I was slouching on that chair, I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, this storm currently a Category 2. I imagine there's is there important news, anyone?
There is a bit of important news on satellite imagery. Just to point out 2 observations currently. The southern extent of the LLC still has massive VHT blow-ups, as well as I am noticing that there is some blow-ups around the north side of the circulation, and at this time, based on satellite imagery, it does appear that Western Cuba is starting to get into the more intense outer rain bands, and center should pass over there within the next at least 6 hours.
Yes, a question there quickly. CSBO2 says, do you think this could get to Category 4 intensity before it reaches Cuba? Probably. Not probably, but possibly.
It's possible, just in the timing that's available. I mean, it's going to be making landfall sometime in the early morning hours. So it really has to start hauling itself through if it really wants to become that type of storm. If it does, that raises the risk of even more life-threatening surge and wind damage across Pinal del Rio. So, something.
I have a question.
Yep.
Does the NHC still want this thing to go up 45 miles an hour by tomorrow morning?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. They're expecting a major hurricane landfall in Cuba in the early hours. So that's 15 miles an hour, maybe.
Oh wait, no, I think they wanted it to go up 45 from last night, which I think it was like 50 when I looked at the cone that time. Now it's 100. So
seriously though, this storm could have been much stronger at this point than it is.
it could have. Luckily, dry air decided to come in and halt it.
Problem with that though is it made it easier for the upper level low towards the west of it to pick it up. So now Tampa's directly in the line of fire.
Tonight we have a slightly unusual format, certainly for us. It's something that we've not really thought to do before, but we are running a kind of a phone-in format tonight on our coverage, and so far it's working out quite well. A lot of people speaking about various things. Any comments and questions, you can not only relay in the chat section on our YouTube stream, but also in person, as it were, on our Discord call. You can get over there on our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and let's see if we can speak to someone now. We're going to talk to Cat Spotted Star. Hello?
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 I have... Okay, so, I'm looking at the solid...
Oh, they've gone.
Actually, just whilst I get a moment to butt in here, sorry, but Kenneth has just released our internal intermediate fix on Noru, and they've gone with 110 knots, 949.
So I don't know what happened there.
110 knots for Noru, you said?
That's quite low.
Yeah, that's according to our intermediate fix from Kenneth.
Let's see if we can
So
talk
that's-
to Aiden right now, if you've got a question for us.
It is slightly lower than I thought, but still also
Well,
very
not really a question, but I just want to say that I don't want to be one person that's all doom and gloom, but if you're in Tampa or anywhere within that area, evacuate now, or at least get ready now. This is not looking good. I'm really confident, and I agree with you guys that this thing is going to move into Tampa, or a little bit north or south. So please, if you're in around Tampa, please evacuate now, or at least get ready. Just please.
All right, thank you for that. Let's see if we can talk again to Cool Creeper Ryan.
Yeah, I think like an hour ago or so, there was a report in, I think southern Miami of vehicles being stranded on roads. And I'm
Vehicles
looking at
stranded on roads.
yeah, that's what I'm seeing on the report. I don't know how, if I can verify that, but there is a pretty heavy band in that area, around like 1 to 1.5 inches of hourly rates in that area.
Honestly, I can't see a reason as to why someone would abandon their car when trying to evacuate. Unless the roads got really clogged up.
Thanks for the
Yeah, I
call.
would assume they probably got stopped.
Was
But
that
yeah,
everything?
as I said, there's 1.5 inches an hour in the area.
Really? That's some high rain rates already in the bandings of the storm.
So the storm hasn't even hit Cuba yet, and it's already raining in Tampa?
Oh,
Sorry
yeah,
to interject
there's
here,
bands
sorry to
over
interject here real quick. I have some recon updates, and Tim, if you can back me up on this real quick. NOAA 3 is currently right in the center of the storm, and they have indicated on the just north of the center, if I'm not mistaken, they have indicated 60-knot winds, and that's all I got for right now.
They haven't hit the center yet, so we'll probably see those going up. But yeah, just echoing off of some of those rain totals that were being alluded to, Nathan. Just taking a look at some of the spots off the coast of Florida that we've already got some reports of 2.5, 3 inches. There's actually one cell that is out in the middle of the Gulf north of Cuba that has dropped over 5 inches of rain over the last 10 hours.
Man.
Yeah, I do want to point out that Tampa, yes, it's getting rain right now, but I'm not 100% sure if it's actually from Ian. It might actually be like normal afternoon showers in Tampa, at least, not down south.
Or possibly it might have been enhanced by Ian, though, maybe.
Definitely.
Oh, do you think any of the cells that move onshore from the outer bands could produce water spouts or tornadoes?
Definitely.
Yep.
That is
That's
always a
nothing
possibility with any rain
Tropical
bands that come from any tropical cyclone.
Or any rain band in general, pretty much.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I take that back. any rain band from tropical cyclones, yeah.
Northeastern side particularly. Welcome back to Obliterate.
Hello. So I have been looking at the peak storm surge forecast, and from Anclote River, middle of Longboat Key, about in the middle, I hear that they're expecting 5 to 10 feet of surge. That's what I'm hearing right now. 5 to 10 feet right there. Tampa Bay could get 5 to 10 feet of surge. Charlotte Harbor, 4 to 7 feet of surge. About the Englewood area, middle of Longboat Key, 5 to 8 feet of surge. So, I mean, if you are in this vicinity, if you were like in any of these vicinities, you could be getting some significant, significant surge. And I really am. I don't know. I'm just very surprised that the storm that they updated it, the National Hurricane Center, they updated the storm to 100 miles per hour. Honestly, I didn't think they were going to do that.
And plus, the
You'd be
Tampa surge
surprised.
is likely to get funneled into the bay from the shape of the shoreline.
Yeah, that's going to be very bad.
We're now looking at some radar imagery across southern Florida, and you can see some of those red zones. So there is definitely rain bands moving over the area right now, some of them quite stormy. Some cells kind of stuff there moving through the Keys, but a much more widespread thing moving through it's past Miami now, but all along the central part, the spine of Florida there, reaching along to the coast, getting close to West Palm Beach, and on the west coast, about to move through Naples. Some high amounts of rain there. Frank M., thank you very much for your support this evening. West Coast, we're thinking about you. South Florida here, they say. So that's another comment there. Thank you for that. Some more comments here. Is Ian starting to move slower right now? And it seems like it is going to move more north than northwest. Well, it will eventually turn north. Not sure exactly when.
Right
that
now,
will
I
be.
believe the movement is north-northwest at 13 miles per hour.
Is it?
Yes, that's what the National Hurricane Center has it at right now.
Let's see if we can look at a wider shot here and a more of a time period, so you can see what's actually happened to the storm in the last, say, I think it's about a 6-hour period there. And yeah, movement is more north than northwest, I think. So it's getting interesting.
The NHC is issuing intermediate advisories on Ian, right?
Of course.
Okay, just making sure. So the next advisory should be 45 minutes.
I do need to provide
No, an hour.
The
and
next
45.
intermediate is
Hour
at 8
45.
p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Sorry, I thought it was
AT&T
6.
GFS has ran, and it does forecast a 9:59 stall/landfall over Tampa Bay, and then paralleling the coast while weakening, and then moves northward into northwestern Georgia, and potentially sits up there for a couple days before moving off towards the north and east. So that is the latest AT&T model guidance.
Okay.
I'm just going to take a leave here for a few minutes, so I'll give hosting duties to Tim if necessary, but first I'll let Kenneth take the floor.
All right.
So we have the latest disruption data here, 967 millibars splash pressure with 14 knots, which suggests the current central pressure at 966 millibars. A pretty significant deepening from the past few hours. Like a few hours ago, there's a nice zone, yeah.
Oh, and Kenneth, do you mind
Yes?
explaining the intermediate fix on Noru?
No, yeah, sure. So we've put it at a drastic increase. Given this pinhole eye feature, it rapidly intensified yet again, and the radial velocity data from radar has revealed a maximum radial winds of 62.5 meters per second, 3 kilometers aloft, within the past hour, which translates to an intensity of around 110 knots. This is also further supported by a 3-hour average DT of 5.8, which is also 110 knots during 18 to 21Z, using 30-minute interval imagery from DeFry estimates.
Okay. And what was the pressure? 949, right?
Yes. Yeah, using
Yeah.
Casey, wind pressure relation.
So you hear our team talking about the calculations for Noru there, 110 knots, 949 millibars. Getting back over to Ian, Noah 3 did make not one but two drop zone passes with their first pass into Ian, both of them being 967 14 knot wind. So they made two drops there on their first pass. We are still waiting for the Air Force plane to get in, which looks like they're going to be coming in from a western side vector into the storm. And we still have NOAA 9 in there doing upper level reconnaissance. They are probably about done with that for the day. And we do have some questions coming in. How will Ian weaken after it gets into the Gulf? Aren't the waters blazing hot? The waters are really hot around the Gulf. Some places are 30, 31 degrees Celsius. However, there is a trough that is supposed to be coming in from the northern part of Canada that will dig down into the southern part of the United States. And that trough is supposed to be the linchpin that should start causing shear to increase across the Gulf and into the Florida Panhandle region. So that is what we're anticipating could be the catalyst to cause not only Ian's slowdown, but also some weakening with the hurricane once it does get closer to the Florida coastline. Do you have a question, and any of our Florida natives could answer this? What winds could St. Petersburg downtown receive?
St. Petersburg. Let's see. That is around the Pinellas Park area. Let's see. They could be. Oh, I'm not sure actually. What winds do you think they could get there? Is that what he's asking? Like the amount of like winds and surge and stuff they can get there? What's he asking?
Probably just the winds.
St. Petersburg, correct?
Yes.
I have no idea.
That's okay. Hold on. St. Peter.
Okay, well,
that's
while
around the Pinellas area.
Yeah. So while our team go for it, Kenneth. Go for it.
So the recon is found at the southeastern side has a flight level winds of 700 millibar flight level winds, 87 knots with an SFMR of 80 knots, which translates to the intensity of 80 knots at southeastern side. And pretty much as previous recon flight supported that the northeastern side has the strongest winds, so we can reasonably say that 100 miles per hour currently is the best estimates right now. And pressure from the latest drop zone 966 millibars.
Yeah, just take a look at that raw data now, Kenneth. That southeast pass has 4 data points of 85 knots or higher. So definitely, NHC was on point with their 100 mile per hour estimate at the 5 p.m. advisory.
That makes more sense.
Wow. So they got that right then.
I think it might remain 100 through next intermediate advisory.
Think so?
We'll have to see. That this was the southeast. They have not sampled the northeastern side of the.
Wait, that was the southeast?
Yes, that
I
was
thought it was the northeast quadrant.
No, that was the southeast. NOAA 3 came in on the northwest side and made a southeast pass for their first run.
I saw that question earlier about St. Petersburg. You could well get major hurricane conditions of the worst case scenario, and a slight deviation to the east on that forecast cone is probably going to cement that, quite honestly. So could be dangerous there, and definitely a storm surge which could exceed 10 feet and still possibly under the gun for extremely high amounts of rain too, with locally amounts possibly up to 30 inches if the storm stalls as indicated by the National Hurricane Center.
And hopefully, if it does stall, it doesn't sit for a day.
That
Yeah,
would be
I
pretty,
hope not either.
Yes.
That would be terrible.
that would be pretty terrible.
We do not need another Harvey or a Milda.
Nope.
Or a Florence. We don't need any of
Dorian.
those.
Definitely not.
No, we do not need any of those.
Let's see if we can invite someone else to our call here. Goggles,
Oh, there.
you're on the air.
Well, I don't really have any predictions, but I'm just wondering about like affected areas at like once it makes landfall and goes north is what the track is saying. As a depression, at least.
Oh. So, yeah, I mean, there's still an extremely large cone for that 4 or 5 day period. It is enormous, way larger than they usually do, so...
Very wide as
I'm
it goes
thinking
north.
this is most likely going to be a major hurricane landfall.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, I'm still not committed on that yet, but... A major
Still
hurricane
expected to, like,
landfall
weaken
possible
before it
in
makes
Cuba?
landfall.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
I think a major landfall for Cuba might be inevitable at this point.
Yeah.
Really?
With
I'm
the
sure-
National
okay.
Hurricane Center cone, it's showing a major hurricane landfall.
Still, we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
Unless it hopefully somehow weakens before then, a major's probably inevitable.
You
What
right
are you,
there?
what are you thinking? 115 miles per hour?
Probably.
You know, I've been thinking since it's been so quiet, it's actually pretty much a bad thing because that means there's more fuel for storms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
We saw that. We saw that with Michael back in 2018.
It blossomed into a Category 5 storm relatively quickly.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The Caribbean hasn't had a powerful hurricane for God knows how long.
I think really the last one was Iota.
Yeah.
And I
That's,
honestly-
that's
2 years,
further
hasn't it?
south, of course,
With-
but I mean, this
along
part
with
of the
this-
Caribbean, I mean, we're going way back.
Along with
I think
last
20
year,
I don't know, Nathan. I think we had a lot in 2021 and late 2020 that traversed this part of the Caribbean. However, I don't think any of them had gotten to the intensity that we're anticipating Ian to get to.
Oh, might I
Where's
say? I think
Delta?
I think the last storm we had that was really bad here. Well, in this part of the Caribbean was either Dean and Felix in 07 or Gustav in 08.
Yeah.
like
No, I'm not too sure.
the absolute worst case scenario, which is, I mean, this worst case scenario is I mean, it's not entirely impossible, but a Category 5 landfall is like very unlikely.
This
It's-
storm
I think it's
existing in
unlikely just to
general is a
reach
worst-case
Category
scenario.
5 intensity.
Yep.
Yeah, it could most likely reach a Category 4, and that's it.
This storm existing by itself, it's simply existing as a worst case scenario.
And Tampa
As-
Bay is going to get very bad surge. I'll tell you that right now.
The surge is going to be terrible. I mean,
Unfortunately.
up to 10 feet at least. That's where I'm seeing.
That's what they're forecasting.
Or more at this point.
And that is taking into account the storm weakening, which I hope it does, which it more than likely will. But there's always the tiniest little chance that it won't do what everyone thinks it's going to do.
Like what,
Oh,
back in 05, what with
That'll be
Katrina.
it
Oh,
needs lots of
sorry.
like sticky dry air, but it has some kind of sticky dry air intrusion, or some structural changes, but still, I don't think that it will deviate so much, given that the relative humidity is like 50 to 60%. That such a humidity of dry air is not enough to severe disrupt the structure of Ian. Given the deepening rate as well.
It's probably just enough to slow its intensification.
Even
Yeah,
if
not enough to stop the trend overall, and very likely we're seeing continuous rapid development. We're seeing major in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's going to be enough to stop it.
honestly, if it does weaken, it's still a problem due to rainfall and flash flooding.
Yep, of course, it's still going to be a lot of rain.
Now, it could go... here's the thing. The cone can change really fast if it needs to. It's forecasted to hit Florida, obviously.
I'm worried about it shifting more east.
With the
It shifts more
uncertainty the
east, it
way
goes-
it is, then there is real scope for
This-
changes still.
This could pull an Ivan.
I don't know about
Oh,
that.
I mean,
I don't know about
if
that.
it
I
does
don't know
turn,
about
if it
that
does
one.
go a little more east, if it does.
Ivan was a Category 5 around here.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just saying.
And
like,
Ivan
when it was on
pulled a
land,
bit
it went
west
back out
around
to
this
sea.
time, I
didn't it?
believe.
It was further west, yeah, through the Yucatan Channel.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that,
If it goes a little bit more north of Tampa, that would be even worse for
Yeah.
for all those areas.
Oh no, exactly.
Because you just get all the constant surge from everything.
Exactly.
Right.
The question is how. The question is how fast is the surge going to come? That's.
Cool, man.
Goggles, Obliterate, we have to move on and make way for some more callers here, but thanks for joining
Understand.
us. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that so soon. Nam 3 Kilometer, one of our occasional chatters here as well.
I thought you were talking about the model for a moment.
No,
I am the
someone
model.
who has nicknamed themselves
Nah, I'm
Nam
not.
3 Kilometer is here. Welcome aboard.
Hello. See, we are live streaming.
Yep, you're on the air. What's your thoughts on Ian right now?
It's probably in an RI cycle right now. There's some microwave imagery earlier, shows the eye wall is very well defined, and there's some big old hot towers going up right now. There was one earlier and a new one forming right now, so it's probably rapidly intensifying again as it moves towards Cuba.
There certainly is. I'm not sure if it's rapid, but certainly intensification going on. But then again, we
Yeah,
heard
some sort.
about those pressure readings earlier. Maybe it is. Let's see if we can also talk to Breadmaster right now. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air.
Yeah, I live in Dade County, which is like the one part of Florida that doesn't have any warnings associated with this. So, like a couple jaunt to the east, could we be looking at like tropical storm stuff around here possibly?
So near
I
Miami.
think so.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that was Miami-Dade. I think you may get some possible tropical storm conditions if you're near the if the cone moves eastward, especially if you're further west in the county inland, but also along the coast. About 33, I think it was about 33% chance of tropical storm conditions in Miami. Obviously a 1 in 3 chance there. Tim, could you go over again what the latest info is that we got from Recon? I came in towards the end of what you were saying earlier.
Sure, Nathan. Right now, we still have 2 planes in Ian right now. We have NOAA 9 doing upper level reconnaissance, and we have NOAA 3 that has made its first pass northwest to southeast. They did drop 2 dropsons in the center of Ian. Kenneth had relayed those earlier. They had a 967 pressure with a 14 knot wind on Dropson 3. Dropson 4 was exactly the same thing. 967 surface, 14 knot winds. Also on their southeast pass. Now keep in mind, this is on the southeastern side. Flight level winds up to 87 knots with SFMRs approaching 80 knots. So clearly, this is a storm that is on the rise with its intensity.
Quite worrisome, certainly.
This is my first timing on the Force 13 live stream, and I wish it was under way better circumstances.
Almost always the case. It really is.
Yeah, well, literally every time they go live. it's-
Absolutely.
I'm looking at microwave imagery as well right now, and I'm seeing a very noticeable blow up in the center of the storm, which would indicate to me that an eye is trying to become better defined.
Yeah, that's likely on the 1 hour replacement cycle, a very quick one, and it just finished, nearly finished, and from Vortex data message and some flight level data, it may suggest that some double wind maxima and a larger wind side, the larger eye, and right now it just pretty much as it nears finish, you will see the intensification trend to start becoming more steep.
Here's some more radar imagery. I think this is from Cuba now, showing the eye structure. Not the greatest quality imagery ever, although
You should unsmooth it. It gives you a lot more
it
higher
is-
quality imagery.
I don't think that's an option,
Okay.
actually. I think it is a little bit better than the
Oh.
Philippine satellites, at least, the radar at least. But what can we take from this radar imagery, if anything?
Oh, it's got an eye wall, so it's definitely more well defined than it was before. Plus the outer band, it's quite actually a large storm because the outer bands are reaching very far up, even into Florida right now.
Yeah, and if we switch back to the Florida radar, you can see what's going on there right now. Very large areas of heavy rainfall over Fort Lauderdale and Boca Raton shortly, and areas further inland as well, reaching West Palm Beach fairly soon. Over Naples as well, or just about to be. Yeah, a little bit off Naples yet, but over Marco Island as well, they're getting some significant showers.
Yeah,
it
when those
looks like the Grand Cayman radar still has a better view on the Eye of Ian than that Cuba radar.
Some models that have like a simulated infrared satellite view, some of them are showing the CDO of the storm approaching roughly the size of Katrina's as it nears Florida, which is something I did not expect to see.
I think the tornado threat on the Storm Prediction Center website is going to get bumped up as well because the new HER run came in. And we're basically seeing... Now, the HER is actually decent for... unlike the NAM, the 3 kilometer, it's actually decent when it comes to tropical tornado forecasting.
Right.
And it says during landfall, everything's going to sort of be perfectly aligned for multiple supercell thunderstorms in the outer bands of the storm to produce tornadoes, potentially even a couple of significant ones. It depends, though, from storm to storm interaction, so that's quite concerning. I think it's going to get bumped up to a 10 non-sig.
You know how when hurricanes make landfall, the Storm Prediction Center doesn't issue wind outlooks for them?
No, usually because the supercells that form in them, they're kind of like low tops and they're like little beans, so they don't really have a damaging wind threat. But because the hurricane produces so much wind shear in itself, it literally causes every storm in the outer band to at least try and rotate. But
that explains why tornadoes are so prevalent on the northeastern side.
Yeah, and the issue is that the northeastern side of this hurricane is literally Florida.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly aligned in the way that every single supercell that forms will most likely be over land, which is very concerning.
And when the storm slows down and makes that stalling movement, there's going to be more and more cells coming over it because the rain bands are just going to be prolonged over the state, and that has a greater chance to produce tornadoes that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. What they did with Dorian actually was quite rare. They issued a 15 non-sig tornado risk, so that basically means a 15% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of the point, but not 10% chance or higher of significant tornadoes, which is pretty rare. 15% is like usually reserved for like tornado outbreaks of some sort, so they could do that, but I think they don't have enough confidence yet, so I think likely it'll be bumped up to a 10 for now.
If I'm correct, I think they might have issued a whatever the red is for tornadoes. I think they might have issued a... Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, 15%. Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
Okay, I thought they also
you're right.
might have issued it for Ivan and Rita. Actually, Ivan and Rita might have been the 30. I have to look back at the SPC risks.
I doubt it. They have never issued like a 30 non-sig like ever in existence. So I don't think
Just taking a quick look at the bands that are coming through South Florida, Nathan. Obviously, we got multiple radar programs available. You have WSB3, Radar Scope, and GR2. And just take a look at GR2. There is no normalized rotation being indicated on these bands coming through the Miami-Dade, Florida area. So right now, these bands are not spinning up any kind of tornadic signatures or anything right now. However, they are delivering some very heavy rains into the area.
They are also blowing up on water vapor imagery, so they could be potentially strengthening.
Although as the bands go, as the bands get closer to the core of the hurricane, the shear is going to increase, and especially when you get to that, especially getting very close to the eye wall, the storm relative helicity just goes a bit crazy. And
all right, Nathan, we have some recon news. We now have 3 planes into Ian. Obviously, NOAA 3 made its first pass. AF 301 has come online. They are now gauging into the storm, and we still have NOAA 9 doing upper level drops on around the area of Ian. So 3 planes in there right now.
And big convective tops over the eye again right now.
What's the average count of recon planes that go in a storm at any given time?
I think 3 is probably the most they'll do. They have 1 NOAA flight that does lower level recon that is usually either NOAA 2 or NOAA 3. You have the Air Force recons, which I've seen them have as many as 2 Air Force recons in a storm at any given time. They've got 1 in there right now. And then they have NOAA 9, which I believe is reserved for upper level reconnaissance. So there's been times where they've had 3 or 4 planes in a storm at a given time.
My question that I have is with the Air Force recon, what planes do they fly in?
I can actually answer that because I actually had that information in front of me. So these are the technical terms. Our NOAA 3 is a Lockheed WP-3D Orion. The NOAA 9 is a Gulfstream 4, and the AF301 is a Lockheed W3 130J Hercules. Basically, it's a modified C-130.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, big boy.
Yeah, and you figure these planes have a crew of 5 to 7 on board. You obviously have 1 to 2 pilots. You have a navigator. You have a crew of 1 to 2 people that are doing the drop sons for the plane. And you have 1 meteorologist that is on board that is looking at all the data that the instrumentation and the drop sons are bringing back to the plane. That meteorologist then takes that information and relays it back to the National Hurricane Center. And that's where they use that information to issue the advisories and information that come out every 3 to 6 hours.
A reminder of the watches and warnings that are in effect now from the National Hurricane Center, just to reiterate these. It's been a while since we announced them, as a matter of fact, and their next update is in just over an hour. Hurricane warning now in effect for the Cuban provinces of Villa de Juventud, Pinar del Rio, and Artemisa, Englewood to the Anclote River in Florida, including Tampa Bay and Dry Tortugas. A storm surge warning for Anclote River southward to Flamingo and Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mayabec and Matanzas, Lower Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge westward to Key West, and Flamingo to Englewood. Storm surge watch for the Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward to Key West, Dry Tortugas, Florida Bay, Orcilla River to Anclote River, and the Altamaha Sound to Flagler-Volusia County Line and St. Johns River. A hurricane watch for north of Anclote River to the Suwannee River and Bonita Beach to Englewood, and a tropical storm watch for the Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge to the Channel 5 Bridge, Lake Okeechobee, north of the Suwannee River to Indian Pass, and Jupiter Inlet to Altamaha Sound. Just a note on the expected storm surges. Anclote River to middle of Longboat Key, Florida, including Tampa Bay, they're expecting 5 to 10 feet, and I would say more right now. Suwannee River to Anclote River, 5 to 8 feet. Middle of Longboat Key to Englewood, 5 to 8 feet. Englewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor, 4 to 7 feet. And Bonita Beach to East Cape Sable, 3 to 5 feet. The Flagler-Volusia County Line to Altamaha Sound, including St. Johns River, 2 to 4 feet. And East Cape Sable to Card Sound Bridge, including Florida Bay, 2 to 4 feet. Orcilla River to Suwannee River, 2 to 4 feet. Florida Keys, including the Dry Tortugas, 2 to 4 feet. And Indian Pass to Orcilla River, 1 to 3 feet. So lots of warnings and advisories out right now for the hurricane and for potential storm surges. National Hurricane Center will update for the next advisory or intermediate advisory at 8 p.m. Let's see if we can talk to Wyatt now, who is wanting to call in. And hopefully we'll hear from them in a moment. They've got to press a button to accept the call first of all. We'll wait on that for a moment, but whilst we wait for that, anyone else with anything?
Just to give a quick analysis of the environment for the tornadoes, just to back off of what AM3K, I'm saying, basically what we're going to be looking at is looking at an environment that's going to be having front to right moving, or right to left moving tornadoes. Now, the photographs are going to be straight vectored, obviously, because they are moving in a southeast and northwest direction. However, the photographs are favorably curved, although they are vectored in a misdirection, and given the fact that storms are going to align over good thermodynamics as well as shear vectors. Like we've been all saying, I would not be surprised if they do bump up the tornado risk to 10, given the fact that we're going to be seeing these outer rain bands potentially maturing into mini supercells that will be able to produce tornadoes. And honestly, you don't need a lot of you don't really need a lot of shear in tropical rain bands, but you need good thermos, and thermos are definitely there to support tornadoes.
Day of landfall, there's something like 4,000 SB cape, which is definitely enough to prevent the storms from being sheared apart.
And within the storms, there are about maybe 2,000 to 2,500 surface.
Let's
Oh,
get
it might
some.
cut out, I think.
Let's get some questions from our YouTube chat. Tyler says, "A nasty band going to the Upper Keys in a few hours. Do you think there could be tornadoes?"
Always a
I
possibility.
will check right now, actually. Give me a moment. I'm going to use Rain Viewer to see what band you're talking about. Yes, I see it. I don't really think so. Oh.
There's
Well,
definitely a band.
I'm seeing a few hook echoes.
Really?
Over water right now on Rain Viewer, which is quite interesting.
I guess that answers your question.
Like, well-defined hook echo. I'll send a screenshot in the chat. Give me a minute.
Wait, do they look like just... Do the hook echoes look like something out of crappy supercells or like a Great Plains storm?
I'll show you right now. You can judge for yourself.
Alright.
There's like two merged together, but it looks very interesting.
So that's what's approaching that area at this moment in time. There was another comment. Someone was talking about, and I've lost it now, but they were saying that the front was delayed or something to that effect.
Whoever asked about the supercells, checking call chat. That's what they look like.
Oh. Oh dear. That kind of gives me flashbacks to the radar images during Isaias and quite a few hook echoes from December 10th.
I wouldn't say it was quite December 10th caliber, because that was straight up.
No, I mean like the week. I mean like the weak cells that formed.
Yeah.
I do want to quickly interject certain interrupts here, but Orange County schools, for those in the Orlando area, will be canceling classes on Wednesday and Thursday due to preparations for Major Hurricane Ian. That has just been that is a developing story that just came in about 30 seconds ago.
Well, Dragon Lady, thank you for your support once again and asked a question. What are the peaks temperature? Do you have any information on that? I don't know if you're referring to the cloud tops.
That might be what they're referring to. But I'm not sure.
There's a few into the minus, I think there's still maybe some minus 80s possibly in there, or at least high minus 70s. And do we think that all of the keys will get tropical storm warnings, I think, since only the middle and the lower do right now, or even watches, I'm not sure whether it's watches or warnings.
I'm not really sure.
Let's see if we can invite another caller here right now. Press your luck 444. Hello?
Interesting.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen.
Hi.
Actually, it's Redneck Glover.
Oh.
It's Redneck Glover on YouTube.
Yes, we know you well.
So that
I horribly misread his name.
I don't know if knowing me that well is good or bad at this point, but I'll go with the positive. First off, I have friends in Tampa. Good friend actually, a little north of there. Is it going to be worse actually if the hurricane actually misses Tampa as opposed to going straight through it? I mean, you're all sounding like it almost be worse if the eye sets just a few miles off the coast. Am I missing something in
Maybe.
your analysis?
It's a tough one. If the eye moves over Tampa, then it's going to be stronger at landfall because I assume it'll be moving quicker. If it stays offshore, it'll be stalling for a while. So Tampa may not get as strong winds, but you're looking at big storm surges either way. And then it's the rainfall on top of that. So if it stalls with the eye offshore, then you're looking at 30 inches of rain. If it moves flat out inland from the southwest to northeast, then you might get away with 15 inches of rain in Tampa, but then you would get the eye wall of probably a Category 3 hurricane.
It's more a case of just picking your poison at that
It
point,
is
isn't
really,
it?
yeah, absolutely. We can still hope
The other-
for the area that it might go near the western side of the cone, and that would mean that Tampa would only get tropical storm force winds, but I don't know about that.
But tropical storm force winds are still tropical storm force. They can still do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
The other thing. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever was going to speak, I apologize.
No, you go.
Well, I was going to ask Nathan real quick. I hope you don't mind if I mention this, just because people who might be cruising listen to this. I've been checking the cruise news part of it because I'm a cruiser myself, and there's been 6 cruise ships that have changed their itineraries at the moment. And fortunately, at the moment, and the only real cruise port, there's a couple lines. I know Carnival has a ship out of, I think it's the Paradise out of Tampa Bay, and I think Royal Caribbean has another one. I haven't heard any news about them closing the port. I can't believe they won't. But I do know for a fact, and I've kind of double checked this, that 6 cruise ships thus far have changed their itineraries for one reason or the other. One even has completely changed their itineraries, going from the east to the Eastern Caribbean instead of the Western like they planned. So it's affecting cruise ships a lot at the moment. So I just thought I'd mention that, if you didn't mind.
Yeah, of course.
They may not. Sorry, they may not have changed. They may not have closed the ports because they're trying to get their cruise ships out into a safer area. But that's just me, and I'm not sure.
No, I agree. They're not. I agree. If there's a ship that was going into Tampa, to disembark their passengers, yes, they'll keep them out there where it's safe, as opposed to obviously going to the port just to get them off. So yes, you're not wrong about that.
Someone in chat called Tyler RM actually has asked a good question. Is there some website on radar to see vortex for tornadoes that you recommend? In terms of free ones, I recommend weather.us. If you go on weather.us, and then you go to radar and lightning, and then you go on US Doppler radar base reflectivity, and then you can zoom in on different areas. So I'm going to zoom in on the Florida, South Florida.
Thank you for the call, by the way, Redneck Lover.
Then what you can do is click on the little tornado icon at the top, and that will basically show you velocities. So if you see greens and reds in close proximity, like inbound, outbound velocities, that could be an indicator of rotation. Yeah, rotation. So that's the best way to do it free-wise. Although if you have a bit of cash to spare, you can get an app like
Radar Scope.
Radar Scope, Radar Mega. They do the same function, just with a bunch of extra features. And they do it better in some cases.
In some cases.
Yes. They both have their advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, don't use the Weather Channel. Just don't.
Yeah, because it's very low resolution and you can't really see rotation.
It's the Weather Channel, just don't.
Yeah, please don't use that radar.
Someone in YouTube chat said Cat 5 in Tampa is worst case scenario.
No.
Well, yeah, Cat 5 anywhere would be worst case scenario.
I mean, they're not wrong.
I
Pretty
mean,
impossible,
sure,
though.
but it's very, it's very unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
Nathan,
this
can I just have
specific
a
storm,
quick second to read a news release from an Orlando newsie?
Hey guys, I just checked the website for the shelters. Pinellas County just opened up 3 emergency shelters. So it's general population and it's pet friendly. So if anybody has pets and you need a place to go for a shelter,
Bring your cats, bring
and there
your
will
dog.
be. Here's another look at some satellite imagery right now, concentrating in on Cuba there, and you can just about make out the Florida Keys at the top of the screen, and some big blow-ups of convection, which is what's leading to that big band of heavy rainfall, and what you were alluding to earlier, Nam 3 kilometer guy, about
Nam 3 kilometer guy, nice.
About the potential for well, I don't think there'll be tornadic activity in that, will there?
Well, today the SPC outlined a small tornado risk for the Keys, about a 2%. So yeah, there's a chance today, but it's really going to ramp up tomorrow and the day after.
All right.
Oh, Chris, you know how you said that shelter's pet friendly?
Yeah.
That reminded me of how during Katrina people didn't evacuate because they couldn't take their pets, and when rescue came, they didn't get on the helicopters because they didn't allow pets on board. And I don't know why, but you saying pet friendly just reminded me of that. But they changed that and allowed you to take your pets with you on rescue craft.
Keep sending in your questions.
Well,
Start your message with Force 13 or in text. Sorry to
Peanut,
interrupt.
I just looked. No, you're good. Only one of them is pet friendly. That's Largo High School's pet friendly. The rest are not.
All right. Justin G says, "Why is there a day 3 critical for fires in Florida?" Is that true?
Is that actually true? I'm gonna check right now.
That's a good question on that.
We'll look it up. What's the
one of
fire
our team is
outlook?
doing that.
There is. What?
There is.
But
What?
it's in the Panhandle.
Oh, it's on the Panhandle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not where Ian's gonna
I
dump rain. Actually, the Panhandle could get some rain, but
It's actually related to Ian. Broad
Yeah,
Height Falls.
probably the winds like fanning a fire or something. Like
Yeah,
what
I
happened
guess.
with Andrea in 2007. Well, luckily Barry came along and put out the fires, or attempted to.
And we know that the air masses around these hurricanes can be pretty dry because it's sucked in all of the energy around it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and when I think there's going to be a lot of dry air behind and inside that trough, so when it pushes Ian away, that dry air is going to come swinging down too. I believe.
All right. Here is once again some latest satellite imagery. We're not far from the end of daylight now, probably only another hour, if not less. And you can see here another look at the hurricane. Still cloud-filled and convective blow-ups all over the center, but you can quite clearly see where that center ought to be. And it feels to me like a matter of time until we get to see a proper eye emerge on visible imagery here.
Someone in YouTube chat just said Miami is already getting downtown flooding.
That could be true with the amount of rain they recently had.
Check my radar. Check my radar app.
Significant rain rates. The rain is leaving Miami now.
We do have a couple of updates here, Nathan. One regarding recon, another one regarding some of these banding coming into the Florida area.
Yep.
AF NOAA 3 is now making their northward jaunt, probably going to do a northeast to southwest pass. AF 301, they actually went in a little bit further south. They have now dropped into the storm, and they're going to be doing a southwest to northeast pass. NOAA 9 is still doing upper level drop zones. And on the radar, we actually now have a couple areas of rotation just south of Flamingo, Florida. This would be to the northwest of Layton and Duck Key. So we might have a brief rotation that might be spinning up a little bit.
Oh, are those the hook echoes that Nam3K posted in the chat?
I'm not sure if those are related to those. I'm just looking at
where is this?
my
I'll take a
radar
look.
now, and yeah, there is some signs of rotation.
We need to give you a different name, Nam 3 kilometer.
Yeah.
All right, I'll change my name. Give me a minute.
Call him Dude 3K.
It's too serious, man. Because people will think about the NAM 3 kilometer model, and we know what connotations
let me think
that
of a
has.
name.
Yeah,
You could
so
call
on
him
our
Guy.
page, I'll be posting a screenshot of this rotation down in our North Atlantic track. So,
Bro, 3K.
anybody on the YouTubeverse, if you want to see these rotations, you're gonna want to jump into our Discord, discord.gg/413.
We will take a look at it as well in the next hour, in a couple of minutes. What am I saying? We're going to take a short break now here. This is Force 13 Live. We're covering this storm all the way through until 11 p.m. tonight on the East Coast. Stay tuned. The National Hurricane Center will update in about an hour's time. We'll collect that along with all of our thoughts at the start of the next hour. Stay tuned. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hurricane Ian remains a powerful and strengthening hurricane right now. It's a massive hot tower that's just blown up over the centre in those very latest images. As we get very close to nightfall now on this storm, the sun will set probably in about half an hour looking at that imagery. It is a Category 2 with 100 mile per hour winds and 972 millibars from the National Hurricane Centre's last advisory from 5 p.m. They'll update again at 8, which is at the end of this hour, and we will carry that update whenever it emerges. Recon, as far as we know, have caught quite a little bit lower in terms of air pressure, and so signs of strengthening continue. This storm is expected to make landfall on the western coast of Cuba as a major Category 3 hurricane and continue intensifying into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico and become a Category 4 as it approaches western Florida. The National Hurricane Center think, and the models have been on track with this, that it could do a little bit of a stalling motion, or at least slow movement, very close, dangerously close to the Tampa Bay area, and it could cause very large storm surges for a prolonged amount of time of over 10 feet, and hurricane force winds, of course, but also extremely heavy rainfall, which could total in some areas over 30 inches. That's 30 inches. So this storm certainly has the potential to be extremely dangerous by the time it reaches that area, but there's still a lot of uncertainty about just how and when and where and what the storm will do. It's an extremely uncertain situation, much more so than the typical hurricane. Indeed, the 5-day cone for the National Hurricane Center is about just a bit over twice as large as a typical cone would be. But there we have it. Here I am in the studio. My name is Nathan Foy, hosting this stream once again. We're here until 11 p.m. tonight, and we have a packed house here with our team and a selection of participants as well. It's a different format than usual tonight. We have an open phone-in format, and we've got a few people hanging around as well. You can join the phone-in session by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and taking a look at our tropical stage, which is where we're active right now, and submitting a request to join. We're also, of course, still taking comments in text as well, but the way things have been going, it's been quite hectic, and we haven't been able to get through everything, but we are definitely trying. Of course, our team are conversing with themselves as well, as there's plenty of conversation to be had, whilst we try and decipher exactly what's going on with this storm. Lots of people here. We've got Peanut, Tim, Aidan, Smitty, Chris, Dimitri, Christian, Kenneth, and Orlando. Let's first talk to Tim, who, if you've got any updates on Recon perhaps, and also what's happening with that band approaching the Keys.
Yeah, Nathan. Currently, NOAA 3 has actually decided to come in to the side of Ian going east to west, so we will get another pass through the center of the storm here shortly. We have AF301 coming in from the southwest, because they're going to be making a northeast pass. NOAA 9 is still doing upper level drop sons. And we still do have a band of thunderstorms in association with Ian that are getting ready to move on shore. And there are a couple brief areas of rotation associated with this band south of Flamingo, Florida, northwest of Layton and Duck Key. So some of these outer bands starting to get some rotation in with their thunderstorms.
You know what I don't get?
Yep.
What? Why Recon doesn't immediately doesn't do the northeast side first, but they do everything but until. Like the last one they do beforehand is just middle. It's not middle. The last one they actually do is just the northeast, which is the strongest. And I don't know why.
A lot of that comes down to what the onboard meteorologist requests from the pilot, as they're basically the commander of that mission. The pilot just flies the plane. The onboard Met calls the shots as to where they go inside the storm, what altitude they go to. Everything is ran through that onboard meteorologist.
Hello, Observer, and welcome to the stream. You're on the air. What have you got for us?
Oh, I was accidentally muted.
There we are.
Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Thank you for doing this stream. I know a couple of friends of mine that are in Florida, and they appreciate you doing this. Quick question. What are going to be the impacts to southern Alabama if Ian takes the west side of the cone? What would be the impacts for Alabama, southern Alabama in that case?
Well, 24 hours ago, they were probably still within the cone. Right now, though, the cone is shifting further east, and they're quite far from... I mean, I assume... Do you mean just coastal Alabama or inland as well?
Around Mobile and Mobile and Foley or whatever.
So that
really
coastal area there,
Buffalo.
I think, is pretty clear from the storm. Even if it goes to the west of the track, it's on the western side, which is if it's not weaker, it's shorter. So I think Alabama, the coastal region, probably won't get too much out of the storm. It's actually inland that might get worse conditions if the storm veers off towards the west as it moves inland further north over Georgia. Some high rain totals maybe.
May I say something real quick?
Of course.
So I wanted to kind of, sorry for cutting you off, Observer.
It's fine.
I wanted to bring something up when Tim got done, but I let Observer go. Guys, make sure if you are in zones that are under evacuation orders, you guys are following them. They are in place to keep you safe and pretty much to keep you alive.
They exist for a reason.
Yes, pretty much.
I'll ask you to relay some of those current orders shortly. Just thank you to Mick J for your support here as well. And Zach says, can we just take a moment to appreciate Noru's eye? It's really clearing out. Oh dear. Noru is the typhoon in the Western Pacific that is ongoing at the same time as this storm and really keeping everyone busy. There's a shot of it, and you can see there the Western Pacific, South China Sea. Noru is extremely powerful once again and intensifying there as it approaches the coast of Vietnam. We will try to cover that a little bit more in the evening local time tonight.
Give me the word for it and I'll read them off.
Let's go back to the current information that you've got, Chris.
Okay, so currently, let me get to the server on my computer because I have it all pulled up. Okay, so currently, let me get to the call chat. Currently, these are the evacuation orders that are in place. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for Pinellas, Zone A, 6 p.m. Monday. Pinellas, Zones B and C at 7 a.m. Tuesday. Hillsborough, Zone A since 2 p.m. today. Manatee, Zone A, 8 a.m. Tuesday. Voluntary evacuation orders are in effect for Manatee, Zone B, Hillsborough, Zone B, and Sarasota, Level A. And those are the current mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders that are in place. If you are within the mandatory evacuation order, please follow it. Yeah, leave. If you are within the voluntary evacuation order, I would very much prepare in the event that you guys get bumped up to a mandatory and you have everything ready to go, so you're not rushing around to get everything ready. But that's all for me.
All right, thank you. We're just looking closely at some of these radar images that are around the Florida Keys. Marathon getting a bit of a beating right now by the looks of things. And as Tim was talking about earlier, Leighton had a pass through earlier there as well. Key West looks like it stayed generally out of the worst stuff at the moment. A few thunderstorms blowing up around it though, just to the east. But that big band that's moving through, some of those cells could have the potential to turn tornadic. So that's, I guess, the most immediate threat for Florida right now, in a way, ahead of the actual hurricane.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are multiple water spouts on the on the water. I wouldn't be surprised if there were already multiple ongoing water spouts. But then again, they're still over water, and most hurricanes, most tropical systems begin producing tornadoes when they make landfall, or when the bands go over the land already.
Observe, was that everything that you wanted to mention? Oh,
I think I might have.
All right, we'll let them come back if they want to. Let's see if we can talk to G7R3 right now. Hello?
Hello. I was watching something about... Did you hear about the Project Phoenix simulation?
Yes, that is a hypothetical scenario of, was it like a Category 5 into Tampa? Or?
Yeah, is that even possible? Because I'm looking at the similarities and they're pretty scary.
I mean, under the right conditions, it's possible, but not with this storm.
No,
Even though, like, HMON and even Weather Channel are now pushing it up to 140 miles per hour, so it could be...
Wait, what's that? What's that project about? Because I tried to look it up, but I didn't get anything on it.
It's about the worst possible scenario, where there's 160 mile an hour Category 5.
It's definitely possible, but with this storm, it won't really happen because it will start to slow down a little bit. It will start to struggle some more, and wind shear could be on the rise starting tonight. If it stayed wind shear at 0 values or near 0, which could have happened in a different situation, then it may well have gone for a Category 5 landfall. I mean, if Michael can make Category 5 landfall up there at Mexico Beach near Panama City, then sure as hell you can see a Category 5 landfall in Tampa.
Now, Ian could very well possibly reach Category 5, but if it does, it's not going to hold it for long.
Yeah, I know, but it's...
Probably going to lose it almost instantly.
Yeah, but it still could reach Category 5 strength.
It could. There's an outside chance of that. I think the best chance of it has gone, though, because...
That's probably what I'm worried about. And with this 962, I wonder if it might be C3 right now, but that's all I'm willing to say.
All right. Well, thanks for the call. And is that true, Tim? 962?
I have not had any data come in yet on that, verifying that. But I did send you something in our Studio Hub, Dathan. I know we have one of our contributors calling out the evacuations. You have a map of Pinellas County with the flood zones available for your disposal if you ever want to put that on air, so that way the viewers know what areas we're talking about.
Oh.
On those evacuation areas.
Yep, seen here.
Where is that at? Where's that at, Tim?
I've got it in our Studio Hub.
So
Okay. I'll go look at it.
the red zone there is evacuation zone A, and then the orange one is zone B, yellow zone C, green zone D, and sort of purplish color or violet
Tim, can you DM it to me?
zone E.
So, yeah, as we've been calling out anybody in the zone A areas, which would be in the red, mandatory evacuation went in effect at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Zone B's and Zone C will be going into effect 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Wow, C as well. That's a
Oh,
lot of
I just
area
got-
being evacuated there.
I just got sent a list of all evacuation orders for Florida for all counties.
Is it a
I
long
thought you were about to
list?
say all counties are being evacuated.
Yes, there's a list. Let's see. It is a few counties, so this may take a little bit to get through. Collier County, voluntary evacuation order. Charlotte County, mandatory. Pasco County, mandatory. Pinellas County, mandatory. Sarasota County, mandatory. Evacuation level A for Sarasota. Pinellas is evacuation zone A, and then mandatory orders for evacuation zones B and C will be effective at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Hillsborough County is on information evacuation order, which is orange. And that's pretty much the current evacuation orders.
Well, at least that list isn't longer yet, although I'm sure it will be eventually. Let's see if we can now talk to Logan. Hello, Logan.
So right now I'm between Lutz and Tampa right now. So usually it's like actually kind of thundering outside, and I was talking to you. Is there ever a chance that Ian will get to a Category 5?
Well, like we said a few moments ago, there is a small possibility, but as I was saying to the previous caller, I would say that the chances of Category 5 have it had a better chance earlier when it had so much more time to intensify, and it didn't really make the most of it, and it's only really doing it now, and it's not far from Cuba already, so I don't think it will.
Okay. And one more question is, why does every hurricane that starts with an I is usually known as major?
Well, it's just I names tend to be around the peak season, and it's law of averages. It's usually going to be not always, but quite often it tends to be one of the worst storms of the season. It's just how it is.
This question's been bugging me for a while.
Thanks for the call. Yep.
What was the last K-named storm retired Katrina?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I can't think of any others.
Let me look this up.
Did Katia get retired?
No. I thought it was pronounced Katia.
I think you and I are kind of doing the same thing, Christian, trying to find that last name that was retired.
Yeah. The last K name that was retired.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
it was Katrina in 05.
Oh.
All right, let's see if we can talk to Wu Tendor right now. Just waiting for them to pick up. Hello? Well, nothing yet. We'll give them a little minute here.
I am so sorry. I just realized I was muted. Hello, good evening. Thank you for having the show. Thanks for having me. I live in Santa Rosa County, like right on the coast, and I'm just curious whether I should be boarding up now or what. I have
What county are you in? Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa, yeah.
Stand by. I'm gonna check for you right now to see if you're under anything.
I highly doubt it because we're right on the panhandle, but you know how things go. It could go south either way.
I'm trying to figure out where that is actually.
Man, why the Atlantic gotta be so
Somewhere
weird?
somewhere on the panhandle, clearly.
Yeah, I'm trying not to dox myself.
Oh no, of course.
That's county.
Is it way west?
Oh, super west. I'm pretty much right near Alabama.
Then I think it shouldn't get too bad.
Yeah, the county is right next to Pensacola.
Yeah, so
You'll probably.
at this point it looks like that the worst conditions are going to pass safely to the east. There's still a small chance it could change, but I would say the way it's going right now, it really doesn't look like it's going to get. I think the cone will end up going further away from you at the next update.
Really, the only impacts you'll get are probably just some squally weather.
All right, well, hell yeah, brother. Keep on.
Thanks for joining us. And let's see if we have any more comments in text right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us.
Okay,
And
Nathan, we have some news out of Pasco County, Florida. They will be starting to open shelters tomorrow morning in 10 a.m. A lot of them are middle schools and high school. So I will be posting this information. Actually, I'll drop a link in our YouTube chat and on our North
Send it
Atlanta
my
chat
way.
for our team to see.
I wonder if Ice Cyclone's going to be down there in Tampa.
here was the last visible imagery, and it's now just after sunset, so the visible has been replaced with infrared. Some big hot towers there in the last few minutes of daylight there. Really looking fascinating, and you can just about see the ice structure underneath.
I feel like this thing is just going to explode once the eye gets cleared.
Maybe. Let's get one or two more questions. How much rainfall will Florida Keys get from Hurricane Ian? It's already started, and
Probably isn't going to let up soon.
I think it could be something like 10 inches possibly as isolated highs. Tyler says it seems the storm is going straight north, which will probably shift the cone more east. It's not moving straight north yet. It's still a little bit northwest. And Noah says, what about the Fort Myers area? Could it get a direct eye wall hit? That's a little bit south now. I don't think they will, so it's still technically possible, but I think you'll be okay. But check again tomorrow. Check again tomorrow. It still might change.
I wonder if Ian's going to be the real last destructive storm of the season.
Please say yes, it will.
It could possibly, and I hope it is.
It would be very nice.
But we still have the entirety of October and early November to go through.
I know, it's not a good sign. Brittany says, what are our thoughts on the impact to be felt in Tallahassee?
Maybe even just...
Now, you could get maybe up to 4 or 5 inches of rain at most, but it looks like you'll probably not get too bad conditions. If the cone shifts a little bit west afterwards, though, maybe you'll get some tropical storm force gusts or maybe even 1 or 2 bits of winds. Brent says they're in Ontario, Canada. I know exactly where I am geographically. I can see the cone and hear you speak, but do I leave? No. Does it look like Noru is a Category 5, says Kenneth.
Fiona just turns around.
Oh no. Does it look like Noru is a Category 5? Well, Noru is looking very good on satellite imagery. So let's just take a quick look at that one again. An impressive looking storm in the Western Pacific. That's not it. That's Tropical Storm Kulap, which is another storm that we've not even mentioned today, over the Ogasawara Islands of Japan.
I feel like Kulap... Oh, sorry. Continue.
But there is Noru. More satellite imagery there. We have an automated stream running on Noru right now, so if you want to check up on that imagery in real time and proper imagery, more than just this, then you can check it out on the Force 13 channel, as well as no commentary automated feed on Ian as well in real time. Both available on our channel.
I should also mention I'm just about to update on.
Say again?
I should mention I'm just about to publish an update on.
Why did it block out the same part? You're doing an update on.
Same part, yeah.
You're doing an update on which
Noru.
Noru? Okay.
Yes. So update number 5 is on its way.
Do you know if anyone's scheduled to do an update on Ian?
I think David is.
Oh right, okay.
I'm just not sure what time it's going to be.
I feel like Kulap is upset about its spotlight being stolen.
Maybe. Obser, you're back. Hello.
Hello. Sorry for that. My phone kind of butted out. This is really my last question before I go. I know Tim said earlier when I asked him in the YouTube chat that it was going to be wind shear that was going to pretty much it was gonna weaken Ian. But I heard someone in the YouTube chat also said that the front could be a bit delayed. Would that affect anything? Would that affect its weakening a bit more, or would it still get would it strengthen a bit more? Because I know someone in the YouTube chat said that the front was going to be delayed.
I think if the front's delayed, the shear sets on late. I'm
Yeah,
not
sorry sorry to butt in here, but I've just had word from David.
It's fine.
Before he starts.
Say again?
I've just had word from David that he's just gathering him.
Discord doesn't want him to say it.
Christian,
hello?
your signal is useless. What's going on?
I don't know, mate.
I'm
gathering
putting your
resources.
mouth over your microphone doesn't help either, I'm afraid.
You could probably type it to somebody and they could say it.
I don't know what's going on with
And
you.
some.
Alright,
Can
Nathan,
Send
someone
it my
do
way,
it, please?
Christian. Send it my way.
I'll
Alright,
just
Nathan.
post it in cool chat.
Yeah, Tim.
Alright, they got it.
And we got some more information coming out. We do have an article from clickorlando.com that is going to be outlining shelter plans for Brevard, Flagler, Lake, Marion, Orange, Osceola, and Seminole, Sumter, and Volusia counties. I will be dropping that in the chat as well on our YouTube chat and our Discord. And I'm waiting for Recon to come in because there is some interesting information that some of our Discord team is noting. I am just waiting for the information to come in to verify. And if it
Okay, I have word from Christian.
information that I think it is, we may be looking at a much stronger storm.
Oh no.
Chris,
I have word from Christian.
Do you want me to say, or do you want to?
I got it.
I
So
hope
Christian
it
said-
does it work now?
Go on.
Yeah, you go
I
ahead. It's
said-
fine.
So Christian said, I have word from David saying he's gathering resources and awaiting the next update before he begins making the Ian update.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, but apparently it wasn't working. So, thank you for that.
Some blow-ups of convection around the northern side of the eye where it's wrapping round. Stay tuned. The National Hurricane Center will be providing an update, an intermediate advisory in about half an hour. And from what I gather, Recon are in the storm right now, so I think they might be waiting quite a while, or right up till the deadline, before they push their update.
Tim, what storm are you talking about when you earlier, like just
Ian.
recently? Oh, okay. Oh, Lord.
All right, and on that note, I've just published the Noru update.
So a lot going on in the tropics, and two areas. I mean, you know, we've got to think about the coast of Vietnam as well. Millions in population that could be affected by strong winds over there as well, and very heavy rainfall, which could total over 10 inches as well.
We've been focusing so much on Ian that I completely forgot Noru existed for like 5 minutes.
And rapidly strengthening once again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Category 3.
Observe, thanks for joining us. I gotta let you go. Let's see if we can talk to James Goof, which is an interesting name. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
So I missed part of the stream, but is Ian projected to be stronger now?
The forecast peak is still the same, and I think it's basically following it.
Yeah, is it expected to make a stronger landfall now, or is it gonna still weaken before landfall?
It is still saying weakening before landfall, but if the cone shifts much more east, then it's going to end up being a stronger one.
Well, hopefully it doesn't hit Atlantic. Hopefully Atlantic Canada doesn't get impacted again. That just would suck.
I don't.
Yeah,
think
they've
will.
already had too much on their plate.
They might get a little front moving through from its remnants, distant remnants, but
If you saw any pictures from Atlantic Canada, it was not friendly there because
I've still not caught up to the whole thing in what happened after that, because we had to jump straight onto the next storm.
Fiona was a bit windy.
Yeah.
There was there's a town in southern Newfoundland called Port aux Basques, and like
There are
20% of
houses
the
that got
town.
washed away into the sea.
Yeah, like 20% of it. I mean,
wow.
I was raised in Newfoundland, and it was just I was blown away. Like when I saw that, like I know people from there. I can't believe all that stuff happened. So even if the storm is like Category 2, it can still cause devastation. So it doesn't really matter if it's like Category 2, Category 3, even Category 5. It can still do impact, and you still have to prepare for a hurricane, no matter how strong. Really, in my opinion.
All right,
If,
Nathan,
like,
we got
a
an
fifth
update on Recon when available.
If like a fifth of a town being swept away doesn't trigger Canada to send a retirement request in, I don't know what will.
Oh dear.
No, they sent in I think this is a state of emergency in the town now. I don't know if they sent military in or not, but they're sending in aid now to that town.
Didn't people report seeing snowfall from the sky as Fiona was moving in?
That's in Labrador and parts of Quebec.
We also have Canadian who has just joined us as well.
How's
in
it
Nova
going?
Scotia. Hi.
I was just wanted to say a thank you message just because for the
Oh,
coverage of
cool.
Fiona.
What does it look like outside?
Tropical
It's
storm
good.
thing,
It's good for
you know.
me. I was in southern Nova Scotia, so I only got really tropical storm force winds, and we had power for about out for about like I would say 12 hours, and it came back
Charlotte
on, and
County
it
hit
came
pretty
back.
rough,
Yeah, they did. It was mainly in Cape Breton and southern Newfoundland that really got the worst of it. I've never seen that before, and I've been in Dorian. I've been through Arthur. I've never seen devastation like that
I was
before.
through I lived in Newfoundland when Dorian went through, and it was pretty bad. Like for Cornerbrook, is I saw trees
Yeah.
go down. I saw like
Yeah.
transformers go, and
Because
Fiona wasn't too bad for Cornerbrook, but it was really
Yeah.
bad for Stephenville, Port aux Basques, Southern
Yeah.
Newfoundland, and Three
Yeah.
Rivers community. It was really rough.
I
for them.
I live in Yarmouth, so I went through Dorian, and it
Oh, yeah.
was pretty bad for me too. It was a lot of trees down. All right, so moving on to Ian.
Yeah,
I'm really
we can talk
concerned for
about that guy.
people in Tampa. What's the storm surge supposed to be? Because I know from the last time I saw it was 5 to 10 feet.
I
Did
think
that
it
get
might still be 5 to
updated?
10.
No,
Okay.
that's still what they're saying, but I think it's going to be higher.
Okay. Do you think it'd be making landfall during high tide, or do they know like the tides possibly?
I'm not sure
Around
yet,
that time?
but
This
it
far
might.
out, I'm not sure.
It might linger for so long that it won't matter, though.
Yeah.
Oh god, I hope it doesn't do a Sandy and strike at high tide.
Yeah, and that's kind of what
Yeah.
Fiona did with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland as
Port aux
well. It was
Basques.
high tide.
I don't think
Yeah,
surge
Port aux
is really a
Basques.
problem. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
actually, I take that back.
It
Only half the
was
town
actually
got
down for like
to the
I
town
think
got
for a
lost.
month. It's awful.
No, I just wanted to give you guys a thank you for the coverage. It really means a lot. I've been
Yeah.
watching you guys for a while, and I was concerned from the storm from the start of where it was going. I just wanted to say thank you guys.
Oh, thank you. It was great to have you on our stream
Yeah, I've
here.
been watching you guys since Matthew. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think it was Matthew.
I've been watching pretty much like the first time I really started watching you guys full coverage on was during Hurricane Matthew. So I just want to
I
thank you
started
guys
wa-
again.
Good while, yeah.
I first started watching you guys when I saw those storm animations. I thought they were cool,
Same.
and one thing led to
Anyways,
another. Now I'm like,
Yep.
what a nerd.
Anyways, thanks again. I just wanted
Thanks
to.
to you both.
I'm just really great. I'm just really grateful. That's all. I'm just really grateful.
It would have been great
And
to
you guys-
talk to you guys for a little bit longer. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
we do have
all
to
right.
move on.
Yeah,
You guys
exactly.
saved
yeah.
lives.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you did. All right, have a good one.
Thank you very
All
much
right,
for that.
Nathan.
Yes,
All right,
Tim,
Nathan,
go ahead.
We got a couple things that have just come in off the wires. Recon, both NOAA 3 and AF 301 have reached the center of Ian. Both of them are giving a hint that this storm is much stronger, possibly down in the mid 960s, and winds could possibly be pushing over 105 miles per hour. We had 4 data points off of NOAA 3 of where we had 92 to 95 knot flight level winds. And our own Nelson indicating this from the National Weather Service that there is a rotation with cell offshore of Flamingo. Landfalling water spout is possible. They are looking at that, and they may issue a tornado warning for that cell.
Oh no.
What cell is that again, Tim?
May I take over real quick?
That would have been for the cell that was done by Flamingo. However, I think that is a little bit ago. So that was when it was actually showing rotation. That rotation has dissipated since then. But
And what forecast
overall,
office?
Nathan, everything's starting to come together, and it is starting to get very busy, not only for the National Weather Service, but for the National Hurricane Center with the information that's coming in from Recon.
Still quite an unsettled area there.
But what forecast office are you talking about?
That probably would have been Miami, because that would have been, they were the closest for that. But that information was about 30, 40 minutes ago.
Okay.
Also, a reminder that tornadoes could occur pretty much at any side of the system, I believe, when the shear sets in.
If I can, real quick.
Go ahead.
Under everybody in Florida, in the event that you guys get tornadoes, you guys don't get tornadoes, so you guys don't know what tornado procedures to do. Get into a basement. If you have a basement, get into it and stay there. Because tornadoes are not something to play with. I had one touched down by me a few years ago during a storm. Even though it was an EF0, it tore the gardening center. Yeah, a tornado is still a tornado. I had one touchdown near me I think 2 years ago. I don't remember when, but it tore the gardening center of my local Home Depot apart where they had to rebuild it.
All right, Nathan. Breaking news.
Yeah.
We have had our first tropical storm wind report come in. This is 6 miles south-southwest of Marathon. We have a weather station down there reporting tropical storm force winds at Sombrero Key Light. This is associated with a rain band of Hurricane Ian. So there's our first tropical storm wind report coming in off the newswire.
Blimey.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't actually a sustained wind. It was just a gust from a squall line.
Yeah, southeast wind gust of 34 knots.
Okay.
But still, we're starting to get tropical storm force.
So it was just barely tropical storm force.
That's still our first report.
Sign of things to come.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on your screen now, you're looking at radar. There's still the radar from Grand Cayman, showing the storm moving north-northwest by the looks of things. And the more you look at that, the more it's trending closer to Cuba. Possible landfall location. I guess we should start thinking about that now. And certainly is going to be in the province of Pinar del Rio, perhaps near a town San Luis or La Coloma, and possibly track over the main city, Pinar del Rio itself, before moving over. It is a small little mountain range that is on that western part of Cuba. You can see it in the terrain there. So it isn't all plain sailing when the storm moves over, but we would think that with the storm's motion and how short of a pass over land that is, that the storm won't feel too many ill effects.
Now remember, it could halt strengthening for a while. We saw this with Ida last year. It stopped strengthening, I think, for like 36 hours after it left Cuba.
That would be optimistic, but you never know.
And another update on Recon, Nathan, AF301 is going through the northeastern side of the storm. They found a peak flight level reading of 91 knots. So National Hurricane Center update is within 20 minutes. I'm going to speculate that between these first couple passes, between NOAA 3 and AF301, National Hurricane Center might upgrade to 105. They've got the evidence to support it.
Yeah, I think they might.
Wow.
Hi, Ethan. Hello?
Hi, Nathan.
If I wake up tomorrow to a major, I'm not going to be happy.
Big Boy Earn, hello, welcome.
That was me, I'm Ethan.
Is that you?
Yes.
Why are you here on 2 accounts?
What?
I'm sorry, Big Boy Earn.
You confused me, Ethan.
What the
Alright.
Well, I'm taking that one out. Let's see if we can talk. Oh, someone did want to go.
But I've got some big news to report here.
Oh, really?
And it's a really unfortunate one. Super Typhoon Noru has, well, I should say it is probably a Super Typhoon right now. Ai has borderline cleared out, and it looks like that the storm is still rapidly intensifying, and dare I say, could attain Category 5 intensity before landfall in Vietnam.
It looks very powerful when you look at that
Oh,
imagery.
God.
Oh my god! Wow.
Oh no.
This is an extremely dangerous situation. I don't think that that Vietnam has ever had a storm this powerful hit them before. This will be the first time that they are dealing with something like this in the country's history.
So,
Ethan, Jay, yeah,
extremely powerful storm there on the other side of the world. That is Typhoon Noru. Two events going on at the same time here. It's very difficult to keep on top of them both effectively. But there is Typhoon Noru, and once again we are running automated coverage on that storm on Force 13, our YouTube channel, with live satellite imagery. Tim?
Yeah, JMA is actually a little bit behind with this intensity. They're running with 80 knot, 10 minutes to sustain, 960 millibars on Noru, but probably based on satellite appearance, that probably looks much better than 80 knots.
Yeah, I'm just looking over all the data right now for Noru, and it is quite concerning. And of course, I'm working on the 0Z intensity fix. I'll have more on that in 15 minutes.
All right. Hello, Juhan.
Hello.
Hi. What have you got for us?
I'm asking if there's any danger to the central North Carolina.
Tim, what do you think?
Whereabouts
your area?
in Central North Carolina are you referring to? You don't have to give your city, but like...
It's Raleigh.
Oh, Raleigh area.
Probably just a bit of rain.
Yeah, most likely gonna be a rain threat unless we see Ian do something crazy. Like
Unless it does a Claudette.
Well, no, the Icon model was hinting that it would go across Florida and then right up the Carolina coastline. Unless we get something crazy like that, most likely heavy rain threat. Probably not going to see too much for wind unless we see this really make a crazy turn.
There was one model that predicted Ian doing the exact same thing Charlie did. It hit Cuba in the same spot, it weakened, it exploded in the same spot, and landfall in the same spot.
Just want to point out, Florida Keys getting really slammed right now by that band moving through. It's cleared Marathon now, but it's headed through Layton and eventually Isla Mirada and Tavernia shortly. S. Tampa, you're also here again. Any thoughts for us right now?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. There has been some, mild rain and wind kind of slowly picking up here in Tampa. I wanted to comment on the tides for Tampa if you guys are interested in that.
Absolutely.
So I looked up a couple of sources that I follow for tides, and they're expecting the high tide to be around between 4 to 4:30 a.m. on Wednesday, and to high tide at 6 p.m. later in the day. And the efficiency is going to be a 91% high tide with an estimated height of 2.8 feet of high tide around the Tampa Bay area.
And that is when Ian's coming in?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it all depends. Go ahead, Castor.
If I can real quick. I just looked it up. I don't know if anybody has any clue about this. 6 are dead in the Philippines due to Noru. There's been 6 fatalities in the Philippines so far.
That's regarding Typhoon Noru that made landfall there as a Category 4 yesterday or the day before. I'm losing track of time.
I feel like the JMA should adopt the Super Typhoon classification.
Well, I mean, we all know how strong that is, but I don't know. Looking back at Ian right now, some more blow-ups in convection I'm just wondering why there was a little slot there on the western side of the center. Whether that is I think it's the eye and not a dry slot. But what do you guys think? Any thoughts on that?
It could have, I think, possibly been a dry air slot, but probably unlikely.
Let's see if we can get someone else on here. Whittle Mario, welcome.
Hi. So I'm not calling for myself, I'm calling for a family member. My grandmother lives in Clay County, Florida, right under Jacksonville. I was wondering what the effects of Ian might be in that area.
Hopefully not too bad. Maybe some tropical storm force winds, though. We don't know yet. Then again, when you look at that cone, it is still quite close to the region. I'll be most concerned about rain. If it's a flood-prone area, then you might want to consider alternative arrangements.
May I make a recommendation on top of that, Nathan?
You can try if you don't glitch out too much.
Yeah, I thought it was just me.
Yeah. Nah.
Go on, try again.
So here, give me a second. Stand by.
Oh.
Is that better?
Yeah, try now.
Is that better?
Try now. Go ahead.
Okay.
I would play the
Okay, so the recommendation that I would make is if your grandmother is in a flood-prone area, have her come stay with you, because it's a better thing of trying to get to her in while the roads are flooded and making sure she's okay. And if you, instead of doing that, you knowing she's with you guys and that she's safe and she's okay. That's at least my recommendation, what I would do.
It's mine
That would be the best thing for sure. Unfortunately, I've lived in a completely different state, but I will try to see if she can find anybody to stay with. That would help keep her safe.
There are some places in Florida that are opening up shelters. I don't know if they're opening up any in Jacksonville. I know there are some in. Let me get you locations real quick. I know that there are shelters open in. It's gotta wait for it to load. Pinellas County, the high school, is a shelter. So if it gets to the point where she needs to evacuate, if she can get up there, there's a shelter up there that will take her in until the storm passes.
And that's if you're particularly concerned about flooding in the area.
Yeah. I mean, she does live next to a lake, so that could be an issue.
I would have her evacuate then.
Yeah.
That's at least my recommendation, because if she lives by a lake and she gets a tropical storm force winds and she gets a lot of rain, that lake's going to flood very quickly.
But this is in the northeastern region of Florida. You said Clay County, correct?
Yes. Specifically, northern, right next to Jacksonville.
Okay, so basically, it's going to be a weak tropical storm by that time. So although what Chris has been reiterating, just make sure she's safe, make sure she knows what's going to occur. Although they're not going to be as severe as what's going to happen down south of her. However, she should still be weather aware. Although the threat's not going to be as significant as it is down south near Tampa.
All right.
Yeah, just as it goes, as the storm weakens, just keep her updated on, hey, this is what's going on, so that she's aware of what's going on, so she knows if she needs to get anything, she can get it before the storm hits her.
All right. I will make sure to do all that. Thank you guys so much for
No problem.
all your help.
No problem at all.
No problem.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us.
Here goes my phone.
We'll be getting the update from the
Swap
National
over
Hurricane
to
Center
the
shortly. And
Nathan, can I
Famp
give
is gonna-
an opinion real quick?
hold on a
Hey,
minute.
guys.
Hold on a minute. One at a time.
I need to get your opinion on something. I'm looking at updated satellite imagery. I'm seeing a blow up of a vertical hot tower forming on the just right on the western side of the LLC. But do you notice that open slot right next to that blow up?
Well, that's it. That's what we were talking about just a few minutes ago.
I think it might be subsidence from that burst.
I think so, when we looked at
Same
that.
same
I don't
happened with.
think it's a dry air intrusion.
No, I don't
honestly.
think it could be. It's too close.
It's way too close to the blow up to be good. It could just be it could just be the VHT forcing something causing whatever. Yeah.
Subsidence. Same thing happened with Gaston, I think, like a few days ago. There was like a massive burst of convection in the center, and then not in the center, but near it, and the eye just developed again. Wait, no, that was Fiona. Never mind.
Hey guys, can I mention something about a Tampa area to keep watch for?
Yep.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out here in Tampa for Oldsmar and Safety Harbor. That's sitting inside the old Tampa Bay. It's a big circle of water next to downtown Tampa. That's where the Gulf of Mexico comes in to Tampa, and they're even suggesting that Oldsmar and Safety Harbor can potentially see 15 foot of storm surge. And because as the hurricane comes in, it's going to pull the water that already goes into the old Tampa Bay, and it's going to
It's just gonna shove it in there.
it's basic. That's exactly right. It's going to shove it into Oldsmar and Safety Harbor. And if you guys have a map on your own time, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. That's a very, very dangerous area, they're saying, to watch out for, Oldsmar and Safety Harbor area.
And I would say that it could even exceed 15 feet if things go really bad with this storm in its size and its strength. We're awaiting the news from the National Hurricane Center shortly. Do you think they're waiting on recon, Tim? Are they expecting a pass shortly?
Right now, Nathan, both planes just finished a pass. NOAA 3 just finished their second pass. AF 301 got their first pass through. So I think the information that they've got there is probably what they're going to run with. We do have a couple other items that have come in as well. We actually have had our second tropical storm force wind report. This was earlier in the day down by Monroe, Florida, where it was a wind gust of 40 miles per hour that was thought to be associated with a thunderstorm that has been revised to a thunderstorm gust associated with the rain band of Hurricane Ian. So that's now our second tropical storm report. And we do have a couple more of those cells, Nathan, that are coming in through the Keys, showing some pretty decent rotation down around Layton, Florida. So we're keeping an eye on those as well.
I see it, yep. That quite heavy band moving through. There'll be high rain rates in that, and some very heavy rainfall, and maybe some strong wind
Tornado.
gusts in there as well. Because I imagine it's quite squally in there.
Rotation doesn't look that impressive, although Tim, you are absolutely right. It does appear though that they are organizing down there, so definitely look out for those. Spectrum width is increasing within that region, so there definitely could be indication of some turbulence and or rotation occurring down there. So definitely have to look out for those, as those could mature and potentially produce some tropical tornadoes.
Well then, we're about to take a short break here. Hurricane Ian continues to intensify. We're just waiting on that NHC update, and they've still not produced one yet, so who knows when that might come out, but they should be doing it any second now. the 8 p.m. advisory. Usually they're a little bit early, but this time they're pretty much
I
on
think
the
they're
deadline.
really looking at this recon data to decide what they want to do. I mean, evidence from recon could support 105 966 at the high end. I'm not sure that's what they're going to go with, but the data would support it if they go with it, and that's probably what they're trying to decide, if they actually want to make that move or not.
I think they're going to probably go on the conservative scale of potentially maybe going to just 95, 970.
I know there's still a lot of people who have comments and questions for us, both on our phone-in and in the comments section. We are here for another 3 hours. Hold tight, and we will eventually get to you if you're waiting to join the call. But at the moment, we're just waiting for that advisory. Whether it might come before we go to break or not, I'm not sure it will. Interesting. You can tell they're really watching it then with that recon data. Do you think it's strengthened, Tim, when you look at satellite?
I would say it has slightly. I mean, we are seeing some better cloud tops over the center. Still some really solid cloud tops on the eastern side of the storm.
The update's out, Tim, and it's 100 miles per hour and 965 millibars. We're going to a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll change our update to reflect that information. No changes to the warnings. Stay tuned for more information and commentary on Hurricane Ian tonight. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello, welcome back. This is live coverage on Hurricane Ian as it moves towards the coast of Cuba. You just have to persevere with me for a moment here because I basically do everything around here, including the bottom bar, when it comes to the visuals on this live stream. So I'm currently working on that live as I try to broadcast the live stream. Just so that there's a lot of changes that have happened this hour, with the change for Hurricane Ian down to 965 millibars, and also an update to Noru's intensity as well. So I'll have a new bottom bar there shortly. Of course, it's not the most important thing, and we can live without it for a few minutes, but it just makes our setup complete here. But nonetheless, our phone-in / live stream continues. And you can call in on our Discord server if you've got any comments or questions regarding Hurricane Ian. It's the first time we've done something like this properly, and it's been very successful, I have to say. So I reckon we might do that a little bit more often. I don't know what that ding was, but who was that?
We're still covering Ian, or we're doing Noru now?
No, we're mainly covering Ian here.
Okay.
And there it is on the satellite imagery. National Hurricane Center still at 100 miles per hour, but an upgrade to, well, an updated pressure to 965 millibars. And for the time being, we're putting Noru at 115 miles per hour and 949 millibars with the ATCF, but we are expecting a higher number when we enter the next hour. It's tough running streams like this sometimes when everything's trying to break down all the time, but alright, here we are then with Hurricane Ian. Hurricane warnings in effect for large areas of the west coast of Cuba and into Florida. Let's just read out the latest from National Hurricane Center. Conditions in western Cuba beginning to deteriorate with significant wind and storm surge impacts expected overnight. No changes to the new advisory in the warnings. Hurricane warning then for the Cuban provinces of Isla de Juventud, Pinar del Rio and Artemisa, Englewood, the Anclote River including Tampa Bay, and Dry Tortugas. A storm surge warning for Anclote River southward to Flamingo and Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mayabeque, and Matanzas, Lower Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge westward to Key West, and Flamingo to Englewood. A storm surge watch for the Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward to Key West, Dry Tortugas, Florida Bay, Orcilla River to Anclote River, Altamaha Sound to Flagler-Volusia County line, and St. Johns River. Hurricane watch for north of Anclote River to the Suwannee River and Bonita Beach to Englewood. And a tropical storm watch for the Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge to the Channel 5 Bridge, Lake Okeechobee, north of the Suwannee River to Indian Pass, and Jupiter Inlet to Altamaha Sound. So those are that is a recap of all of those warnings right now, and there's quite a lot of them, and I imagine that list will grow even longer as we get later on through the life of this storm. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. That's still old news down there at the bottom, 109.972. It's now 109.65. I'm joined by my team of commentators right now. We have in our room Peanut, Tim, Aiden, Chris, Patrick, Ethan, Orlando, and S. Tampa. And also we're trying to get hold of someone else before the stream, and I think they are now here. Someone who goes by the name of HCC's burner account, which I find very fascinating. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air.
Yes.
What have you got for us? Anything?
Not really.
Oh.
Just that I hope the wind shear comes down and comes away strong so Ian weakens before it landfalls on Florida.
All right. Yep. Well, we all hope for that. Wind shear is expected to rise fairly soon, but it probably won't be enough to stop this storm from causing significant storm surge problems to the Tampa Bay area. Who should we? Has anyone got any news for us? I guess I should ask that, and we'll go from there.
I don't think so, unless somebody else does.
Patrick?
Sorry. Two things I wanted to point out on my observations on satellite imagery. Big blow up on the northeastern quadrant of the outer rain bands, and that guidance that Peanut was talking about with the big blow up in the center of the that little big vertical hot tower. It has grown, but now that it named it, I'm not 100% sure what that has to do with the overall structure of the storm. However, Ian does look very healthy, and yeah, basically it does look like a very healthy storm still, regardless of what's going on right now.
Well, that didn't work out very well on my imagery. I don't know why it
Oh,
did
wait,
that.
hold on. You were saying something because relating. Don't mind that.
Okay.
From what I said.
I don't know what's going on there. Sorry, try again.
It's just my cat. She's being dumb. Someone said something that I had said. I want to know who that was because my internet kept cutting out.
It was me. It was about the silence that was being formed by the forcing of that big vertical hot tower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was me.
A comment there from Tyler. Crazy lightning in the upper Keys right now. And we saw on that radar not long ago that there's definitely some big amounts of red zones that are reaching the coast along the whole of the Keys right now.
There was also a brief moment where there was actually a decently strong rotation just northwest of Ismarolda on the Keys. However, that has since dissipated completely. However, for a couple, 2 frames, it did have some decent rotation to it. However, it has since gusted out.
Where do y'all find the live reports and stuff?
Local news wires. Speaking of which, Nathan, the director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, this is coming off of CNN for this information, is urging people to heed the evacuation warning as Hurricane Ian gets closer to the coast. He is worried, quote, about people being complacent and getting tired of trying to get on the road or sitting in traffic, and they turn around and go back home or don't get on the road at all. They are going to be allowing emergency shoulder use of major highways, allowing people to use the shoulders at slower speeds in order to ease the congestion of people trying to get out of some of the areas. So that is some of the information coming from the Florida Division of Emergency Management.
I also do have, before you were going on to say something, Nathan, I just want to really quickly read a brief summary from a Orlando news release. If you are going to be within the Orlando area and you're going to be planning on venturing outside to the local theme parks, please be aware that the Walt Disney World Corporation has announced some temporary closures in preparation for Hurricane Ian. So please, if you are planning on going down there, please check in with your local and
your local authorities and hotel guest reservation services, as you may experience some changes due to preparations for Hurricane Ian.
Gee,
Right,
thing.
Nathan, I've got some personal news to break here. Our
Okay.
0Z fix is out. We have gone with the following intensities, and some of these may shock you. For Noru, we have upgraded it to a Category 4 with winds of 145 miles per hour and a pressure of
Understandable.
935 millibars. Assessment may be risen to Super Typhoon intensity in short order. Hurricane Ian, we are following the National Hurricane Center with winds of 100 miles per hour, 965 millibars. Still rapidly intensifying at this time. Newton, we are maintaining as a tropical depression in the eastern Pacific. Kulap up to 65 miles per hour, 99 millibars. And Tropical Storm 2S, we are also maintaining that at 45 miles per hour. So lots of storms ongoing right now in the Wailua Tropics, but up to 145 miles per hour on Noru.
Honestly, the Noru increase didn't really shock me because I had a feeling it was already that.
And there is Noru once again on the satellite imagery in the Western Pacific. 2 major systems to be tracking right now. This one headed straight for the coast of Vietnam, where several million people are under threat from typhoon conditions and extremely heavy rainfall. So we have to keep mentioning this as well. There are 2 active situations in the tropics that are significant. Noru and, of course, Ian, which is what we're spending most of our coverage on right now. You're gonna bear with me for a moment here because everything's getting very glitchy as I try to update my bottom bar. It really shouldn't be as glitchy as that, but it is, unfortunately. Tim, any recon news? I don't think maybe he's taking a step back right now.
I do have something about the high tides that might be important.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm looking at our local weather radar, and it's showing a time between Tuesday around 9 p.m. to a possible landfall time of 8 a.m. on Wednesday for the Tampa Bay area, if it's projected to stay on that target. But what is interesting is, as I mentioned, the high tide is expected to run between 12 a.m. on Wednesday morning, and guess what? It goes all the way up until about 6:30 a.m. in the morning.
Wow.
About an hour and a half to the possible landfall time. So you're talking about a potential of Hurricane Ian hitting the Tampa Bay area right after the high tide has already moved in.
That sounds like a worst case scenario to me. I'd also like to point out on the latest National Hurricane Center cone, even though it isn't moving due north yet, the cone and the position fix there does acknowledge that it has gone quite a bit east of forecast at the beginning of that cone there, and so if that continues in the next 3 hours, we will see an eastward shift once again at the 11 p.m. advisory.
Body of missing woman apparently found swept up the sea in Newfoundland.
Now, is that to do with Fiona?
Yeah.
Of course, Hurricane Fiona turning post-tropical and slamming into the Canadian Maritimes just a few short days ago. It feels like already a long time ago since that happened.
Yeah. And it's been literally just 3 days.
And the storm's actually still traceable off the coast of Labrador.
So is there anyone in this voice call right now that's actually in the Tampa Bay area right now by chance?
Yep.
That would be me.
So just a question for you. What highways people use to evacuate out of the area? Obviously, you've got I-75,
Yeah.
I-4 up to 95, but is there like some other highways that people could use to evacuate out of the area perhaps?
Good question. So you have 75, as you mentioned, you have I-4, you have 275, and you also have the Veterans Expressway. As I mentioned before, I think when I first joined the call, they paused all toll fees for people to go north. That's usually the 3 possible. You do have 41, which is a big major road. It's not a highway, but it goes all the way north for a very long time. So you have I-4, 75, 275, and the veterans.
Useful information for potential evacuations there, and I imagine a lot of people are already evacuating or indeed making their evacuation plans for a evacuation tomorrow morning, as has been commanded. Mandatory evacuations in parts of, was it Pinellas County for tomorrow morning? Comments and questions, start your message with Force 13, all in text. I'm actually going to take a back seat here for a few minutes again whilst I update some more files and just take a few minutes out here. So I'll let the rest of our team here take the conversation on the storm right now. I don't know who we'll go to next, but I'll open up the floor here.
I do want to quickly interject here and basically provide an update on flights in and out of the Florida area. For St. Pete Clearwater International Airport, flights are going to be currently operating Monday and Tuesday, or well, actually tomorrow morning is scheduled. The airport terminal will close at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, September 27th, due to the mandatory evacuation orders from Pinellas County, and will remain closed until the evacuation order is lifted. Contact your airlines for further updates. Tampa International Airport, surprisingly, is exempt from the evacuation order and remains open. However, if you are planning on flying into Tampa or Fort Myers within the next couple of days, I would advise against that for now, because there could be some delays and cancellations due to the storm. So I would find alternate ways of traveling just to play it safe. Ethan, I think you would agree with me on that one.
On what? Sorry, I'm just looking over some more
Like
data.
basically finding an alternate way to travel down to Fort Myers, St. Pete, because there could be some airport cancellations.
There could be. I mean, alternatively, if you really
And Tampa.
need to get out of this way as like a worst case scenario, honestly, it wouldn't actually be that bad of an idea to consider going down to Miami of all places.
Or Jacksonville.
No, I wouldn't go to Jacksonville. I think that because you're gonna have to take Interstate 4 to get there, you're gonna have to take I-75 up to I-10, and it's just gonna be a mess going up I-75.
Well, I'm just saying to go down, flying down to during the storm.
Oh, I had no clue on that, but like if you need to get out of the way of the storm and like you can't leave Florida, go to Miami, because Miami, while yes, it will still have some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall, it's not gonna be nearly as bad as what it will be on the West Coast up near Tampa, St. Petersburg, Fort Myers. So anywhere in the Miami metro, honestly, would be like a secondary place that you could go. But if you really have to, get out of the storm's way and go north up into Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, places like that.
Yeah, I would also say that from living in Tampa, if you're going anywhere in the Tampa Bay area to 75 and you're trying to go north, it's going to be a lot of traffic. It probably on late Tuesday, everybody's going to try to make an escape right before, trying to gather their families together, get all their supplies together, and then book it. I can guarantee you that is going to be not a fun experience, but you got to do what you have to do for your family and for the safety of others.
So what I can say right now for traffic, traffic isn't actually that bad on 75. Actually, I mean, sure, there's a few points where you might get stopped, like just north of 275. Then you have another near Dade City, then another up near Ocala and south of Gainesville. But other than that, it's smooth sailing for I-75 at least. So good to see that at least some people are getting out while they still can and not waiting until the last minute.
Absolutely. Currently the center of Hurricane Ian is just passing just to the southwest of the Isla de la Juventud, and is on a basically a due path for western Cuba. Also, we just received a special marine warning. I know this is not a tornado warning, however, this is associated with one of the outer rain bands of Hurricane Ian. It is tagged for waterspout possible, and it is heading for the northern Miami metro. Currently, right now, rotation is looking a bit weak at the moment. However, a waterspout is possible with this. So if you are You are just about offshore of Miami. If you are watch the storm closely, and it doesn't look like it's going to do too much, but it is marked for the possible threat of water spouts, and yeah.
This is Force 13 live coverage on Hurricane Ian, which has winds of 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 965 millibars indicated by the National Hurricane Center. Who knows where we'll be at by the time they do their full advisory next time at the 11 p.m. update. We'll find out together as this storm progresses over the next few hours. A few comments here that I'm trying to catch up on. Roddy says it really looks like some dry air is circulating into Ian's central rotation. I wonder what your guys' thoughts on that is.
I honestly don't. It's maybe it's encountering dry air. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
Me neither. I can't quite call that.
there definitely is that silence that could be dry air intrusion. However, it's extremely close to the center of the circulation, so I don't think that's dry air intrusion.
Yeah, I think
But
that's going to be short-lived, that.
It is definitely still organizing though, so that's definitely a concerning sign.
Could Ian intensify or maintain strength when it passes over Cuba?
I honestly think it could intensify given the NHC advisory. It is already intensifying at this time, and could potentially make landfall or intensify to Category 3 right as it passes over Cuba, and then is poised to slow down and then rapidly intensify up to a Category 4, and potentially cause or go under a very dangerous to potentially, let's say, considerable stall as it passes just north of the Tampa region, potentially going right over the northern Tampa Bay area and causing some very dangerous impacts. But, yeah.
All right. I see that Ryan Kay has joined us.
Yes, good evening.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah. One thing that people might be curious about, what about people, let's say in the Florida Panhandle that will likely stay west of this storm, but might still be affected? Should they still evacuate if they're in the Panhandle?
I think we actually had somebody in here talking about that earlier.
When you look back at the National Hurricane Center cone once again, it depends where on the Panhandle, but I personally would suggest that if you're not in that tropical storm watch, odds are you won't end up in a tropical storm watch, I don't think. With the way this storm is going. You can't be too careful, but... Yeah? Another
New vertical hot tower forming to the east of the main blow up here, Nathan.
Let's just go back for a moment and take a look at the full loop of the last, say, 6-hour period of this storm's progression. Just to show you.
I still can't believe Canada got placed under a hurricane warning first instead of... I can't believe Canada got put under a hurricane warning before Florida did.
Sometimes it happens that way.
Also, quickly to note, I am potentially seeing the beginning signs of another possible eye wall or eye replacement cycle. There does appear to be a surge of weaker cloud tops. I'm not so sure. I am seeing a surge of green heading into the center, so I'm not 100% sure if that could...
Oh, it could just be subsidence.
Okay. Could be a bit of dry air, but
I can see what you're looking at. It does look suspiciously like
an eye replacement cycle.
Eye walls.
It could be an eye wall replacement cycle underway, or it could be a rapid eye wall replacement cycle.
It could be an eye wall
looks suspicious. I gotta say, it does.
You gotta monitor that. I'm definitely gonna be monitoring that.
Let me just try and see if we can still get the radar from the Cayman Islands.
That is definitely a noticeable thing there on satellite imagery. Let me go to microwave imagery and see if that gives me the same solution. And
Yeah, it is still just about within range. This is what the Cayman Islands radar is showing. It's getting to about 150 nautical miles out from Grand Cayman now, and you can see the progression there. No, doesn't look like an eyeball replacement cycle on there.
microwave imagery does also note the same thing on the regular infrared, so maybe it could be some sightings or possibly some very slight dry air just within the center. But extremely slight. It is very suspicious. I am going to monitor that, but it doesn't look anything that will...
It is, but I'm convinced it's not an eyeball replacement cycle when I was looking at the Cayman radar just then.
Alright. I'm still going to monitor it, though. It does look indeed interesting.
Certainly was. This is Force 13 Live. We're doing a little bit of a phone-in feature tonight. You can not so much dial in, but you can call in on our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, and join the tropical stage and raise your hand. Let's try and get a few up here now. So Ethan, are you telling me that you are... Is Ethan here?
Ethan's not here.
Ethan left.
I'm sure Ethan told me that he was Earndog, the other account.
He was, I
So,
think.
I don't know if that's Ethan or not, but I've invited him to speak again if he wants to. And in the meantime... Oh, hello? And we also have Adafira.
Hello.
Hi, what would you like to say about Hurricane Ian?
Well, I have news, or good news, for not only Ian, but also Noru. I have contacted 3 of my friends that have agreed to share their observation conditions. I have a friend in Da Nang, Vietnam, Clearwater, Florida, and Sarasota, Florida.
Okay. Anything of note so far?
Currently in Sarasota, it is mostly cloudy, and rain is likely to fall momentarily as outer bands of Ian are closing in, and is nearly the same in Clearwater. I assume in downtown it's cloudy, however, where my observation friend is, it is raining.
And a strong band moving through the upper keys right now as well that we've been tracking for some time. Let's see if we can talk to Maximilian. Hello?
Hello, how are you guys?
Hi, we're fine. Good evening.
Good evening.
Now, we've spoken before and you used to be on many of our old live streams. You are in the Tampa area, aren't you?
Yeah, I am in the Tampa area and I'm closely monitoring the storm right now.
What are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts on it are that we are getting ready. We're just getting ready for everything, and I'm looking at the storm closely right now, and I am taking it in notice right now that Cuba, it is gonna hit Cuba, and Cuba is a mountainous area, right?
I mean, it has a few... a significant ridge on the northern west coast there, but it's only rather thin, and storms don't usually get severely impacted by it.
Yeah, but I'm closely monitoring it. I mean, I'm not so concerned about it, but right now, the lightning alarm just went off right around where we live.
Right.
So, like, it is gonna start raining, and we are just getting ready.
What are your plans moving forward? Are you concerned about staying put or evacuating?
I don't think we're gonna evacuate. We're just gonna play out the storm and how it is, and we're just gonna play it out.
Right.
we've been through Hurricane Irma before.
May I
so-
ask a question? So this is for Maximilian. What is your local FD doing to prepare for Ian?
Can you repeat that question?
What's your local fire department doing to prepare for Ethan as like rescue operations and stuff for when the storm's over?
I have no idea. I'm no word on
Because I've been trying to contact my friend who's in Tampa, who's a firefighter, and the information I've been getting from him is sporadic, and I'm like, so this is kind of for everybody. So far from what I've been hearing, right now they're just they're gonna hunker down once the storm hits, and then once the storm's over, what they're gonna do is they're gonna, I guess, activate like Florida National Guard because they have boats. And anybody who was like in the area who decided not to evacuate, they're gonna go get, and yeah. That's only until the storm is done.
Yeah.
That's just what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, okay. I did not hear any of that at all.
Oh dear. We're not getting very far there then.
No, I mean, I got what you're saying, but I didn't get word of what they were doing.
Right.
Like, yeah. Like I said, I'm
I
only...
believe.
Go ahead, sorry.
I believe I might have more insight on that. I actually went to the website for the city of Tampa, and some of the things that the mayor has done to prepare. It looks like that there are sandbag locations for residents, which I assume would be helpful for people with the high storm surge risk. They're also clearing out storm drains, doing some stuff with the parks, and also making sure the generators are all charged. So in the event that power does go out, that they'll be able to keep it up and running.
Ryan, do you know wait, are you in Tampa, Ryan, or no?
No, I'm actually in the Pacific Northwest.
So, is your friend that you have in Tampa, is he like involved with the fire company down there?
No, I just went to the website for the city of Tampa, and
because I'm trying to remember if Florida's fire department has their own air unit, because that's probably what they'll do. But if I get any more information, I'll be sure to pass it along to everybody. And
I believe if they don't have their own air unit, the National Guard also has helicopters.
They have Blackhawks that they'll use.
Yes, we do have an air unit for the Tampa Police Department and Hillsborough Police Department. There are air units, and we have the Coast Guard here as well, here in Clearwater as well. We have a base here.
So
whenever someone says Black Hawk, I always mishear it.
Oh my God.
Let's move on.
So Coast Guard will
Yes,
probably be on
let's do move
standby
on.
for. Coast Guard will probably have their birds on standby for SAR and stuff.
We do have a couple
Anybody who's
updates,
not
Nathan.
familiar-
Yeah, Tim, let's go.
Yeah, I apologize. Had a technical issue on my end. In terms of recon, NOAA 3 has left the storm. AF 301 is still in there. But we have 2 special marine warnings now off the east coast of Miami. These are in relation to the outer bands of Ian. Both special marine warnings have water spouts possible and winds of 34 knots.
Yep, I did mention that earlier.
All right.
Nathan, I actually do have to break in with three pieces of information. Noru has received an override per another person, another weather survey. I can't speak. Noru is currently now 100 knots, 958 central pressure from the previous GTWC advisory.
What else? What was the second? What was the? I do have an observation from downtown Miami in relation to the outer ring bands of Hurricane Ian. Storm dreams are overflowing in downtown Miami. Per a tweet. And then
And they're about
what
to
was
get another drenching here, looking at some radar and satellite blowing up some cloud tops
Yeah.
over southern tip of Florida.
Absolutely.
So that dude in YouTube chat was right.
What was the third one? What was the third thing I was gonna say?
Probably about Kula.
Can't help you in any case.
I know what I was gonna say. The latest vortex data message has come out. Maximum flight level winds, I believe at the 700 millibar level, are gonna be at 91 knots. 966 millibar pressure, and an open eye wall in the western portion. So.
Well, that's something to cling on to. The fact
We
that the
do
eye
have
wall
an
is open
open eye wall.
will limit strengthening somewhat.
We do have an open eye wall, however,
It's expected to fill back in, isn't it?
It probably will fill back in, most likely. And those were the three things I wanted to point out. And
I'm surprised Ian didn't get stronger than it did, because it was in perfect conditions. It just didn't do anything.
to basically also relay off of what Tim was saying about those two special marine warnings, those both are heading towards, or actually off the east coast of Miami. Both of them are actually losing signs of rotation out. The most recent one that was issued does have a little bit of a weak but broad rotation, so that one still needs to be, although it is off the shore, it is one to notice and watch. However, the one that is heading towards the Miami area from the coast is completely dead of rotation, so that storm should not be a worry. However, with these tropical rain bands, you do not know what can happen, so you gotta watch out for that.
And there again is the radar imagery from the Key West radar, that is, and it shows
West
out
radar.
almost to Miami there, and you can see that some. Let's just switch to Miami, or near Homestead actually is that radar, and see if we. Oh, of course it broke down on me. It does that sometimes. Oh well, we'll come back to that in a moment. All I wanted to do was show the Miami radar instead of the Key West radar, but never mind. We'll have
No,
that
I decided
again
that was
shortly.
too much.
Yep, it usually does. We're still seeing those slots, though. Some people are calling them dry slots, and the more I look at this, and you talk about the open eye wall, you can see over quite a large circular area around the eye region, there is a few dark patches, and I am starting to wonder whether that is a dry air slot.
I think the reason why that Ian is maintaining its intensity due to that is because of the massive vertical hot tower blow up within the center of the LLC, or just north of it. So I think it's actually creating something to potentially block any dry air from coming in, although there could be a possibility that there could be some dry air slots. I think because of the massive blow up, I think Ian is maintaining its intensity because of that. I don't see any signs of it weakening, but I do think it currently is maintaining its strength based on latest satellite imagery and microwave imagery data.
Well, it's definitely got the appearance of a Category 2 hurricane.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
So it's drawing rather close now to the islands of Cuba, and it looks like we're going to be seeing a landfall in sort of the middle part of Pinar del Rio, which is the westernmost province, towards the tip there of Cuba.
That is definitely an exposed eye wall. You can clearly see it on satellite imagery. That is definitely an exposed eye wall. Exposed circulation, or probably it's just exposed eye wall.
I have an announcement.
Yep.
I am going to take a break. So,
Well, that's okay. Please send in your
Wow.
questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you have any comments for us here. I know a few people are. Christopher says, do you think it's inflow and not dry air? Good question. What do we think?
I honestly, I can't rule that out, but I honestly have no idea if it is. So maybe it could be inflow being sucked into the storm. I mean, it definitely is visible though, because maybe the center is actually sucking in inflow that it actually is causing for the VHTs to blow up in more frequent rates. So maybe that could be inflow. Not 100% sure though, but definitely a noticeable thing. And Nathan, if we can go over the WPC Weather Prediction Center day 2 and day 3 flash flood outlook or excessive rainfall outlook for a moment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could post them somewhere that we can look at it together.
I can provide a basically like a visual, or I can just basically explain it in a brief sentence. For the day 2 outlook, there is a moderate risk of excessive rainfall over a portion of the eastern Florida peninsula. For portions of the southeast Keys and southwest Florida, as heavy rain bands from Ian approach the eastern Gulf of Mexico and convergence bands set up near the eastern coastline. For the day 3 outlook, there is a moderate risk of excessive rainfall across portions of east central, and northeastern Florida. And the moderate risk area was adjusted to reflect the latest track for Ian and the position of where the convergence bands on the Atlantic side will be. I will put these in the call chat. You can put them up on, I'll put them up in the call chat so you can show them to the All right, here is the that is the wrong thing. That is old recon data.
Yeah,
I
we're
apologize.
not really wanting to see that anymore.
Here is the day 3, and I give you the day 2.
You should have that WPC information, Nathan. Just sent it to you.
Alrighty, day 2 and day 3 are within the call chat right now, so you can show them, Nathan.
Yep, okay, so we get a look here at the day 2, and you can see there that moderate risk of rainfall exceeding flash flood guidance within 25 miles of a point. So moderate is at least 40%, and you can see a large area of mainly coastal areas of southern and eastern Florida, and slight further north and marginal a little bit further north than that. If we just to quickly jump into the other one, now you can see how that moderate expands up the coast over a very large area, including Tampa and Tampa Bay and Orlando and almost all the way up to Jacksonville there, under moderate for day 3 excessive rainfall. So really is most of coastal and central Florida particularly is really prone from this storm at least to substantial flooding impacts.
I would also not be surprised if, given recent model guidance, that they do put out a high risk of excessive rainfall for a isolated corridor of west central Florida for day 3, given latest model guidance of a potential stall, which would bring even more rainfall to coastal regions. So potentially, I would not be surprised if they put out a high risk for excessive rainfall for the day 1 and the day 2, honestly.
Well, speaking of which, and I'm just trying to make sure that this whole machine doesn't crash and destroy the stream. We wouldn't want that. I know that we went way past the update time for some of those computer models, so I may as well show everyone what those models are showing now, and see if we've seen any changes between the last period and the new model runs from the GFS and the other global models. So I'm just loading this up right now, and I'll be showing this on my screen in just a moment, just to see whether there's been any changes. Let's which screen am I grabbing here? This one. So you can see the GFS model run there, and it initializes the storm at 975, a little bit higher than what it actually is. Movement there strengthening quite a lot to into 969 into Cuba. Only pretty much levels off in strength as it moves through the western coast of Cuba there. And then look at that, more intensification to 950s, 940s, and then back to the 950s as it rounds the corner near Tampa. And look at that, really stalling along the coast for quite a while. How long is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames, which constitutes around 42 hours there of near enough stalling right near the Tampa and Tampa Bay area. This is running really slow right now. And then later on, that GFS run takes it more towards the northwesterly direction, and it does straddle the border between Georgia and Alabama near Atlanta, and then what's left of it is gone and completely dissipated by the time we get to the end of day 6. So that's interesting from the GFS, and I imagine very high rainfall amounts in that. I'm not going to have a look on this one because it will completely max out the scale, so there's really no point. I'm just a bit frustrated right now that everything's breaking down. Let's check the ECMWF model and see if we've got a new viewer here. I think that's still using an old run, so we won't bother with that.
To actually provide some similarities, the 12Z GFS, not 12Z GFS, the 12Z Euro is actually in agreement with the latest GFS guidance, and they are basically taking it in a similar path, except for the Euro is kind of showing a more weaker stall near the Tampa region. However, general same motion and general storm path. So there is some model consistency between these two major models, or model agreement, more say.
Kenneth says this has a similar track to Hurricane Ida. Any thoughts? Well, it won't shortly.
Absolutely not. No similarities at all. To maybe
Despite its formation area.
To maybe the fringe of Cuba, however, it's way farther east than Ida's track.
Looking back to the wide-scale infrared here, and actually let's go back to one of the water vapor views. Oh no, we changed it now, haven't we? We're now looking at this view, but well, still you can see from a Cuban perspective there, some of the inner bands approaching that area now, and this will be more interesting to look at a later point in time. So let's go back to that infrared from a wider shot, and you can see how it's looking there. Still a fascinating appearance, and just what exactly is happening in there. When you look at this infrared view, it does sort of look more like it's an eye that's covering, rather than dry air slot. But you can't tell really. It's an odd appearance, but it's still, you get the feeling that it's still intensifying when you look at it there.
It definitely is intensifying. However, what I'm noticing to the west of that big blob of convection is a relative area of weak infrared or / convection blow up. So this storm is definitely doing weird, funky things on infrared and satellite imagery. However, I wouldn't take the look of the storm greatly. I would just take it to the fact that no matter what the storm looks like, it can still be dangerous and it can still be intensifying even right now. And yeah, Hurricane Ian is currently intensifying for a Cuban landfall later tonight, and there definitely is some suspicious looks to what's going on with it. However, I still think it is strengthening currently.
I can agree with that.
Although it does look a bit funky.
It does.
Tim, any more news on Recon right now, and when we might expect some more
Right
passes?
now, Recon is making a northeast to southwest pass with the AF301, and you may want to double check this for me, Nathan, but I think the eye of Hurricane Ian it's right at the extreme edge, but I believe it is now visible on the Key West National Weather Service radar.
Oh.
It's right at the peripheral, but I think we can see it.
I'll have to try that in a little minute because I'm trying to battle computer problems here for some reason because things are just all broken.
I can see it.
I can see it as well, yes. It is on the very southern peripheral of the radar, but I can definitely see an eye or an eye wall or an eye
Someone send me the
location.
stuff for the
It's
Key
very
West
easy.
radar.
You can see an eye wall or like a ring-like pattern and then a 20-mile diameter circle of just void.
Right.
It is currently about 100 miles to the southeast of the western Cuban region.
About 50 miles southwest of the Isle of Youth.
And about 65 miles southwest of the Isla de la Ventura.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
So in the call chat, I recently put the latest recon into Ian and finished.
Okay.
You're saying
Isla
recon's
de la-
finished? What?
Isla de la Ventura. Apologize.
Yeah,
is, the island
yeah, I'm looking on the website and the status is finished as of 12:48 UTC.
Oh, right.
Or 0:48 UTC, sorry.
Yep, so that's just a few minutes ago there.
One thing, update about traffic, I'm noticing is that there's a lot of people from the Tampa Bay west side taking I-4 to go east across the state, so into Orlando and so forth. And there's a lot of red. And also from a little bit north of Tampa, 75 is in red in some areas around the Dade city area. So people trying to go north. Estimated report is around 300 to 500,000 people are starting to evacuate.
Wow. Crazy times. Well, this storm's still at least 100 miles per hour, pressure 965. And who knows where it'll be at next advisory. I'm pretty convinced that that convective blow-up is over an eye right now. Well, obviously we know it is, but that if that wasn't there, we would be able to see the center of the eye now, I'm pretty sure.
Updates on the measurements of the eye wall, as we can say. Taking it from the Key West radar, it is about 147 kilometers to the southwest of what's that portion of? Oh, give me 1 second.
Let me try and get a close-up on this radar again because I'm trying to get things back in order here and I'm slowly getting there. Just making sure... Oh, no, I've pressed another wrong button. Here we go, back at this imagery right now, and this shows you some of that kind of squally weather that's on its way towards Miami, which we've already heard has had some potential flooding issues. Let's try and switch to the Key West radar. Hopefully it doesn't crash everything like it did last time. And just waiting for it to appear. Here it comes. Somewhere.
Hey everybody, I got to sign off because I got to go do some stuff around the house and help out.
That's alright.
Alrighty.
Leave at your
Alright, see
liberty,
everybody.
that's okay. And let's look at the wide shot, and yes, there it is, the eye of the storm starting to appear on the Key West radar, as confirmed earlier by Tim. So, when you look at that wide shot, you can see all of what's going on with the storm and the shadowy ghost of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian right now. And that will become more and more visible over time as it draws closer and closer. So That's our first radar view of the eye of the storm from US radar tonight.
Just to reiterate what I was saying earlier before, I had to just hop over for a sec. It is currently 147 kilometers to the southwest of San Juan y Martinez, Cuba, and approximately, just measured from the center, about 60 miles to the southwest of the island of Youth, or the Isla de la Juventud. Given approximation based on radar movement, I would put an estimated time of arrival in the western Cuban region of about maybe 3 hours or more. Potentially less. We don't know.
Okay. I do
I'd
have
say 3 hours to landfall.
I do have some evacuation information.
Oh, yes?
For people in the Tampa Bay region, for Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. If you are in St. Petersburg, recommended evacuations include Interstate 275, US Route 92, and US Route 19. Again, that is Interstate 275, US 92, and US 19. In Clearwater, other recommended evacuation routes that are not completely crowded right now include US 19, Florida Route 60, and Florida 589. Again, that is Florida Route 60, US 19, and Florida Route 589. US 19 is recommended for those traveling north out of Pinellas County from cities like Clearwater, Dundon, Bear Bluffs, or Feather Sound, up towards Port Richey and Hudson in Pasco County. In downtown Tampa, your recommended evacuations, if you can travel on it, I-4 would be a first choice. I-75 is also a good choice. However, I-75 and I-4 are heavily congested. I-4 East and I-75 North. I-75 South is available. However, it is not recommended as to travel through the Everglades, as they will flood easily. So avoid US 41 anywhere further south of Naples. A good evacuation route, I would suggest Florida State Route 60. That will take you all the way out to at least Orlando, somewhere out near the central portion of the state, at least.
Thank you, Adafira. We got to go to a break. We'll be back in just a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live. Hurricane Ian has winds of 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 965 millibars, according to the latest from the National Hurricane Center. It's just after 9 o'clock on the US East Coast. We're here live broadcasting the latest on this storm up until the 11 p.m. advisory tonight. We also have automated streams running on the Force 13 channel for both Ian and for Typhoon Noru, which has rapidly intensified into a strong Category 4 hurricane once again over the South China Sea. A very impressive storm that one is. Unfortunately, we won't have much time to cover it during this because two storms at the same time. It's a bit of a mess, but Ian is the more prominent threat at this time of day. We'll have more updates on Noru in the evening local time in Vietnam, which is probably around 10 or 12 hours from now. In the meantime, hurricane warnings are in effect for the western part of Cuba and for parts of Florida, the west coast, including the Tampa area, and that's why we've heard about evacuations already being ordered in a few locations now, particularly in Pinellas County and also for some other locations, I think some in Sarasota as well. So a major event that is still unfolding. National Hurricane Center expecting this storm to reach Category 3 by the time it reaches Cuba and makes landfall there. And when you look at this satellite imagery, it's getting fairly close now when we look at it. And as we noticed in the last hour, the eye of the storm is now starting to appear on the radar imagery within the scope of the National Weather Service Key West radar. And we'll look at that again in a few moments. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio once again. And we've had a few technical issues in the last hour or so. We're trying to persevere with it. So many things load up at the same time, it can take its toll after a few hours, I suppose. But we're still here with our commentary team. I'm joined in this hour by a few regular members and a few visitors here as well. We've got Max, Aidan, Patrick, Adafira, and Tim. And we'll be talking to a few other people in the course of this hour. We've got a phone-in format going tonight, so viewers can call in through our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and join the tropical stage, and you'll be able to raise your hand and we'll invite you in. And we'll do a little bit of that shortly. In fact, let's talk to one or two people right now.
Nathan,
or
before you do that,
yes,
before you do that, I have to read a news release or a tweet. For those who are students or college people from these following universities, please listen to this message. If you are in the University of Tampa, Florida State University, or University of Florida, please be aware that University of Tampa and Florida State University are closed for the remainder of the week. A mandatory evacuation for University of Tampa will be starting at around 1 p.m. tomorrow in accordance with the county evacuation order for Zone A for Hillsborough County. And the University of Florida will remain closed effective on September 28th through the remainder of the week. And that is the latest information on those cancellations for those three major universities along the western Florida coast.
Look at this imagery, and once again, you can make out the eye of the storm. I'll just highlight it. That's the general location of the eye, and it's moving sort of northwestward still towards the coast of Cuba. Fascinating imagery there from the Key West radar And when you look further north, you can see some significant rain showers affecting the southern part of Florida and getting up there towards Miami once again, with more rainfall falling there right now after we heard about some localized flash flooding and street flooding in the last hour or so. Let's see if we can talk to someone new. Cows, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Good evening.
Good evening. So I've got one observation and one question. So my grandparents live in Tarpon Springs, which is about 10-20 minutes north of Tampa. And they are planning on evacuating to the east side of Florida, where I live. And I was wondering, is there like a specific route they should take or time? Like, should they leave tonight or should they leave early in the morning?
Ooh, that is a good question.
They are already under a mandatory evacuation order. Do you by any chance know what zone they're in?
They are in Zone B.
Okay, so they are actually underneath a mandatory. They're under a voluntary evacuation order. However, by tomorrow, they're going to probably be upgraded to a mandatory evacuation. So I would advise that they evacuate tomorrow afternoon, right as the University of Tampa is evacuating. So maybe around like the 1 p.m. time. Definitely evacuate tomorrow though, because the orders will probably be upgraded to mandatory given Ian's rapid intensification.
Okay.
But definitely tomorrow.
Yeah, because I was talking to them, and I mean they're very very old, and it's been sort of a struggle.
They need to get out of there as soon as possible because Tarpon Springs is actually going to get some of the more very considerable impacts from major Hurricane Ian. So yeah, definitely let them know to start evacuating or beginning their evacuation procedures by tomorrow.
And yeah, so I live, and my second question, so I live in like Delray Beach, Boca Raton, Florida, southeast coast, near West Palm Beach, and we've been getting squalls. Is that directly from Ian, or is
Yes, that is the outer rain bands of Hurricane Ian. Although they're not going to cause major impacts. They could still cause some decent flooding, but they're not going to cause as much severe impacts as where Tampa.
Okay, and so yeah, tropical storm force winds is basically the maximum I'm getting.
Tropical storm force winds, heavy rainfall, maybe some tornadoes. Given the fact that tropical tornadoes, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah,
Awesome,
it
thank you.
shouldn't be more than that. We'll have to watch for a potential eastward shift again at the update, but it shouldn't be too bad along the east coast, south of West Palm Beach.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. And
Cows?
Yep. Oh, did you want to ask them something?
Yeah, I was
Ah.
gonna do something.
Sorry about that. Maybe you could. Oh no, hold on. We'll bring him back.
What's up?
So, you said your grandparents live in Tarpon Springs, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to get them to the east side of the state, in near where you are in Boca Raton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a route I would recommend is taking Florida Route 60. However, take Florida 60. It crosses from Clearwater all the way to Vero Beach, and from there you can take Interstate 95 or US 1 if the traffic on I-95 gets too bad. Or even as a substitute, you could also use US 98. However, US 98 will intersect Florida 60 in Bartow.
Yeah, that was sort of their plan to take Route 60, but they were planning on actually going to the Turnpike, since I'm not sure what you think of that, but the Turnpike was also an option for them.
Yeah, I can see that.
The problem is I don't know what the Turnpike is.
Oh, here, let me.
Unfortunately.
Well, it's a road.
Yeah,
But I don't even know where that road is.
It's if you look right near like where Boca Raton is, it's like you'll see where the Turnpike and 95 sort of line up. Let me get you the exact number. It's a toll road.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
All right.
But yeah.
Well, thank you once
But, yeah,
again.
thank you.
Thanks for your call. Let's see if we can talk to someone else. Moms for Jongho. Interesting name. Hello? You'll have to press a button, and there's a little bit of a format on here where there's a we have to press a button to invite you on, and then you have to press a button to accept it, and then you're magically here.
There you
Hello?
go.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you loud and clear.
Okay, so that's my Twitter handle. I don't know anything about Discord, but anyway, sorry about that's not really my name. My name is Rita, so I wanted to properly introduce myself.
No problem. Nice to meet you.
Hi. So I've been commenting on YouTube a little bit that I actually live in St. Petersburg, and we've been here since 1993. We live on a canal that faces the west. So basically, I'm pretty concerned. Like, we're 7 feet above sea level, and I've never had water enter into my house, but it has come pretty far up in the yard on certain tropical events that we've had, hurricanes and things like that. Now, the last hurricane that we had to evacuate for, I can't remember what it was called, but we had to leave. It was a mandatory evacuation for just about everybody in Florida. It was crazy.
Was it Hurricane Irma?
I think so. All the roads were clogged
About
everywhere.
5 years ago?
Yeah, you couldn't move,
Yeah.
basically. So what I'm seeing this time is there's not a whole lot of people evacuating at this time. Like, we weren't given any mandatory instructions until like this afternoon.
Mm.
And it just I just found it really kind of eerie that I went around and there didn't seem like a lot of urgency or concern, or people with their boats on trailers and, taking them off their davits and their lifts in their backyard.
Well, I think
And
maybe
things like that.
I think maybe it's that a lot of people are still waiting to see what happens with that forecast, because there's still a lot of uncertainty about it. I reckon it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people are waiting to see what it says tomorrow and then making up their minds.
I know, but what's crazy is, like, I was just out, like, we're getting ready, we're packing stuff up because we're going to leave because we have to. Because we were told, you're in a flood zone A, your house could flood. Most people are going to lose power, probably. And I just don't want to be around for that. So I was working, I stepped outside, and just one of the rain bands that came through was just a, really, really heavy and windy downpour. And that's just on the very, very outermost, the furthest part away from the storm as you could possibly be. And I was just surprised at that. So anyway, we're packing up our stuff, and that storm, I just want to say, Irma, when we all did evacuate, it did a really strange thing, which was in this Tampa Bay area. What it did was it took all the water out of the bay.
Yes,
Yeah.
because it went inland, so the winds were blowing the opposite direction there.
Yes, and there was a ton of flooding in the Jacksonville area. For whatever reason, the way the storm was rotating, and I think Miami had a lot of flooding too, but where we were in Tampa St. Pete, where we, we're supposed to be, it's kind of like this. You just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if it's going to turn. And we were here for Charlie, and we thought that was going to hit us, and it took a quick right-hand turn and hit Punta Gorda. And basically, I drove down to Punta Gorda afterwards, and it looked like a tornado had been through there.
It's a good point, because the cone, it's still within the possibility that it could end up striking south of you, and then, it's sort of going to feel like another Charlie event rather than something much worse. And I suppose from your perspective, it's probably a more preferable scenario. It's difficult to say that when, of course, it's going to impact somewhere. But when you consider that it could be stalling off the coast of Tampa for over a day and a half, then we really don't want to see that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that our land is already saturated around here. We've been getting so much rain that our yard is just super, soft. The mud, if you step in it, just water comes out. And then, like, I work at a golf course, and we had to actually shut the golf course down like a week ago for several days because there was so much flooding and so much rain. And I just worry that, the water's going to have nowhere to go. And I wanted to add also that when Irma came through and we came back home, what had happened, kind of crazy, is there's a storm drain that goes through our property. And what happened is all the water went out of our canal. Basically, there was hardly any water there. And then what happened was it rained really hard, and the storm drain water went through that pipe and created a hole in the canal behind our house and sucked the sand out from behind our seawall. And it was just like a huge gaping hole in our backyard.
Oh my.
Isn't that crazy? I know, it was crazy. So I'm so glad our seawall stayed and, that didn't cave in, but it's just one of the perils of living on the water.
Yeah, it always is, with the potential for erosion, of course, the storm surge causing flooding. Tim, anything you'd like to say to that?
Yeah, Rita, your story is actually very incredible. I know when we had Hurricane Isaias come through the North Carolina region back in 2020, that we had that same similar issue with a lot of the storm drains being backed up and clogged, and then going down into Wilmington proper, seeing a lot of beach erosion and debris still lingering down in the Fort Fisher and Southport area even a month after. So yeah, what you are alluding to is a real issue, and I'm glad that you came on this stage with us and our entire YouTube audience and shared your story.
Yeah, there's a couple of other things that are sort of in the St. Pete area. We have also an issue with storm. It's not a. It's our sewage. We have like this big sewage tank that's down near the Albert Whitted Airport, I believe. And what happens is when we have a lot of rain, that will overflow, or they have to dump the sewage into Tampa Bay. And then what happens then is that creates problems with red tide, and not red tide, but fish kills because of all the sewage and pollution. And anyway, it's an issue that we have that's kind of specific to Pinellas County, St. Petersburg area in particular. That's just something that is just one more thing to tack on to things that could go wrong.
Yes.
And Pinellas County is one area that has that issue. I know over in Sampson County, North Carolina, during Matthew and Florence, we had that same similar issue where the excessive rainfall was overloading water treatment plants, and the threat of raw sewage actually going out into the water supply is a real threat in these areas that are prone to hurricane impacts.
And then people go out and then they play in the water, and then there's all kinds of bacteria in the water too.
Doesn't bear thinking about.
And one more thing I just wanted to add also, that you all were talking about evacuation routes, and I just have a couple of pro tips that so during Irma, we got stir crazy because we had like 9 people staying at our house up in Citrus County, and we had to get out of there. So we hopped in our car, my daughter and her friend, and we went over to Disney World. And believe it or not, Disney World has they're kind of their own little ecosystem as far as like their transportation and buses, and they have Hess stations within Disney that we went over there that you couldn't find gas anywhere during that. But we went over there, literally drove our car right up to the Hess station and filled it up with gas
Wow.
because we were like, oh my God, if we go to Disney World, what's going to happen? How are we going to get back if our car runs out of gas? But we just went anyway, and sure enough, there was gas there. And then the other thing is, if you're evacuating from Pinellas County, I didn't hear anybody mention the Suncoast Parkway. So basically, somebody had talked about the Veterans Parkway,
Yep.
which is that's a section that's in Tampa, and then if you continue to go north on the Veterans Expressway, it turns into the Suncoast Parkway, which is kind of a new road. I wouldn't say it's new, but it's like was built maybe 10 years ago, and they keep expanding it northward into Citrus County. But basically, it goes up as high as Highway 98 now. But it's eventually, no, actually, you know what? I haven't been up there for a while. It goes all the way up to Highway 44 in Citrus County. So if you get through Tampa, you can get through the Tampa traffic and you're trying to get out of Pinellas County, just take the Suncoast Parkway as an alternative. It is a toll road, but it's a good road to get the heck out of town and stay off of I-75 that everybody else is going to be on.
Rita, thanks for the call, and I hope you stay well in your preparations for the storm. Please let us know how it goes.
Well, I'm just tickled. I just love having you all on and just listening to what everybody else has to say, and I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you very much, and
You're welcome.
we appreciate it, absolutely. That was Rita. Let's see if we can speak to Norma right now. I don't know if they're waiting for us at this moment. Whilst we wait on that, just looking back at that satellite imagery that we're looking on our screen, you can still see that potential of maybe that eye trying to pop out. Norma, hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to know how many hurricanes are there so far?
This year?
Yeah.
So, oh, actual hurricanes. I've lost count already. What are we up to? Is it 4, 5?
I don't know.
To Ian. Ian's gonna hit us in a couple of days.
4. Yes.
That's my mom, by the way.
Oh.
Danielle, Earl, Fiona, and
Eli, Gaston,
Getting close.
Yep.
So technically 5 in the Atlantic.
Wait, 5?
Yeah, Bonnie, Earl, Danielle.
Bonnie
I'm
wasn't a
in
hurricane.
Florida.
Bonnie was a hurricane before.
In
Or
the
actually,
Eastern Pacific, yeah.
in the East pack, so yeah, technically it doesn't count.
So we're at 4. But as we always know,
I'm
it
in
only takes 1.
Florida, but my friend lives in Georgia,
Okay.
and I'm hoping it doesn't hit where he lives, because he has he has like you know all those tiny dogs?
Right.
They're like mini ones, mini pit bulls.
Yes.
And I saw him on voice chat a lot, and his camera's on. His
All
little
right.
poor dog's like inside all the time, and I'm just hoping it doesn't hit his house and scare the shit out of the freaking poor dog.
Well, as for Georgia, you said Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as a remnant, weakening storm, Georgia could receive some significant winds. There's already tropical storm watches up the coast there. And I'd be more concerned, though, still for substantial rain amounts, which could go in excess of maybe 8 to 10 inches. Norma, thank you for the call. Let's see if we can talk to some more other people who we haven't spoken to yet. That's who we'll be prioritizing at the moment.
Nathan, I'm seeing something right now.
What are you seeing?
Ooh.
So
Just a moment, please.
Where is it?
Hello.
So I'm actually seeing when you look up into the west of the storm center, it appears that there was a little dry area, like a little puff of air that you can see.
Well, we've been talking about this for the past hour or so. There's been a few
The
areas that
eyewall
look
is also
like.
completely exposed to the west. Nathan, if you want to point that out, the eye wall is completely exposed to the west.
Really?
However, there is no dry air slots, so that's, I guess, is what's
Look at
maintained.
this. It's looking much better on the infrared imagery now. The eye is becoming much clearer.
definitely-
But anyway,
definitely, the wall is still exposed.
I was just about to speak to Maple Magic. Hello, you're on the air.
Wow.
Whoa, Nathan?
Yes?
Whoa. I'm
You-
in the Southwest Orlando area.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to mention that. And I've been looking at these National Hurricane Center forecasts. I noticed that early in the forecast, they were kind of shifted towards where I am. Then they shifted west, and now they're shifting back east. And what I've noticed was that these rainfall totals seem to be high. We might get like 4 to 6, maybe even up to like 8 inches of rain here.
Oh, it could be more than that, you know. If the cone shifts further east and the storm ends up tracking that way. I mean, earlier GFS runs were saying up to 20 inches in Orlando, possibly. I mean, that's an old run, but I don't know. Maybe that could still be on as isolated maximums, but
Apart from that-
certainly a rain event, and I understand
does
that
definitely
that
slow
whole.
down if it does slow down near the Orlando area, and also High Maple, if it slows down near the Orlando area, yeah, it can definitely drop at least maybe 9 to 10 inches of rain. There is a moderate risk for excessive rainfall on day 3, which includes where you are. So
No, I saw that. I actually
yeah.
was gonna mention that. Yeah, at least a 40% chance of flash flooding over here. I also wanted to mention that I've been checking this mesoscale imagery, you know?
Yep, that's the one we're
And-
often looking at here on our imagery.
I've specifically been looking at Real Earth the Real Earth website from like the Wisconsin University SSEC, you know, like the
Yeah,
thing
we
that has
know it well.
Tropic.ssec. Yeah, Real Earth. Yeah, I've been using that recently, and I've been noticing that kind of towards what might be the center of Ian, I've noticed that there seems to have been warming and where the center might be all the way to negative 33 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's the eye starting to come out.
Yeah, I've been noticing that eyes trying to like pop out. And
It's halfway there by the looks of things when we're looking at this imagery, this close up. I also like to point out that this is from GOES 16 Rapid Scan, 30-second imagery. Images every 30 seconds, and I always like to make that point that, you know, it was only around 15 years ago that we were happy to have images every 30 minutes, and here we are in 2022, and for the last few years since the GOES 16 satellite came out, that we've been enjoying satellite imagery every 30 seconds at times during big events like this. Thanks for the call, Maple Magic.
also, just wanted to mention 2 more things.
All right.
One thing was that if you have the software GR2 Analyst, I've noticed that at 8:51 Eastern, this
Yep.
year a northeast wind gust of 40 knots in a Mesonet site near Smith, just somewhere near Key West, 14 nautical miles, 14 northwest Key West.
I'm sure Tim will investigate that.
I've
yeah, I
also
can.
seen on KBYX radar on GR2 Analyst, I've been noticing the actual eye and eye wall beginning to appear, and it kind of looks like it's like almost completely appearing on KBYX. But I am noticing that all these eye wall rain bands, I've noticed some of them going like up. I'm seeing radar hit like the actual reflectivity all the way up to like 52,000 feet. Radar.
It probably
waves
is
have actually
because
been hitting it.
probably is. Those cloud tops go really high. The coldest cloud tops When they're in the minus 80s, that's usually over 50,000 feet.
And I can't tell. I hope you guys can confirm it, but the possibility of sorry to hear some noise. A possibility of like a VHT, other VHT somewhere near like where that center is.
There is definitely more blowups of VHTs around the east side
Yeah.
and east side of the LLC.
And the western side, I've noticed negative 82 degrees Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just wanted to note with you guys that it's like this center over here that's just been trying to pop out for a while. But I've also noticed two main things that either that is the center, which it kind of looks like that might be the center.
I know what you're
just
talking
because-
about. It's yeah. There's a few little areas that look interesting on that imagery. We're gonna have to leave it there. Maple Magic, thank you for joining us. Let's see if there's any more information. Now let's go and look at some
Nathan,
comments.
updated measurements on points of updated measurements from the center of Ian, at least gauging it from the KBYX radar. We're looking at about potentially 50 to 55 kilometers to the southwest of the Isla de la Juventud, about maybe 80 to 90, or about maybe 70 to 80 kilometers from the northwestern portion of the Isla de la Juventud, and about from its furthest point of landfall, about 100 and let me do quick conversions. About 130 kilometers away from the Bahia de Cortes y El Cayuco, and basically the regions around the Bahia de Cortes.
Thank you for that. Tim, is there any new recon data? I'm hearing one or two little rumblings that there might be.
Yeah, I've been rather quiet as we've had guests coming on and sharing their stories with us. AF301 still currently in the storm. They just did a dropsonde pass through the center, got 964 millibars on that pass. As to what Maple Magic was alluding to earlier, we do have our third tropical storm wind report.
Mhm.
It is a east wind gust of 40 knots, recorded by a weather flow mesonet site at Smith Shoal Light at 8:51 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And those outer bands of Ian continue to cause some trouble for the Miami area. Special marine warning in effect just off the coast of Islandia in southeast Florida. Waterspout possible, 34-knot winds being reported with that special marine warning. That could be going onshore. So Islandia over towards Homestead need to be keeping an eye on this in case we do get a rotation that does come on shore.
Look at this right now. Really heavy rain bands that are moving through the Miami Homestead area. Eventually we'll get up to Fort Lauderdale shortly, and all across the Everglades as well. So even before the main bulk of this hurricane has arrived, we could be looking at flash flooding impacts on the east coast of Florida. And we also heard about some significant rain falling in the Tampa Bay area as well. Giving me bad feelings that we're already seeing stuff like this.
We haven't looked at the rainfall rate recently. I'll see what we can pull up on those right quick.
Let's see if we've got any questions right now. MT says, do we also cover winter weather events? Chicago here. We have our US channel, which we hope that we'll be doing a lot more on there soon on Force 13 US. You can search that up and subscribe to the channel. I anticipate we'll be doing a lot more on there, especially during the winter months. Let's see what else we've got right now.
Updates.
Update.
In preparation for Hurricane Ian, Tampa International Airport will be shutting down at 5 p.m. tomorrow.
All right. So,
PM or PM?
sorry?
Clarification, is it 5 a.m. or 5 p.m.?
PM per a tweet.
Yeah, 5 p.m.
Got it.
So that's I can understand that.
Wait,
And that's,
when was the tweet?
it must have been a
2
recent
minutes ago.
post. Yeah.
2 minutes ago.
This is on the airport.
It is not from an official airport
18 minutes
source.
ago.
However, it is from a tweet from about 2 minutes ago.
Another comment from Tyler there. Could you tell me why the clouds on the west side of the eye wall are now much colder than on the eastern side? That might be temporary, but that is currently true.
New special marine warning?
Really? Where's that?
Yes. Waters from Deerfield Beach to Ocean Reef, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, excluding the territorial waters of the Bahamas. Water spot possible till 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Okay, so it's a special marine warning just east of the one that's currently active, Nathan.
Let's invite some more people onto the air. Camden, we spoke to you earlier. Welcome back.
I was wondering about something because I've been seeing something about a secondary low that could possibly form off of the east side of the state that could possibly tick up the wind and rain values. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
A secondary low? First I've heard of that.
Same here. That's
Oh, I do see a little thing being brought up on the GFS. What will happen is that this hurricane will eventually be attached onto the tail end of a really long front, which is just going to bring through wind and rain through the rest of the Florida Peninsula, all along the East Coast as well. Southeastern Florida, apart from what we're currently seeing right now, should get away with most of the worst conditions, but later on it's going to be further up the East Coast. But obviously the worst conditions will be in the storm still on the West Coast as it moves through beyond Tampa Bay. But that is an interesting feature. It's going to be a very complex situation that we're going to go through when we get towards this eventual possible landfall in Tampa or wherever the storm ends up. So I can't really say anything concrete to you, though.
Okay.
Thanks for calling. Let's see if we can speak to Soviet, who we also spoke to earlier on. Hello?
Hello. Hi. I had a question about. So to me, when I'm looking at the satellite imagery, what happened?
What happened?
Yeah, sorry, my phone is bugging out. But yeah, does it look like it's moving more north to you on the satellite, or am I just crazy?
It probably is. It's still not due north yet, but that's going to happen when it moves through Cuba, I would assume. But it's probably making a very gradual turn as we watch it live here.
Because that satellite, that's an impressive storm.
It
for
is.
Just what?
Satellite
It's gonna get
appearance is supporting probably a slightly stronger storm now.
I don't know. This is for all the viewers, though. If you're in the Tampa Bay area, you need to get out.
It's looking pretty bad there, yeah. Uxinator, you're also with us right now. I know we didn't get to speak to you very much so far, but you have the floor now. I'm sure you've got plenty to talk about being in Central Florida yourself.
Yeah. Actually, I'm from Tampa, Land Lakes area, so a bit north of Tampa. I'm not in any evacuation zone, actually, so I am safe from storm surge. But my main concern is honestly the flooding. Wind-wise, as long as it's not a Category 5, which I don't think is going to happen, I think we'll be fine. Where I'm at, just the only worry is about the flooding. And with this type of storm, for Tampa, this hasn't happened, I think, in a very long time. At least,
Yeah.
like in terms of like a major hurricane hitting Tampa, hasn't happened since 1921. So it's been over 100 years since our last major hurricane hit this area. And what I'm mostly looking out for right now is seeing how the storm intensifies, seeing how strong it is. When it goes through Cuba, that's gonna have a major impact on the strength of the storm. Well, it can have a major impact, but it might not do anything, depending on where it goes in Cuba. But those are the key things I'm looking out for.
Mhm.
We're bringing stuff inside my place, and we're taking a lot of precautions. We've stocked up. We're ready to tackle the storm here. So and maybe I'll be able to get some footage for you guys of the storm. The sunsets today here were some of the most insane sunsets I've ever seen here in Florida, ever.
Insane what? Sorry.
Insane sunsets, basically.
Oh.
Like they were not normal sunsets. And you could tell because the sky was just pink. Pink as far as the eye could see. In my area, it was orange. And usually, there's like it's a bit different. There's usually like a vibrant of purple, orange, blue, but like it was just like one color, and it was
Yeah.
solid. So that's no. What we're here in Tampa, this is gonna be a historical storm, I think. And I'm not looking forward to the next 72 hours.
No, it's going to be a tough slog, definitely. Let's see.
Nathan, could we invite Steven to the stage?
I've just done it.
Oh,
Steven,
he's already here.
You're on the air.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Y'all can hear me?
Yep, we've got you.
Alright, bet. So, here's the dealio, you feel me? I'm in Broward, and I kinda don't really know what's gonna happen for Broward, mainly because I got school, and I don't want to go to school. So, can we, see what are the odds that they're not...
You're in Broward County, Florida, correct?
Yup.
So you are north of Miami-Dade County. You're more north of the metro.
Well, you're
your
about to
impact
get
are
really
going-
rained on right now.
Your impacts are going to be not as considerable as what out west is going to see near the Tampa and the Fort Myers region. You are going to get about maybe 4 to 6 inches of rainfall max, potentially higher in localized areas. You're going to be looking at some 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts, possibly higher than that, but nothing too crazy, as well as the threat for some tropical tornadoes, given the fact that we have a lot of good thermodynamic and kinematic profiles in place for front right and right to left moving tornadoes in the front right northeast quadrant. Basically, tornadoes are going to be a threat with any outer rain band that impacts that region over there. However, impacts are not looking too crazy in Broward County, but flooding and wind and possibly some tornadoes are just going to be your main threats there. Nothing too crazy. Maybe a foot of storm surge. I don't know. Maybe a bare foot of storm surge.
Hey, do you think it's possible that they're going to close schools at all?
No, I don't think so. For Broward County schools, no.
Yeah.
For counties to the west of Broward, maybe, but other than that, definitely not Broward County.
Yeah.
What about Collier? Because I have family that lives in Naples.
Collier County is going to get a bit more severe impacts, let's say. Not as bad as Tampa, but they're going to get a bit more considerable impacts. At this time, I haven't heard anything from Collier County as of yet. However, I would expect that maybe they are shutting down some schools down there. I don't know for certain.
They're probably
The storm
watching
is
the
gonna-
situation closely because any deviation east would put that area really under fire.
I do know that Collier County, the Everglades region and Naples region are under the 5% tornado risk as well as the moderate risk for excessive rainfall. So I do think they could be. They're basically just monitoring to see maybe if they will close down schools there. No official word on that yet, but I would expect, given the eastward deviation, that they could, within the next 12 hours or so, maybe call off schools for the week, just in precaution.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when Irma hit, they closed schools for a week, and like early release days, they had to cancel all of those so they can make up the time lost for the weeks that we were out. But I was really wishing that this is not a good thing to say, but I was kind of hoping we got more of a severe impact. I mean, I'm okay without power for a day or two. I mean, just don't make me go to school, because like I just want a little break. You feel me? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Last question.
Yep.
Are you guys like an organization, or do y'all just do this for fun? What is Force 13?
Well, we've been doing storm tracking for several years now, and we are a community of weather trackers, and I mean, it depends who you ask, really. Some people take it more seriously than others. A lot of people do it for the community. I mean, I've sort of just walk into this role, I suppose, as to running this large community / organization, and so I guess when you're in this position, you want to take it as far as you can, and we want to do as much as we can to help the world with the knowledge that we've got, which can help save lives, I guess.
Yeah.
I found y'all through there was these videos on hurricane seasons, like a record, and it had this cool music.
The animations?
On the background. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 like some cool music. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where it all started. I mean, I started by animating, and then we started doing real world storm updates. Stephen, thanks very much for the call. Let's try and get some more people on the air. Let's see if we can talk to Eli.
Recon update.
Sorry?
Recon update. Based on latest recon observations, including a max flight level wind of about maybe 87 to 89 knots, as well as a drops on pressure of 964. My opinion for the 11 p.m. advisory is that they're going to maintain with 85 knots or potentially go up to 90 knots. There is definitely evidence to support 85 knots. I'm not so sure if there's evidence to support 90 knots. However, I think if they're going to strengthen the storm, they're going to only strengthen it to about upwards of 5 miles an hour, so about 105, which would be 90 knots. But definitely, I think they could maintain 85 knots for the 11 p.m. advisory based on latest recon data.
All right. Eli, thanks for waiting. You're on the air.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, I was just wondering, like what the impacts might be for, like Central Florida, like landlocked Central Florida, like Orlando area, Marion, Lake County, Orange County, because I was just wondering because the track is like slightly been shifting east. And I know initially it was like starting, way up in the panhandle initially, but now it's been like constantly shifting to the east. So I was just wondering like what impacts might be seen like throughout like the Orlando area.
There definitely will be impact. Rain will definitely be an impact, and some wind. Considering the size of the storm, it will impact the area. Gainesville is another area, so Alachua County. I did hear that the University of Florida will be closed for classes from Wednesday through Friday, in Alachua County for Gainesville, and that's due to impact from the storm. And Gainesville is obviously inland, so I would imagine that Orlando might have some similar precautions.
Yeah, for me, the Orlando area, I would still say it's primarily rain, the main threat. You still, you can't rule out hurricane force winds there, although it won't be the worst hurricane force winds for Orlando that they've seen. But Still possible, but I would say rain could be a massive threat when we consider the amount of rain that's already fallen recently in Florida and how vulnerable the region is for potential flooding.
Right. Yeah, because it is projected to really slow down once it approaches the coast. Right.
Yeah, that's what it's all saying at the moment, and I'm just checking GFS ensembles whilst you're on the phone here, and it's still showing a real sort of bounce as it moves off Tampa. Interestingly, though, latest GFS ensembles, most of them have the storm staying out over the Gulf and moving north past Tampa, but still close enough to cause significant problems. So that would be good news for places like Orlando if that did happen. The rain rates, the rain amounts would be a little bit less.
Right. Yeah. So like the GFS, it's always been like hugging or been more on the east side, and the Euro's always been more on the I mean the GFS has been on the west side of the cone, and the Euro's been on the west.
Well, hold on a minute. I've just got the 18Z ECMWF now. I didn't know that had come out. And it is actually calling for the storm to move inland and pretty much over Orlando now and out towards the coast near Daytona Beach.
Wow.
So that's a big change on the ECMWF model as well, the European, going for a straight landfall after stalling a little bit on the coast and then going straight in after that. So that is a big change, as I've just noticed here.
Are the models finally starting to get into agreement a little bit?
No, they're not, because the GFS still wants it to go northwards. Thanks for calling, Eli. I mean, maybe they're getting to just a little bit more. It's not good news, though, from what we're seeing right now.
Nathan, I got a couple National Weather Service statements I'd like to sneak in before we go to
Yeah,
break.
of course.
These are both being, one's being issued by the National Weather Service out of Tampa Bay. They are noting that the rain banding is causing elevated water levels and continues to cause those in some of the rivers. Some of the rivers are starting to approach flood stage and will probably be in flood stage later on this week. The Cypress Creek at State Highway 54 near Worthington, last observed measurement was 7.6 feet. It is expected to go above flood stage on Thursday and crest probably about 8.8 feet by Saturday. And I'm probably going to butcher this one, so stage and chat, I apologize. But the Watalakoche River on US 301 near Trilby, projected flood stage for that is 12 feet. Current observed is 10.6, and it's expected to crest at 11 feet. That was provided by our own Nelson, and he also provided this National Weather Service statement, this being out of Key West, that they have a flood advisory in effect until 12:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Tuesday morning. That's another 3 hours. This is going to be for Boca Chica, Big Coppic Key, Geiger Key, and Shark Key. These areas have had 1.5 to 3 inches of rain fallen in those areas, and it has caused overflowing due to poor drainage and minor flooding in those areas. They're anticipating another 1 to 2 inches of rain to fall over this area.
Impressive stuff. I don't know if we caught it earlier, but the JTWC also went with 145 miles per hour along with our analyst team on Typhoon Noru. That's not Noru. Let's try and get the imagery of Noru just to remind everyone that there is another big storm on the block, and that is this major typhoon that's headed towards Vietnam and will make landfall there in a couple of days or less. Could make a very powerful category 3 or 4 landfall there. And you can see big pulses of cloud cover on the western side will be delivering large amounts of rain to that entire coast of Vietnam. At least 5 to 10 million people underneath the chances of flooding rains and extremely strong winds. So once again, we have two situations active at the same time, Noru and Ian. You can catch the latest satellite image reviews on Noru on our automated stream, which you can find on the Force 13 YouTube channel. You can also find one for Ian that's got a version without commentary that's running 24 hours a day for as long as the storm lives. And both of those are available on our channel. We're going to take a short break now. We'll be back in a few minutes, and then we will run our final hour of coverage for tonight, where we'll get more information and the National Hurricane Center's long-awaited 11 p.m. update and cone, and then we'll finally find out whether maybe that cone might have shifted a little bit further east based on what we're seeing with this storm's progress, and whether they'll decide to make the storm stronger a little bit, and all points in between. We'll see if there's recon data and whatever else we've got in the next hour. Stay tuned, we'll be back in a moment. Our live coverage. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Well, we're still looking at Hurricane Ian, which has still got all of our attention on a strengthening trend as a Category 2 hurricane headed towards Cuba right now. Wind speeds of 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 965 millibars indicated by the National Hurricane Center at their last advisory at 8 p.m. Their 11 p.m. advisory, that's the big one, coming up at the end of this hour, and that will tell us more information about what the National Hurricane Center expect, any changes to the cone, the forecast philosophy, the intensity estimate, the current intensity estimate and the forecasted one, what they might think will happen further on down the line as it heads towards Florida. At the moment they're expecting a Category 4 peak after it passes Cuba, and they're actually expecting a Category 3 landfall when it moves ashore in a few hours time, probably in the early hours of the morning local time. So lots of information that will pile out of that National Hurricane Center update towards the end of this hour, and we'll be right there to get it all for you and our analysis in response. In the meantime, you can look at the latest satellite imagery and lots of decent cloud tops blowing up. You can even see that on the unenhanced infrared, but switch back to the enhanced infrared with the color scales and you can see there good amounts of cloud tops there all around the eye, and the eye feature becoming a little bit more apparent. Not particularly clear yet exactly where the center of that eye is there, but it's becoming more apparent, and that's a big suggestion that this storm has intensified since the last update. Live on the air for another hour before we take a recess for the rest of the night, and we'll be back again tomorrow, no doubt, with more coverage. If you stay on the stream when we finish up here, it will automatically redirect you back to the automated 24-hour stream on Ian, so you can just sit back and chill here, and then it will throw you onto our automated stream, which has got 24-hour satellite imagery of Hurricane Ian as we keep watching this storm. So if you're struggling to sleep overnight, you can take a look at this beast, although I'm not sure it will help you to sleep. My name is Nathan Foy, here in the studio again for another hour, and I'm joined by my panel of team members. We have quite a few people here again for this hour. Aidan, Patrick, Adafira, Tim, Dimitri, and Orlando. And we are also doing, sort of trialing it out. It's the first time we've done this, a phone-in style discussion here, where we are inviting almost anyone to take part in the conversation tonight. And we've spoken to so many different people with different comments, questions, and in some cases stories, and plenty more to come, I imagine, in this hour. We'll also try and get some of your comments in the text as well. Let's just start one or two here. Joey says, how should I prepare for the hurricane? I'm in Sarasota Zone B, very close to Zone A, and I can't evacuate because I have 4 pets. How can I prepare? Any thoughts from the team?
If you have pets, I'm not too particularly familiar on the Sarasota County evacuation orders. I believe that Zone A and Zone B are under mandatory evacuations, or at least Zone B is under a voluntary evacuation. If you have pets and need to evacuate, take them with you. You need to take your pets with you. They are still very valuable in life. Please take your pets with you wherever you evacuate. There are shelters opening across portions of Florida that are not going to be getting the most severe impacts. Although I would look for areas that are pet friendly, please try to go to any of open shelters as possible. And I would not be surprised if they can work out a solution with you, but you need to seriously take your pets with you anywhere you go. If you're having struggles to evacuate, you contact your local authorities and they can help you put out a plan to take you and your pets to a safe location. But if you're able to evacuate on your own, please take your pets with you if possible. Honestly, you should take your pets with you. This, like I said just a second ago, they are valuable and they have importance. So
yeah, Two big storms active right now, though. It's not just Ian, it's also Typhoon Noru, which is in the South China Sea, headed towards Vietnam with an immense cloud cover there, and it really looks very impressive when you look at that visible geocolor imagery. Category 4 now, headed for Vietnam. Could be a massive problem there fairly shortly. We had a comment from Ellie who says that they measured Noru several times, and according to their calculations it's bigger than India. Can we confirm? I'm not sure if it's bigger than India. The wind field certainly won't be as big as India, but I can't see all of that cloud cover on that image, how far it stretches south and west, so I'll reserve judgment. And Canadian says, thanks for having me on the stream and answering my question. He was on here earlier, came back to see the eye clearing out, not good signs, and hope people are taking this seriously regarding Ian, of course, which is the main thing we're focusing on tonight. A few people have been waiting to join us on the air, so let's see if, first of all, we can talk to Xavier Hunter. Are you there?
Hey, you hear me?
Yep, we've got you loud and clear. What's your thoughts on Ian tonight?
I just checked on recon data on their last pass, and for the first time I saw they saw a closed eye wall.
Yeah, that won't surprise me.
Yeah. It was 18 nautical miles, so we may be seeing another period of rapid intensification again before it impacts Cuba.
Well, we were hearing about it being open a while back, but it doesn't surprise me that it's closed now looking at radar. And when you get that closed eye wall, that could be a green light right there for more rapid intensification. Interesting though, if it's only just managed that, then you never know, Cuba might yet destabilize that eye wall. You don't know, but realistically speaking, it's probably going to be more intensification after Cuba.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted to add?
One more thing.
Yeah.
I'll say if I live in North Carolina, and anyone who lives in North Carolina, I will definitely not let your guard down, even though it'll probably be much weaker by the time it gets up there. But rainfall will be a pretty big issue by the end of the weekend, so I hope everyone up there, including myself, will get prepared.
Tim, what do you reckon to that?
I honestly did not catch that because I was looking at something on Ian. One more time with that.
Oh, just about North Carolina and your thoughts on being prepared, and you think the storm might head up your way?
We'll probably get some rain threats out of it. Some flooding is possible, unless the Euro is starting to verify with more of an easterly track where it brings it across Florida and then brings it into the Carolinas. Either way, if you're North Carolina, South Carolina, keep an eye on this. Definitely keep an eye on your local weather office, and keep an eye here on Force 13 for any information that'll help you keep prepared for this storm.
Xavier, thank you. Let's see if we can talk to someone else. Gold 2. Interesting name. Hello?
Hi. So I've been looking at just the forecast track and also the shear maps, if you can call it. I've been wondering, is that why they are expecting it to weaken a little bit before landfall?
Yeah, it is mainly. It's always been about wind shear. But interesting to note, just before you go on there, that the latest multimodal diagnostics are suggesting that wind shear will start to rise pretty much right now. And that's got me a bit curious.
Okay.
But go ahead. Who was that who wanted to speak?
Oh, that was me. I just wanted to point out about that shear. So basically what's going to happen is that Ian is going to rapidly intensify on the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, but then as that happens, a trough from the northern plains is going to dig really deep down into the Dixie Alley and southern coastal regions of the United States and the Gulf of Mexico. And once that happens, it's going to offset a lot of high shear, which is going to weaken Ian.
However, in tail of that, Ian's wind field is going to expand, and Ian is going to be picked up by the trough and moved upwards north. And given latest GEFS ensemble guidance, as well as GFS ensembles, they are actually taking that upwards northwards towards Georgia and then pushing it northeastwards towards the mid-Atlantic states, and potentially being a decently strong extratropical remnant low by the time it reaches the mid-Atlantic and New York City area, based on latest GFS ensemble guidance. I just wanted to make a point there about that.
What we're
The
looking at
last time an extratropical system hit my area, I don't remember what storm. It was from last year.
Ida,
thank you. When the remnants of Ida hit, it was bad. My area wasn't necessarily like slammed, but west, but South Jersey, Southern New Jersey got tornadoes.
We're talking
North
about
Jersey-
New Jersey. I should talk about it because I'm in Jersey.
Yeah, go on.
So we're talking about Ida, right? Is the one we're talking about the one that like caused New Jersey to have multiple tornadoes touch down? I remember there was a storm that formed in the Atlantic, and then when it hit Jersey, it just caused multiple tornadoes to form. Is that the one you were talking about, Dragon?
That is.
Yeah, that was
that is
the
Ida.
one, but it was also affecting like northern New Jersey and into New York City with heavy rain. It was like flash flood emergencies and stuff.
I can't help you on this one, guys.
Yeah, Ida
No,
was the system
someone
last
might
year that
decide
hit
to,
Louisiana and did all that.
given the latest GFS guidance, it would actually not be surprising to see that we still need to consider East Coast impacts are not completely ruled out given latest model guidance. So I would honestly say if you are in the Carolinas and the Mid-Atlantic, I would definitely still keep a close eye on Ian's progress over the next several days to the next week, as there could be some impacts, at least from the extratropical cyclone / remnant low of Ian, which could make a track similar to Ida. Now, I'm not gonna say that this is gonna be another situation like Ida. However, I'm saying that based off latest ensemble guidance from GFS, there is a possibility that the remnant low of Ian could traverse over that region within the next week or so. However, we have to wait at least 3 to 5 days before everything comes into range for us to make a forecast like that.
Cool.
Looking at a few satellite / radar variations of imagery here, just showing you how it correlates to the eye. And yeah, satellite pretty much lines up with that radar eye. Let's try and get some more people on here. Cool Creeper Ryan.
Actually, looking at that same thing you were just looking at, Nathan, eye temp in that area approaching -30.
Yeah, it's getting up quite a bit.
Right, so there's actually a special marine warning. This is it has a decent bit of still looks decently broad, but there's another one west of it, but that's pretty broad. I don't expect it to be about, but there's one. It's doesn't look that tight, but it looks like there is a circulation limit. We checked, it extends from 47 nautical miles east of Pacific Reef to 32 nautical miles east of Trident Reef. It's moving northwest at like 15 miles. That's about 20 miles per hour. This could produce water spouts and gusts.
So special marine warning there. Where exactly was that?
47 nautical miles east of Pacific Reef to 32 nautical miles east of Triumph Reef.
Where is that?
Probably
I
the
think
special
it's
marine warning that is southeast of Miami, Nathan, and just taking
Ah.
a look at velocity, it does look like we may have a pretty solid couplet over the waters there. This would be way out there, out probably closer to the Bahama jurisdiction of their waterways, but it is way out there, and yeah, there is a pretty decent couplet with it.
All right.
I also want to point out quickly that I am looking at, and based off of the latest infrared and microwave imagery from satellite, I am noticing that we could be potentially seeing the formation of an eye to the north of the center of the LLC. You can see it on satellite imagery. You can see a opening.
Oh, it's clear. It's clear.
Clear hole. So we may have an eye officially on satellite imagery, waiting for further scans to confirm this. However, based off of microwave infrared imagery, I definitely think we now have a decent eye.
Yeah, I don't think we need to wait for confirmation on that.
We don't.
No, that
is
eye
definitely
is clearly visible on radar and satellite. Eye temperature last check was -30.
That is definitely an eye. Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind that there is an
Right.
eye to the north of that LLC.
Let's say hello to Ryan Funtime with Pluto. Interesting name. Welcome aboard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I was wondering about a few questions of a potential evacuation route.
Okay. Yep.
My area is by the Alphi River in the Tampa Bay. And
Alright.
I was wondering if it does get bad here, would it be okay to go down to an area kind of northeast of Port Charlotte, far inland Arcadia?
I'm not sure about those areas. I mean, you'd be you'd more want to go further east, I would imagine.
Yeah, we have family down there, so it'd be better if we would get out of the bay, but by the time,
It would be
stuff like that
risky.
be down there. Yeah, and we don't have family in Orlando.
Did you say the Alafia River? Which
Yes,
river?
the one at Gibsington and Riverview.
Yep, and that is squarely in the area that would get impacted by probably the worst or nearly the worst amount of surge, well over 10 feet probably in that area.
Yeah.
It could be very dangerous. I would just...
I'm just west of 75,
Yep.
so like basically right up on 75 almost.
Yeah, I imagine that interstate would be pretty busy.
Yeah, I-4 right now is completely jammed due to the evacuations. There's footage from the highway coming through. It is completely clogged this evening.
What do you guys think? I mean, I'm not as well versed as some of you guys on.
But we were thinking about going to Arcadia as an option if things do end up getting bad here. And I also have another question. I looked at storm surge, and we are not in a prone area of storm surge. But I was also wondering if there was any good areas in case we do get an evacuation notice.
In that instance, I'd say just follow official orders, know your evacuation zone. The timing of leaving, I know zones B and C will be around tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning is probably the last chance you guys got. Hopefully by then, we'll have a better idea of where it's most likely the center to go. As of right now, with National Hurricane Center guidance, Arcadia may be safer. It's more inland than Port Charlotte, at least. But if that's the best you guys have, that's the best you guys have. But also keep in mind that also try looking up any shelters if need be. Any way out of that area that's going to be flooded by storm surges, for the better.
As it stands right now, Arcadia is still a bit of a gamble.
Yeah,
But-
something that is hampering evacuations, and I'm just looking at this now off the Florida Highway report. There are some accidents being reported on Interstate 75 north of Tampa and a couple of them between Tampa and Clearwater. So that is definitely hampering evacuation efforts. You're probably going to want to go either US 19 to get around Clearwater, and you might want to avoid US 41 this evening going from Sarasota down to Port Charlotte. A couple vehicle accidents in those areas as well. So that is hampering some of the evacuation efforts, Nathan.
Oh dear. Well, we look back at this radar imagery / satellite and you can see just what's happening with the center of the storm. Let's pan back northwards to the area that we can see better. Around the Florida Keys, you can see quite a few storms, scraggly things moving along. Keys are going to get hit by a few more storms again here. Look at the Miami and Fort Lauderdale area, lots of heavy rain over there, and we already heard from earlier bands that they were causing street flooding. I can't imagine that the condition will have improved very much there and probably gotten worse. And just, I know it's near the edge of the Key West coverage, but I can't really be bothered changing to the other radars because it crashes the damn thing. Doesn't look too crazy around Tampa and Orlando right now, but there are a few areas that are getting higher amounts of rain, but it's mainly this here, all along here right now. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, eventually coming up to Marco Island, Everglades City and that as well, and eventually towards Naples might get a hefty helping of rain in the next few hours. So already we're seeing some quite substantial rain totals. I don't know what those totals exactly are, but I know that we've heard about some pretty high rain rates and already one or two little bits of flash flooding. Let's go back again to Breadmaster, who has decided to join us. What would you like to say?
Hello. So from where I am in Dade, the rain's been pretty consistent over the last while. Like, at least my front yard's been flooded, and we actually temporarily lost power for a minute. Another question I had was these type of bands, these like really heavy rain. Are we expected to get more of that around this area? Or are they gonna just like dissipate as the storm moves further north?
I'm gonna have a look at one of the mesoscale models and see if that might answer that question. It looks like it's gonna continue for a little bit until probably early tomorrow afternoon, I would suggest.
Oh, so then we're in the clear after that?
I would always
I wouldn't
hesitate
say
to say
you're
in
in
the
the clear. I wouldn't say you're in the clear. You have another band that's coming up, and then the next big band is just clearing Cuba now.
Alright, so it'll be a fun night then.
Oh, it will tonight, but just having a look at another model. I think the worst of the rain will have passed by tomorrow afternoon, but you'll still get a few bands moving in.
Alright, so I guess commuting tomorrow will be fun.
I imagine so. It could be pretty wet and flooded in some areas, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Alright, well, thanks for joining us once again. Let's see what else we've got here. I don't know if this is the same Gold as earlier, but someone else with the name Gold wants to speak again, so we'll say hello to Gold. Some interesting names popping up tonight. Hello? And
I moved a second ago.
Start again. Sorry, we didn't hear you.
If somebody needs to go before me, that's fine, because I went a second ago.
Oh, I see. Let's see if we can. Let's see if Max wants to say anything right now. We're also, of course, waiting for the National Hurricane Center's update, which will be out in the next half hour, and it's going to be probably a spicy one. Max, hello?
Yeah.
What have you got for us?
So I'm seeing, I'm looking at my weather radar, and I'm looking at huge rain bands going on in Miami, heading north. I'm also seeing a confirmed Hurricane I over Lafayette, Cuba, and I think it
You
might
bet.
have just, and I think it might have just made landfall, if I'm not wrong.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, but yeah. And also a lot of sports teams have closed everything down. The Tampa Bay Lightning have had games scheduled in Tampa Bay, downtown Tampa against Carolina, Nashville, and they have canceled all of those games due to Hurricane Ian.
Yep, that's not very surprising either. Looking at that satellite image
And
once
the
again,
Buccaneers.
we can see some more blow-ups in convection around that northern eye wall. Go ahead.
Yes, and the Buccaneers, a lot of people have been mentioning the Buccaneers in chat. The Buccaneers going to be practicing south.
Oh, well, that was an interesting cutoff.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was my echo going off. Well, back to the thing. The Buccaneers, they were planning on relocating to South Florida. They will be departing tomorrow, and they'll be practicing at the Baptist Health Training Complex, which is in Miami Gardens, which is the Miami Dolphins training ground. And then the question is, what will happen with the NFL games? Because if a game needs to be moved for next Sunday, it would more likely be played in Minneapolis because the Vikings are playing the Saints in London, England. But we don't really know what the NFL is going to be really doing at this time because obviously this is a wait-and-see game.
All right. Thank you for that. Tim, any recon news? Are they in the storm for more observations prior to the 11 p.m. update?
Actually, yes, Nathan. AF301 is still in there. They're getting ready to make a northeast to southwest pass. So we will get probably one more final reading before the NHC will issue their update at 11.
And can you remind us what they got so far?
Their last two passes, they got 966, and then their second, they got 964.
So, not rapid then.
No, I would say it's. I would say it was rapid earlier until the dry air hit it earlier this afternoon, and it's just been steady intensification since then.
I do want to provide an update on that notice of the eye. That is actually not an eye to the north of the LLC. The actual opening or the eye that I mentioned earlier actually is not even circulating around with the LLC, so that is most likely a dry air slot.
Oh.
It definitely was noticeable as an eye since it had cold cloud tops, but maybe it's a sign that we could see an eye trying to form within the next, couple of hours.
I'd say so. There's the most recent blow-up of convection on the north side really closes off the eye wall pretty much.
Hello, caller, you're on the air. The one that goes by the name HCC's burner account.
Oh. Okay.
Fascinating name. I don't know where you came up with that, but go ahead.
I think Ian is going to be a very catastrophic storm, especially for the Tampa Bay area.
Certainly looks that way. Did you have any questions?
No.
All right then. Well, thanks for joining us. Let's see if we can speak to Soviet once again. Must have another question for us. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
So, nothing. Just waiting for that 11 p.m. advisory.
Yeah, I imagine that is what most people do now. The eye is really starting to come out a little bit more on that satellite imagery.
Yeah, latest
So
eye
what-
temp Nathan -20.
Minus
Patrick
20.
already answered my question about the eye. I was gonna say, like, it kind of looked like dry air on the satellite, just a little bit of a dry air pocket. But it was confusing to me too. That's why I asked earlier if it was just moving straight north because it looked like it.
Yes.
Although I am noticing now that there is a clearing and potentially a warming eye.
Yep. It's
So there's
definitely.
a possibility that it could be intensifying and could reach
Hello.
maybe hurricane status.
Let's talk to Monsoon Junior 99. Hello.
So, well, all the focus lately in terms of Florida impacts has mainly been on the western side of Florida. I was just looking at the European weather model. Let me check which run it was again.
The latest.
I was looking at the 12Z actually, but
Oh, really?
yeah, it was in Jacksonville. It shows 7 to 10 inches of rain there.
Oh, wow.
This is in the next 5 days. Of course, this is just one run. It could change.
Sorry,
Let me check the
I have
18Z
to-
actually.
Just
Sorry,
a moment,
breaking news.
please.
Yeah, it's kind of important. It's kind of important though.
Go ahead.
JTWC is going with 125 knots and a minimal central pressure of. Where is this? JTWC is going with 125 knots for Typhoon Noru at this time.
Yes. I did actually break that news about half an hour ago. But yeah,
I guess I just got that now then.
that's a 145 mile an hour storm headed towards Vietnam and could be a very powerful landfall with heavy rainfall. But thanks for the lookout there. And of course, we got to remind people who have just tuned in, and I'm sure some people still didn't know, but intensification really rapid there in that storm once again. Monsoon Junior, what were we saying? You were
Okay,
talking
now I got
actually-
the 18Z, the
Yeah.
latest one. Yeah, it shows a pretty large swath of like nearly a foot of rain, like 9 to 12 inches across much of Florida. Not just the western side, but like from Tampa Bay up through Jacksonville, including like the Orlando area. So this, if this verifies, this is not just a western side of Florida impact.
Yeah, and that latest 18Z CMWF actually takes it straight through Florida.
Nathan,
Yeah.
take a look at this image I just got from Models.
All right, which one is it? What was this?
This is the southeast U.S. for Ian.
Oh, I just see where. I am not showing a NAM 3-kilometer run on my stream.
You have some information regarding more Tampa Bay closures, Nathan.
Yes.
Tampa Bay International Airports will suspend its operations at 5 p.m. Tuesday afternoon, per Governor Ron DeSantis, noting that once winds get above 50 miles per hour sustained, they will cease operations. The St. Pete Clearwater International Airport also announcing it will be suspending operations at 1 p.m. Tuesday, and the Port of Tampa Bay is suspending operations at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So a lot of the infrastructure is starting to shut down ahead of Ian at this time in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, today I saw like at least 40 county trucks just cleaning off debris off like the tree limbs off power lines today. It's getting bad over here. They're really prepping.
Very shortly, we'll have the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, and it could be a big one. We'll be seeing what wind they're going with for the storm and its central pressure, and more interestingly, the forecast, which could change quite a lot. Will it be another shift eastwards, or will it be doubling down on the potential impact for Tampa Bay? We're going to find out shortly. Ryan again, hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, you're live.
Hi, I was wondering, I had a couple other questions. I was wondering about what type of time would it hit, because I've looked at a couple of different charts and they've all sort of said different things where it would sort of make landfall in the Tampa Bay area.
Well, it's very uncertain. That's probably why they're saying different things. And the bigger question is also, are they talking about when you'll first get tropical storm force winds or the actual landfall? Well, the first onset of tropical storm force winds on the main peninsula of Florida probably Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Which isn't far off.
Something else I have found interesting with this storm is I think it was Sunday afternoon. It was still just a tropical storm, and then during the night and the middle of the day, it rapidly intensified.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center put out when we take a look at their next advisory, if we see any more rapid intensification possible.
Yeah, because that is very, first of all, fascinating and concerning for me as well, because of me, living in the Tampa Bay area and it coming straight for us at potentially Category 4 and maybe even 5.
No, I don't think so. It's likely to get to Category 4 status, but it will weaken before striking Tampa. But a worst case scenario, if that cone continues to shift eastwards, and you'll end up getting a major hurricane point near the landfall zone. So maybe a Category 3 landfall at a worst case.
Yeah, I don't expect it to get to a Category 5 at all, but at least to between a Category 3 and 2 landfall.
It would have to absolutely explode in order to become a Category 5. I highly doubt it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have some recon data, Nathan?
Okay, yep.
Recon is starting to penetrate the northeastern eye wall, and we've got a couple data points coming in at 90 knots flight level.
Oh, boy.
105.
What on earth was that?
We should have more here in a little bit when the data updates, but that was the first data points I saw coming through the northeast eye wall. 90 knots flight level.
Ellie in the chat says, what are the chances of Ian becoming a Category 5 hurricane? I would say they're very low, less than 5%.
But it's possible.
Yeah, nothing's impossible. I mean, all you need to know is Michael managed to become a Category 5 up there, so you're completely sure that you can get a Category 5 anywhere in that Gulf.
Yeah.
In order for it to reach Cat 5, it would have to react favorably with that shear vector to its north. I really don't think it's possible. I think that if it does continue to just absolutely explode, I think its max is maybe 150 miles per hour. I really doubt it.
And there is Matthew. You're joining us from Tallahassee tonight. What are your thoughts on the storm in general?
Well, my classes were canceled tomorrow through Friday, so I'm pretty stoked about that as I had a math test. So, so I'm going to go down to Tampa with some buds of mine. Probably going to take my friends out back because I have a Mercedes that I don't want to get dinged up. So I'm probably going to go down there with 3 of my friends from the Met Department. We're going to take some equipment down there, see what's up, and then we'll just go from there. We're gonna try to be safe. We're not gonna be right on the coast. We're gonna be about a few miles inland, but we're gonna try to get in that eye. But yeah, nice up here. So I like it.
Good luck. Here we are looking again at the imagery, radar/satellite. Some decent views there of the storm. The eye just popped out a little bit and then it's just sort of retreating back inwards again, partly due to a big burst of convection there on the western side, which is showing up on radar. Still, it would appear that the general movement is still trending northwestwards looking at that. The radar is showing that it hasn't really turned north yet. And I suppose the longer that goes on, then maybe there'll be a reconsideration in that cone. Go ahead.
A recent NAM 3 kilometer model showed Ian reaching a pressure of 867 millibars.
Yep, and that's why we don't look at that.
Exactly.
Unless we want to pour bleach into our eyes.
The NAM is for severe weather, so I wouldn't use it for.
Yeah, I mean and usually the NAM 3 kilometer over below severe weather. Usually you want to use the NAM 12 kilometer, but none of those NAM models are really designed for tropical cyclones. You're more looking for them for severe weather. Your good models for PCs would be the Euro GFS, HMON, HWRF, the NavGem, and the Icon mainly.
Sometimes. Even all them models have their faults.
Well, yeah, every once in a while will have their moment where they have their outliers and their quirkiness. I mean, we've seen those quirkiness over the years, Nathan. We're not going to mention a certain one with Mankut.
Oh, that one.
777 millibars.
Anyways, we're waiting up.
Kilometers actually going realistic.
They usually do. Waiting up for the National Hurricane Center update, which is due at any time, and we'll find out if there's any changes to the warnings. They issued loads of new warnings at the last update, so I doubt they'll do any new ones now. But we're going to find out what happens with that forecast cone, and they'll publish that cone eventually.
If you want to take a look at the call chat, I found an absolutely kind of crazy video coming out of downtown Miami of a severely flooded storm drain due to the flooding down there in Miami already, and you can clearly see.
I can't play it, sadly. It's not working.
Well, you can
on
clearly
me.
see that that sewer drain is definitely overclogged and definitely getting severely flooded. There also is a flood advisory for Miami-Dade and Broward counties, so no surprise there. Updates on proximity to landfall in the Bahia de Cortas region. I measured about 70 miles to the southeast, so if we convert that to kilometers, that is about 113 kilometers away from landfall. The long range distance, we have about currently the center of the eye wall is about 340 miles to the southwest of Marco Island and about 450 miles to the south or just southwest of Tampa.
More fascinating looking cells impacting the Florida Keys right now, and more persistent rain in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area and all over the Everglades and across the Interstate 75 corridor there. Real flooding conditions quite likely there in Miami-Dade from what we've seen already. We're 13 minutes away from the scheduled update from the National Hurricane Center. You may realize that we sort of expect it earlier usually, and that's because they often publish it very early compared to their deadlines, sometimes half an hour early. So we're always on our toes as to when the update actually comes out, so that we can reveal the latest information as soon as possible. The cone comes out a little bit after the forecast, by about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we take a look at the cone, and then take a look at the discussion that they put out for their reasoning for the storm, and then at that point we'll call it a night here. But if you stay on the stream, on our YouTube video page. It will redirect you to the automated feed, 24/7 satellite imagery of Ian in real time, if you want to keep going with chat conversations or just to watch the storm. But right now, there it is, with the eye looking like it's coming out a lot more. Despite that flare up in convection on the western side, it looks like it's still on its way out. Let's go back to this other imagery. This is in
Recon update?
real time. Recon update?
Tim, if you can back me up on this, looking at latest MSLP and flight level wind data, Recon has indicated flight level winds max at about 100 knots. Correct me if I am wrong. I'm looking at the latest chart graph here, and I did see that Recon has indicated over 95 knots of flight level wind data, I believe at the 700 millibar level.
I can confirm we have 2 data points. 98 flight level, 101 flight level, 94 flight level, so easily 95, possibly 100 knots. Extrapolated 963.3. So this thing is getting stronger, Nathan.
Looks like wrong course for a Category 3 landfall then.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to use that 100 knot data point because that's the only data point of that intensity. But I really want to see what this drop zone comes in at.
When do you think we'll know?
Matter of a couple minutes here once it updates.
So we're somewhat bated breath there for a couple of minutes here.
You think this last pass by A301 is definitely going to be hinging on what the NAC does for their forecast?
Orlando, you're back with us. I don't suppose you've got anything you'd like to add right now?
Seeing the storm develop currently at its rate, I wouldn't be surprised that intensification picks up a little bit as that eye warms. Right now, the only thing that I'm waiting for is seeing those new model runs for the 0Z start coming out right before the stream ends. So I'll let you guys know if anything interesting shows up.
I don't think we'll see anything in the next 10 minutes. Those come out just a little bit later. You can see on that geocolor imagery there, the eye really starting to appear on that kind of imagery as well. A wide shot here looking at the Eastern Pacific mainly, but you can clearly see Ian on the right hand side. Let's see if we can get some other imagery. What's this one? This is the view from Cuba, and once again you can see that the edge of the eye is starting to appear on this frame, and the Florida Keys to the very north of that picture. And back to that mesoscale imagery showing the progress of that eye, which appears to be coming out a little bit more underneath that big blow up of convection on the western side, and really looking very decent with cloud tops in the -60s easily on all sides and -70s in abundance on the western and southwestern side. And that's a depiction of how high those cloud tops are, and the higher they are, usually a depiction of how strong this storm is, and possibly being a stronger storm. Let's see what we have right now in the comments. Nothing major.
There's a comment from Time Miller RM saying, "What do you guess NHC is gonna say for intensity?" He's predicting 110. I think it might be at 110. I don't think it's a major.
I think they'll
I'd
go
go
105.
110 or 115. Yep.
I think they'll go 105 personally.
Yeah, I think 105, maybe 110. Wouldn't be surprised. Guess we'll see.
And apparently Gold was typing in the chat saying that they want to queue up again, but you can just talk to us here. You're there now, right now, aren't you?
Yes, I am. So, here's my question. So, I can see that they're expecting it to make landfall in western Cuba, and based off of like past hurricane tracks such as Gustav in 2008, that area of Cuba sometimes will weaken storms and sometimes will not as much, just like Ida. But so could that area of Cuba weaken Ian significantly?
I think it can't be underestimated. There is a significant ridge on the northern side of the coast. I suppose this storm is a little bit on the bigger side, so that goes in its favour. So NHC are pretty much betting on it maintaining strength, and that's pretty much what the models are saying. So that's the most likely outcome, that it will hold intensity whilst it crosses Cuba.
Yeah, those areas, those mountains aren't really that high. They're the highest in all of western Cuba, but they only go up to about roughly 2,000 feet or so. So it's nothing really impressive, but it all comes down to the angling and structure of cyclones. And in this case, it doesn't seem likely to happen, but it can't be ruled out that some level of disruption could occur. Same way, it may not do anything at all, or it can continue intensifying. So, it's all in cards.
Looking again at this satellite radar hybrid, quite like that when it's on the edge of the radar scope there. This is from Key West radar. It's visible from all the way over there on the other side of Cuba. And some of those bands near the center much more visible, but from Key West you can see much more the situation going on in southern Florida itself. You've got some of those trailing bands there of really heavy weather that's occurring and storminess that's affecting the Keys again now. Key West about to get some storms too. And then further north you can see much more expansive rain showers over Miami and to the northwest, Fort Lauderdale towards Coral Springs, and eventually up towards West Palm Beach. Marco Island also getting some substantial rainfall now, and we'll be getting up towards Naples shortly. But we've already heard about flash flooding and street flooding and full block drains in the Miami area. So already we're looking at some flooding impacts, and that is set to continue. Looks like the rain is going to abate a little bit shortly, but we said that a few hours ago and another one just popped up behind it, so I wouldn't be so sure that that's going to stay the case. We're still waiting for the update from the National Hurricane Center, and they are putting it right to the last minute here before we find out what their forecast is. They're taking every minute that they've got, I assume.
Given latest wind field point indicators of 296 and 101 knot flight level winds at the 700 millibar level, as well as a minimal central pressure of at least 963 millibars per flight data, in my opinion, Ian will be upgraded to 90 knots given latest recon agreement of at least 90 knots sustained flight level winds with a minimal central pressure of at least 963 millibars. Further intensity adjustments will most likely be required with a potential increase to 95 knots given latest flight level wind guidance. However, confidence is too low to hint 100 knots at this time given lack of sufficient wind field indicators.
The update is out, and the National Hurricane Center are running with 105 miles per hour. They're still expecting a Category 4 peak with winds of 120 miles per hour. Now let me just try and examine, looking at the coordinates on their forecast. This is the old cone that you're still looking at. I'm just trying to figure out, by looking at it and eyeballing it, whether the track has changed at all. And I'm thinking that it may have gone just a tad bit east again.
I can't see it on, I'm looking it up right now. I can't see it on the public advisory at the moment.
It is out.
No question of age.
Wait, did they update the cone too?
They will update the cone as soon as they can, but they've got the position coordinates out on the forecast.
Yep.
Yep.
They
Yep, yeah.
are.
90 knots.
They are expecting a landfall at least 110 miles per hour.
I got
So
it.
we are almost looking at a major hurricane landfall now, if not actually. So it looks to me as though the cone might have shifted just slightly east, but I'm not fully sure. It's close. As soon as the cone updates,
There we
we'll
go. I see it.
load the page and you'll see the cone magically change.
Okay, I have it up now. Ian expected to become a major hurricane overnight or early Tuesday. Significant wind and storm surge impacts will begin in western Cuba very soon. Summary of 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 0300 UTC information. Location 21.3 north. 83.4 west, about 105 miles or 170 kilometers east-southeast of the western tip of Cuba. Maximum sustained winds 105 miles per hour or 165 kilometers per hour. Present movement north-northwest or 340 degrees at 13 miles per hour or 20 kilometers per hour. The minimum central pressure is 90 or 28.4 inches. Watches and
960 what?
warnings. 962. Nathan. Watches and warnings changed with this advisory. There are no changes. No changes with this advisory at this time. Summary of watches and warnings in effect are as follows. A hurricane warning remains in effect for the Cuban provinces of Isla de Juventud, Pinar del Rio, and Altamisa, Englewood to Encote River, including Tampa Bay, and the Dry Tortugas. A storm surge warning is in effect for Encote River, Southward to Flamingo, and Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mayabeque, and Matanzas. The lower Florida Keys from 7 miles bridge westward to Key West, Flamingo to Englewood. A storm surge watch is in effect for Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward to Key West, the Dry Tortugas, Florida Bay, Arcelo River to Encote River, Altamaha Sound to the Flago of Lucia County line, and the St. Johns River. The hurricane watch is in effect for North Encote River to the Suwannee River, Bonita Beach to Englewood. A tropical storm watch is in effect for Florida Keys from 7 Mile Bridge to the Channel 5 Bridge, Lake Okeechobee, north of Suwannee River to Indian Pass, Jupiter Inlet to Altamaha Sound.
So that's all the information there regarding the warnings, and you can see them color coded on the map here as well, at least in terms of the wind related warnings. And tropical storm watches all along that east coast of Florida there north of Lake Okeechobee. No changes with those warnings at this hour. All of them really came into effect at the 8 p.m. advisory. So as of 11 p.m, 105 miles per hour, pressure 962. We're just waiting for the cone to update and whether it may have shifted just that little bit further east. From the sounds of things, I think it has, but we're about to see for sure on that National Hurricane Center cone. It'll also be interesting to see how big the cone still is, and whether it still is twice as large as it should be when we get to that 5-day point, because it is typical errors are around, I think it was 100 miles each direction of that point, and it's currently double that in terms of that cone size on day 5. So still a lot of uncertainty about this, but it is getting a little bit more triangulated towards the Tampa Bay area, somewhere around there for getting the worst impacts. Possibly a major hurricane landfall, a potentially dreadful storm surge, and really high rainfall amounts that have already started to occur across parts of southern Florida this evening. Areas that aren't in any tropical storm warnings: Miami-Dade County. We've seen lots of reports of heavy rainfall and flash flooding and urban flooding. So that is set to continue with more rain falling over there at this time. The eye of this storm becoming more clearer as time goes on. Despite big bursts of convection along the western side, it really is becoming a pretty powerful storm as it approaches the coast of Cuba, and I completely agree that we could be seeing a major hurricane landfall in Cuba within the next, how long is it till that's expected now? Probably in the next 6 hours. Could be a Category 3 by then as it makes landfall and then into the Gulf of Mexico, and who knows what happens then. We still don't have the new cone. We're just waiting for that new image to appear, and that image
Nathan.
will tell you 1,000 words. Yeah?
I just posted a new cone in the call chat, by the way.
There it is. There's the new cone, and they are showing a strong Category 2 landfall very close to Tampa now, and straight inland there, and really slow movement, almost stalling completely. That is not a good forecast at all. Not that it's wrong, just that it's it's bad news. Very bad news.
Yeah. I have a question. Can you give me a good website to look at the cone and stuff for it?
The National Hurricane Center? I mean, they've got an interactive map as well that you can look at that cone in more detail.
I'm sort of struggling to get onto the National Hurricane Center.
Oh. I'm not sure then.
Just try and get onto the National Hurricane Center site.
I'm trying to see the cone that is posted.
Let's see the cone.
But all we can say here is this is really bad news when we look at this cone. Big potential for stalling there Wednesday, Thursday, into Friday. And that means potentially very large amounts of rain, a prolonged storm surge event for an area that's extremely vulnerable to it. And it's looking increasingly likely that we could be looking at the worst impact to Tampa Bay since the hurricane of 1921. So a big problem on the way here in the form of Hurricane Ian, and by the looks of things there's very little to stop it. So make sure you take heed.
I found the cone from the
Pardon me?
I found the cone from the NHC thanks to people in the contributor hub. I'm going to share it right now.
Yeah, we saw it.
This,
we saw it.
I don't know if we saw it. Okay.
But with this storm continuing to intensify as it enters the Gulf of Mexico, still on course to become a mid-range Category 4 with winds of 140 miles per hour. It could be a very formidable storm when it enters that area. Well, that's it from us tonight. Thanks very much to everyone who took part in our live event this evening. We had loads of people get involved with our phone-in format tonight. We were here for a whole 8-hour period, and I imagine we'll be back again for a similar amount of time tomorrow to cover the very latest goings on with this hurricane. If you stay on the YouTube page for this video, you'll see that it will bring you to the automated feed after this stream terminates, and you'll be able to take a look at everything that's going on with Ian in real time. Different satellite views, probably more than we actually had to offer on this stream even, such is the way it is sometimes. But just looking at those latest satellite imagery frames, that eye is really coming out in latest frames. So this is a storm you've really got to take seriously at this point. It is headed for the western coast of Florida after packing a significant punch for the western coast of Cuba in the early hours of the morning on Tuesday. So a big event on the way. We'll be here every step of the way with more coverage tomorrow. Subscribe to the channel for more information about when these events get scheduled. You'll get notifications and all that, so you're always kept in the loop. And for our video updates, which we're also producing alongside the live events. But that's it from here tonight. We'll see you again tomorrow. Hope you have a good night. And it's going to be a big storm on the way, and I've got no pleasure in being back here tomorrow. But we will be, and hopefully we'll see you there too. Good night.